is the network for New York Yankees baseball. And tonight, in the most historic place in sports, it's the Yankees and the Baltimore Orioles beginning a 3-game series. In the absence of injured Mike Mussina, Doug Johns will pitch for Baltimore, hopefully having overcome a bout with insomnia. Meanwhile, David Cone has been very alert lately, winning his last 5 starts. Good evening, everybody. I'm Al Troutwick. Certainly New York City enjoyed what David Wells did on Sunday afternoon, becoming only the 14th man in baseball history to pitch a regular season perfect game. And boy, has he celebrated, benefiting from the day off with David Letterman, Howard Stern, and even visiting with the mayor today on the steps of City Hall, where it was proclaimed to be David Wells Day. And in a brief ceremony, he also received the key to the city. How about that? David Wells' perfect game, certainly getting a lot of attention the last 48 hours. He looked pretty focused when I saw him a short while ago in the Yankee clubhouse, and that's what this team wants to do tonight. They want to get back focused and to business, and they have a team that's struggling to do it against. The Orioles have lost 7 of 8 and are 3 games below 500. For more on the game, let's go upstairs to Jim Cott and Ken Singleton.
Well, Al, the season is about a fourth over with, and now the Yankees begin to turn their attention to some teams that might be a little stiffer competition for them.
Well, so far they've only played one team within their division. That's the Toronto Blue Jays, and they've handled them. But things are going to turn around. The Orioles come to Yankee Stadium for 3. Then they head up to Fenway Park over the weekend to take on the Red Sox, to Chicago for the White Sox. Red Sox back here at Yankee Stadium for 4. Then the White Sox come in for 2. So things are going to change dramatically as far as the schedule is concerned, and they're going to play some division rivals.
And even after that, Baltimore and Cleveland again, so it'll get tougher, but they probably have the right man on the mound tonight to start a tough series.
Well, following a perfect game, David Cone has been just about perfect himself. He's won 5 in a row, and we have some footage from last year at Camden Yards against these very same Orioles. And one thing I think the Orioles are going to have to contend with tonight, as you look at him try and get in on inside on Roberto Alomar and then Rafael Palmeiro with fastballs in. David Cone's breaking ball has really improved dramatically these last few weeks, and that's why he's won 5 in a row. He has more weapons tonight against the Orioles.
And those numbers reflect that. The first 2 starts not effective, but the last 5, the earned run average has really come down. A game under 500 against the Orioles. Well, the start of a big 3-game series. It almost looks like a mismatch with Doug Johns, this crafty left-hander. Beware of guys like that. We'll have it for you on MSG when we come back.
New York Yankees baseball is brought to you by the irresistible taste that makes you say, did somebody say McDonald's? By American Express. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, American Express helps you do more. By your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealer. There's only one Jeep, and it's only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealer. And by Nobody Beats the Wiz Home Entertainment Center.
Well, a warm evening in the Bronx. I think the residue of how hot it was on Sunday afternoon because of that man. It's 81 degrees, and David Wells has had a day off to celebrate that historic performance. And, I mean, what does David Cone do for an encore after you have to follow a performance like that to the mound? First of all, he's going to face a much tougher hitting lineup. Forget about Baltimore's lineup, or record, rather. The potential is there.
Well, the fact is the Orioles have so many veterans on the ball club. They know what they're doing, experienced hitters.
1927 here at Yankee Stadium, and gave a grand slam home run to Babe Ruth for Babe's record-tying 59th home run. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Mr. Hopkins.
All right. That is 93-year-old Paul Hopkins. David Wells had a chance to meet him before the game, and if you heard Bob Shepard's voice in the background, the ceremonial first pitch commemorating the conclusion of the unveiling of the Babe Ruth stamp, decade of the 20s, and Mr. Hopkins surrendered Babe Ruth's 59th home run back in 1927, and it was a grand salami. So a nice night for Mr. Hopkins to come to the stadium, particularly after the great performance we had here on Sunday afternoon.
93 years young.
And he got it halfway to home plate.
Yeah, he did.
Too bad.
I like the double windup.
Yeah.
You know, in those days,
that's what they did.
Tricky windups and deliveries and herky-jerk motions to the plate. They weren't quite as smoothed out as they are today. Although David Cone has had a little hitch to his giddy-up, too, as he delivers to the plate.
Mentioned in the open that David Cone has won 5 straight. Couple of rough starts to begin with. That's why the earned run average is still above 6. You see the rest of his numbers. Almost a strikeout an inning. And pretty good control. Only 13 walks. But I mentioned he'll have a tougher lineup. Even though the Orioles are not playing well or hitting well, the potential is there. Let's take a look at Ray Miller's starting lineup. Brought to you by Bob's Stores. Brady Anderson leads it off. Then Jeffrey Hammonds and Roberto Alomar, always tough on the Yankees. Rafael Palmeiro, the cleanup hitter. The DH is Harold Baines. Then Cal Ripken, New Yorker B.J. Surhoff, Chris Hoyles, and Mike Bordick.
Defensively for the Yankees behind David Cone tonight as we look at the infield, Brocious, Jeter, Knobloch, and Martinez. Curtis Williams and O'Neill in the outfield. Girardi doing the catching tonight. He and David Cone have been a wonderful tandem. And we look at the man who put away the final out on Sunday. Paul O'Neill coming over towards the right field line, had it all the way. Was there any doubt he'd catch it? He did, and David Wells had his perfect game.
Not a bad man to have the last out headed toward, and he, as Al Troutwig pointed out at our pregame show, is only the 3rd player in Major League history to be involved in 2 perfect games. He was involved in Tom Browning's no-hitter perfect game back in 1988. Trying to loosen things up on that bench, Joe Carter. As Rick Cerrone said in his visit, Rick Cerrone, now a broadcaster for the Orioles, said it on his visit with Al Troutwig, this team needs some spark. And Ray Miller says if you can't get some motivation playing in Yankee Stadium where the fans hate you when you come in here, there's something wrong.
Well, they haven't been hitting. Brady Anderson just starting to turn some things around. There's a look at Rick Cerrone.
Hey, happy birthday to Rick Cerrone. He's trying to pass off. First pitch grounded toward Tino Martinez. 1 pitch, 1 out. Trying to pass off as being 44, but rumor has it he's 49 today.
Yeah. So happy birthday, Rick Cerrone. And you were mentioning about the Orioles not hitting. And Brady Anderson came up with a 6-game hitting streak, but you saw his average at 132. He was down on the state roads. He was 0-74 at one point. Ray Miller, I talked to him before the game, said this team isn't hitting. The starting pitching has not been there, certainly with the absence of Mike Mussina. So they have struggled in all aspects of the game. Not much speed.
And for a strike to Hammonds. When you don't set the table for those 3 and 4 hitters, the Orioles have hit their share of home runs, but nobody getting on ahead of them. 1-1. And when you have a leader like Cal Ripken Jr., who is a very, very low-key guy, you know from having played with him, sometimes the team tends to take on that personality. In the air to left, Curtis is there. 2 down.
Rip, like the rest of the team, has kind of struggled of late. He's coming off a homestand where he went 2 for 22. One of the few guys who's been swinging the bat well has been Roberto Alomar. When Anderson was out of the lineup, Alomar was moved to the leadoff spot. And now with Brady Anderson back, Alomar's back down to the 3rd spot. But you can see only 3 home runs and 13 RBIs.
He's always hit well against the Yankees, and as Roberto has become accustomed to when he's introduced, the chorus of boos in the background. 2 hops to Knobloch. A nice, easy inning for David Cone. A 4-pitch inning. Wow, very efficient. Orioles go quietly. Yankees coming to bat against journeyman Doug Johns when we return on MSG. David Wells and his battery mate Jorge Posada seated next to him. And David gave a lot of credit to Posada for the game he called. Only had to shake him off 2 times. Looking right now at 28-year-old Doug Johns, just off the disabled list. The last time he pitched was back on May 1st. May 2nd, I believe, and he only pitched an inning. 15 hits in 11 innings. Take a look at the Yankee lineup, which is the usual one against left-hand pitching. It starts with Knobloch, then Jeter and O'Neill, Bernie Williams, Tino Martinez, Tim Raines. In the middle is the DH. Chad Curtis, Scott Brocious, and Joe Girardi.
Baltimore Orioles on defense. In the infield, Ripken at third, Bordick, Alomar, and Palmeiro round out the infield. Surhoff, Anderson, Hammonds in the outfield, Hoyle's doing the catching, and Doug Johns on the mound. Look at Roberto Alomar, whose string of Gold Gloves was stopped at 6 last year when twin second baseman Chuck Knobloch won his first Gold Glove. So Alomar still with the great range, and a lot of people feel he is the best fielding second baseman in the league.
Mentioned the steps in the plate in every stadium to a chorus of boos, and that's understandable. It's a regrettable act, but I mean, this is a good young man and a great ball player. That was just one instance that he regrets, but he's going to have to live with it for a long, long time.
I think for the rest of his career.
Yep. Johns' first pitch, low to Knobloch. Doug Johns, 28 years old. Al Trautwig mentioned he was pitching in Italy last year when the Orioles signed him to a minor league contract, and because of the injury to Mike Messina, inserted into the starting rotation. 2-0.
Mid-80s fastball, tops maybe 86, short burst. He's not expected to go very long tonight. And referring to his battle with insomnia, which he's been treated for medically, he's in the city that never sleeps tonight.
Right at home. That's high, and it's 3-0.
You mentioned Alomar, and situation where the Orioles played down at Tampa Bay. He was booed lustily by the new fans there down at the Tropicana Dome. And Ray Miller made a decision to bat him in front of Cal Ripken. Of course, he was booed lustily. Ripken comes up next, and they cheer Ripken. Ray Miller said he would never bat them back-to-back again in the lineup.
Try to get over that.
Yep.
There's Ray Miller taking over from Davey Johnson, who managed last year's team, as Knobloch draws a leadoff walk. That'll bring up the Yankees' hottest hitter, riding a 13-game hitting streak. Derek Jeter, the average up to .337, top 5 in the American League.
One thing you might watch for early in the game here with Knobloch or Jeter getting on base, Chris Hoyles has a reputation of not being able to throw out many base runners, and everybody in the league knows it.
Exactly what you said, Kenny. They're going to gamble early, and Knobloch committed too quickly, and Palmeiro and Bordick played it perfectly.
Knobloch going on first move, and the first move was a throw over the first base, and still he almost beat the play. Nice play by Bordick to dig out the throw and then hold on to the baseball as Knobloch slid in. So the Yankees have their engines revved up.
Off-speed pitch to Jeter, misses, and Johns has yet to throw a strike. If Knobloch slides to the other side of the bag, he's in there. He slid right into the tag. Up the middle, Jeter make the hitting streak 14 with a one-out single. Take a look at tonight's umpires. The lineup brought to you by NAM, National Arbitration and Mediation. Most timely, cost-effective way to settle your legal disputes. Drew Coble behind the plate, Dale Ford, Larry Young at the corners, and Ted Hendry at second base.
Now, when you got a little hitting streak going, you get a hit that first time up. Takes a little pressure off. You can go on and try and have yourself a real good night. Jeter gets that base hit.
And Paul O'Neill steps in. You'll note Palmeiro at first base. He will come off the bag so that he can catch the pickoff throw. See, he can catch it there and cut down. That's what he did to Knobloch. He goes toward the mound, catches the ball, and he's able to get it to second base a little quicker.
It should give him a better angle on the throw to second.
Won the Gold Glove as the American League's best fielding first baseman last year. Breaking ball, and Johns has now thrown, I believe, 7 pitches and only 1 strike. Chances are, even if he pitches effectively, you'll only see him for about 3 innings. He's just come off the disabled list as Bernie waits on deck.
Yeah, they were saying about his insomnia, speaking of Johns, that he'd wake up 3 or 4 times a night, really couldn't fall asleep, maybe a couple of winks here and there. And then when he got to the ballpark, he was exhausted. And he was sitting on the bench kind of staring off into space, and that's how tired he was. And he's got medical treatment for it, and hopefully he's doing all right from this point on.
product of the University of Virginia, Doug Johns. Jeter reads that move, stays back. Came up with the Oakland Athletics. Some of you Yankee fans may remember that. Drafted by the A's in the 16th round back in 1990.
It's obvious the Orioles have gotten the scouting reports. The Yankees, particularly at the top of the order, taking off Jeter and Knobloch. All these throws over the first.
Outside to O'Neill. And it's 2-0. Chances are you will not see as liberal a strike zone with this umpiring crew. We check out our New York Marriott Marquis pitching matchup. Last outing for Doug Johns, an inning of relief back on May 2nd. Gave up a game-winning home run. David Cone last Wednesday against the Rangers, 6 1/3, picked up a win, 7 strikeouts, and no walks. Up the middle, O'Neill has a line single to left center. And the Yankees have 2 on with 1 out. Johns yet to retire a batter, just the pickoff throw.
Well, he is a contact type pitcher. He's not going to blow it by anybody. Doesn't have the real sharp breaking ball, and Paul O'Neill just goes out and gets a base hit to center field.
O'Neill checking with Jose Cardinal. He's getting a little instruction now as to where the outfielders are playing and who's got a good arm and who doesn't. And Bernie steps in. He was the hitting hero yesterday with a pair of doubles, a home run, average up to 314.
Scored 3 of the 4 Yankee runs.
Outside, ball 1. He's only found the strike zone with a couple of pitches, and both of those have been base hits. Jeter and O'Neill got them both. Way inside low, 2-1. And if you like, or 2-0 rather, and if you like a lot of action, stay tuned all night. You see what Bernie did against the Twins, because when these two teams get together, the games are long, they're high scoring. There's a lot of activity. They own the 2 longest 9-inning games in Major League history. You see Johns with the cross-seam fastball grip.
Trying to get it to sink, move away from Bernie Williams if he can, and get himself a ground ball.
Pickoff play on. Jeter not very far off the bag, back easily. Kenny, you know from coming up against teams that are struggling, if you jump on them early, it just demoralizes them. You coming off a 4-game sweep at home by the expansion Tampa Bay Devil Rays and fall behind early in this one, it'll take a lot of juice out of that team.
Now, only the second time in history that an expansion team has swept another ball club 4 times. The Rockies did it back in 1993 in their first year.
Big swing, and it's 2-1.
I think from a hitting standpoint, when you face I like to call him a soft tossing lefty.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that, but you can't be over anxious. You get up there, you see the guy's not throwing very hard, and you figure you can just crank on anything like it's batting practice. He has more movement than a batting practice pitcher. He's spotting the ball to the corners as opposed to throwing it right down the middle. You got to really wait for your pitch.
See the changeup grip, and that's what it was. Tapped out towards short. Bordick with an alert play flips to Ripken to get the lead runner. Heads up by Bordick, second out of the inning.
Well, that's the experienced shortstop, and Bordick realized it had been a tough play to throw to second. So he gets the lead runner with Ripken standing right on the bag. Good work by both the shortstop and the third baseman. Ripken knowing exactly where he has to be, because if Bordick throws that way and Ripken's not on the bag, Jeter's going to be safe.
So now 2 on and 2 out for Tino Martinez.
And Bordick not flashy at short, but certainly a steady performer. Solid glove. You won't see him with the strong arm like Jeter, but he gets rid of the ball quickly.
Played alongside Yankee third baseman Scott Brosius during their Oakland days. Tino with the average at 324. 6 home runs and 37 RBIs. On the edge, strike 1. You mentioned John's pitching style. The Yankees over the past few years have been victimized by some pitchers who are not your prototype power left-handers like Vaughn Eshelman and Steve Wojciechowski, Rich Robertson of the Twins. And Johns fits into that kind of mold. Sinker, slider. Raines waits on deck. And it's 1-1. And you pointed out, even with all the activity, the inactivity of Tim Raines, he manages to continue to hit well.
Well, let's go back to early in the season when the Yankees faced Jamie Moyer out in Seattle. Certainly not a hard thrower.
Fouled straight back. Had his pitch to hit there. Fouled it straight back, and it's 1-2. Jimmy Key will take the mound tomorrow night for the Baltimore Orioles with a 4-2 record, former Yankee. And Scott Erickson on his left will pitch the series finale on Thursday. We'll have it for you tomorrow, starting with our New York Marriott scorecard show at 7 o'clock. Hideki Irabu will pitch for the Yankees.
Yeah, Jamie Moyer pitched against the Yankees on April the 6th at the Kingdome, and the Mariners won 8-0. Moyer struck out 11 in 7 innings.
Mostly on changeups. Got him, I think.
Nope.
No, he got out of the way. Tino tried to take one for the team, turned his back to it, and it just missed him. Counts even, 2-2.
Now this pitch slow enough that Tino could get out of the way. Watch him with the jackknife, just missed the hip.
Probably saying, I don't want to get hit. I want to take a swing. Couple of men on there. He wants some RBIs. That one did get him. That one did get him. And Doug Johns, if not for the pickoff move, boy, the Yankees would have some inning going. And there's a former teammate of yours, the Oriole pitching coach, going to the mound.
And Mike Flanagan trying to settle down a left-hander, one lefty to another, and you can see that, well, right on the elbow. Tried to come inside with a breaking ball, followed up with a fastball. And Tino will take the route down to first base after being clipped. So there's a look at the Cy Young Award winner, Mike Flanagan, back in 1979 with Baltimore. Had a year where he was 23-9.
And he didn't do it with a lot of power. One of the best changeups in baseball. Here's a look at the National Finance Corporation Skycam. As you see Tino taking that pitch on the elbow. National Finance Corporation. Homeowners, lower your monthly payments. Apply by phone 1-800-LOAN-NFC. That's the third time this year that Tino has been plunked by a pitch. And Raines will step in with the bases loaded. There's a little strawberry, we call it in the dugout, an abrasion that Knobloch got from sliding into second base. Being tended to by Gene Monahan. Average over 300 like most of the Yankees. Low for a ball. He's done well in this situation in his career. O'Neill's at third. He got a single. Bernie is at second. Tino was hit by a pitch. He's at first. Towards short, and Bordick has it. The flip to Alomar, nicely done. Boy, Mike Bordick with a slick play, and Doug Johns a shaky first inning, but escapes without giving up a run. We head to the Oriole half of the second at the stadium. No score. Warm evening in the Bronx as you look at the traffic moving outside Yankee Stadium. And a reminder, you can catch the rest of the action between the Orioles and the Yankees. The series continues tomorrow, May 20th, and then Thursday, May 21st, both games at 7:30. And from now until May 31st, you can vote for the Decade of the 1960s stamp, highlighted by Roger Maris' 61 home runs in 1961. You vote at the stadium or on the web, www.yankees.com. Tickets available at the stadium, Ticketmaster, Yankee Clubhouse stores, even on the web. How about that? A spanking new pitching rubber, because I would imagine they'd remove that one and give it to David Wells.
Either that or it's on its way to Cooperstown.
Yeah. Well, if I was high for a ball, if I was Boomer, I would like to have that. I know we had a backup catcher back in the 80s, backup catcher named Glenn Brummer, who stole home one night, and we got the plate removed and autographed it and gave it to him. outside to Palmeiro, 2-0. So, I mean, that would be about as nice a memento as you could have if you're David Wells, the pitching rubber with all the guys that were in the game, or the whole team.
The whole
for that
team,
matter.
yeah.
Now Cone, after throwing just 4 pitches in the first inning, had a long wait. An unproductive first inning for the Yankees. They left them loaded. I don't think that's the game ball. Swinging on 3-0. Wow. I mean, when you saw the Orioles take the field tonight during batting practice versus the Yankees, you can tell it's a team that is lacking a spark.
Well, you go in their clubhouse before the ball game is really quiet.
Yeah. Left field near the corner, slicing. Curtis will not be able to catch up with it, and Palmeiro is going to have a leadoff double.
Well, Rafael Palmeiro, after swinging 3-0, gets a 3-1 pitch and drives it into the corner for a 2-base hit. Well, the target is out there, the pitch was out there, and he just went with it. Palmeiro, more or less a pull hitter, will go the opposite way and pick up a 2-base hit. I don't know if he knew what the count was, 3-0 or not, because leading off an inning, I mean, taking 3-0 is automatic.
Yeah, early in the game with a pitcher like David Cone, you'd like to make him throw a strike, but it paid off. And speaking of plate coverage, one of the best right here, veteran Harold Baines, the designated hitter. On the edge, strike one. 39 years old, still productive.
Harold sharing the DH role with Joe Carter. And you notice one thing, how far he stands off the plate, but that tells me that he likes the ball out over the plate. He tries to make this area look like it's wide open for the pitcher, but he hits the ball as well to the opposite field as any left-handed hitter in this league.
You got that right. In fact, he's not as far away right now, Kenny, as I've seen him. He usually gets way, and that's an old, pitchers look at a hitter, and that's one of the things they program in their mind. A guy that stands away from the plate likes it away from the plate.
Joe Carter on your left, and future Hall of Famer Eddie Murray on the right. Now a coach for the Orioles.
Good off-speed pitch, and as you mentioned in our open, David Cone's breaking ball is getting crisper and sharper each start.
I think partially because the weather's warming up, and he's able to get loose, get that arm loose early in the ball game, and break off some really nasty breaking balls. And Harold Baines over the top.
Clouding up beyond the outfield walls here at Yankee Stadium. No forecast of rain, but it certainly looks like it could. A little over 80 degrees at game time. Manager Ray Miller.
Seen his ball club lose 5 in a row.
Off the inside edge, 2-2.
Got to remember that the Orioles started out 10-2 this year. They were getting some timely hitting, but obviously things are not going well. Obviously, I'm not happy, but I'm not down. The one thing I haven't done is point fingers. If you want to point fingers, point them at me. I'm the one sitting in the chair. I'll just stay with these guys and see what happens. From our American Express quote book.
And there's that plate coverage that Harold Baines shows. He reaches for that and drives in the first run of the ball game. Orioles on the board first. They lead it 1-0.
Well, they haven't been getting the timely hitting. This is one of the guys that's supposed to be doing it. And Harold Baines, when you look at some of the career lists, I mean, now he's 39 years old, a veteran. He's up there in all categories. One of the top 3 run producers among active players. In fact, the Orioles have all 3. They have Ripken, Joe Carter, and Harold Baines.
As Palmeiro scores the first run of the ball game. And Cal Ripken Jr. steps in. In first strike. Again, if you're the Yankees, you like to jump on teams like this early that have been struggling, and the Yankees are going to look back right now at that pickoff or attempted steal by Knobloch. They could have blown this game open. Now the Orioles come right back in the second inning with a couple of hits and take the lead.
Ripken 2 for his last 22 with a double. One of those 2 hits.
In the air to left, Curtis near the line, long run, and he's going to make the running grab. That's the first out of the second inning for the Orioles.
Well, it looked like Curtis took the great circle route, didn't it? Long way to come on this one. I don't know if it doesn't seem to be much wind out here tonight, but with his skills in the outfield, he makes a nice running catch. There's the first out.
Kenny, it looked like one of those balls you could identify with this as an outfielder that Ripken took a big swing, but it was hit off the end of the bat. Didn't carry quite as far as Chad thought it would. A couple of lots of potential Hall of Famers down in that dugout. Ripken and Murray. Surhoff steps in, the native New Yorker, born in the Bronx. The average at 270. What a versatile player to have on your ball club. Came up with the Milwaukee Brewers as a catcher, plays third base, now settles into the outfield. Low for ball. He was the #1 player picked in the draft in, I believe, 1984 out of the University of North Carolina. Yep, down the right field line, it'll be in for extra bases. O'Neill plays it perfectly out of the corner, and Baines is held at third, and the Orioles have second and third with one out here in the second inning.
It'll be interesting to see where this pitch is. Now the target is kind of up, but the pitch drifts toward the middle of the plate, and that's the sweet spot area for any hitter. Ball is drilled to the corner. O'Neill plays it very, very well out of the corner. Another look at the pitch and the contact, and you see nice level swing, slight upswing to it, I should say, and the ball is driven to the corner for the two-base hit. And the Orioles have kind of knocked David Cone around here in the second inning.
Chris Hoyle's a step in and a chance to score a couple of more here in the second. Average just a bit over 200. Outside ball one. I'll correct that. B.J. Surhoff drafted as the first player in the 1985 amateur draft.
He was picked ahead of players like Will Clark, Barry Bonds, Rafael Palmeiro, Walt Weiss, Greg Jeffries, and Joey Cora. It's a pretty good ball player.
Yeah. 1-1. Coming off a perfect game here at Yankee Stadium, we understand Woody Williams of the Toronto Blue Jays, perfect through 4. Baines and Surhoff, your base runners. Good pitch there, and it's 1-2.
Well, David Cone came in with an ERA of 6.36. It has been coming down, but one reason why he's been able to win 5 in a row, the Yankees average the most run support for David Cone than any other pitcher in the league, over 8 runs per game. So the Yankees have their hitting shoes on when David Cone pitches.
Fans applauding for a strikeout. Inside, 2-2. The earned run average a little deceptive because David Cone, he's only pitched into the 7th inning one time. He averages a little over 5 innings a start. So Joe Torre limits him to a little over 100 pitches. He goes out there 5+ innings, gives up 3 to 4 runs, and that translates into an ERA of over 6. You see the run support. In on the hands, fouled out of play, and still 2-2 to Hoyles. Here is an area where the Orioles have not been productive. They talk about hitting home runs with nobody on base, but they haven't advanced base runners, made productive outs like the Yankees do. So here's a chance for Hoyles to do that with men on second and third, 1 out.
And talking to Ray Miller, he says they've settled into a home run derby offense. They homered in 19 straight games at one point.
Hoyle stays alive, still 2-2. There's an ex-Yankee, Rick Down, who was the hitting coach here under manager Buck Showalter. Could even tell it on his face. I saw him before the game, and you know, it's the same old, how's it going? We're grinding it out. I mean, it's they're coming in here about as low as a team can be. That was a team that was supposed to win. outside, and the count's gone full. And if the Yankees could win this series 2 out of 3, I mean, they're already 14 games ahead of the Orioles. This series most important to Baltimore. Joe Torre would like to see the team keep its winning ways, the Yankees, but if the Orioles would sweep this series, it would give them a little spark.
14 games in the loss column.
Yep. 14 games in the loss column. Ripped left field. Curtis on the run is going to make a shoot. Oh, they're going to get a double play. Surhoff, I guess that tells you the story of the Orioles. A base running miscue, and the Yankees get an inning-ending double play, and they get out of this jam by giving up just 1 run. Nice catch by Curtis. Orioles lead at 1-0. Yankees coming to bat when we come back. First of 3 against the Orioles here at the stadium. New York Yankee baseball brought to you in part by the new Dodge. See your local Dodge dealer today. Well, it's one of those old baseball things that just happen.
Here's Chad Curtis with the catch. Nice running catch. For some reason, B.J. Surhoff maybe didn't know where he was playing or didn't know he had the capabilities of coming up with that play. But he does, and it's an easy double play that gets the Yankees out of the inning. One of those baseball phenomenals.
Baseball phenomenals. Chad Curtis will lead it off, and it seems like every Yankee hitter that steps up there, the average is over 300. Inside for a ball. Mentioned other than the couple series of the Blue Jays, this is the start of a run against the American League East. As a baseball fan, you wish that division rivals played each other a little more. You see what Chad did against the Twins. That's outside 2-0. And a lot of the Orioles people looking at box scores but not seeing the Yankees up closer, saying, how are these guys doing it? You know, nobody's having a Hall of Fame year. Well, here's one of the reasons they're doing it. This guy, Chad Curtis, leading the league in on-base percentage. Scott Brosius picketed at third. Starting pitching, averaging about 7 innings a start. Ooh. In the air to center, just got under it. Brady Anderson's there. Had some hang time, 1 away.
He got the good wood on it. There was no doubt about that, but he just got underneath it. You saw him flip the bat when he left home plate. That is, well, you're kind of disgusted. You know, he had the good cut right where he likes it, fastball up. And he got underneath it by just a hair. That's about 1/8 of an inch on the bat. The difference between a high fly ball like that that is skied and a ball that is headed far away places. Ooh, I hate it when that happens.
Scott Brosius with that average well over 300. Former teammate of Doug Johns in Oakland takes that pitch on the edge for a strike. Since May 2nd, along with Derek Jeter, they're up at the top of the American League and hitting during the month of May. Off-speed pitch inside the bag and down toward the left field corner. Surhoff will dig it out, and fan interference will give Brosius. Larry Young, the third base umpire, has already signaled it got caught underneath the tarp.
Let's take a look. First of all, a hard smash by Ripken just underneath the sprawling third baseman. And watch the ball roll down in here to the corner and just stop. It looks like a grating of some kind, and it just hangs up in there. And it's going to be a double for Scott Brosius.
Didn't really make any difference if the ball caroms out to Surhoff. Brosius is going to have a double either way. So the Yankees have a one-out base runner, and the tying run at second for Joe Girardi. And Joe tries to poke it to right field. Foul out of play. Strike one. You look at some of the Yankees' career numbers, and even though Doug Johns has not had a great career, a couple of years under 500 with the Oakland A's, there are not many Yankee hitters in the lineup that have done well against him.
I really don't think 1 for 6 is much of a history. I think you have to have like 20 at-bats before you can get a true reading on what a hitter does against a pitcher.
Oh, dangerous play, and the Yankees are going to benefit. Johns tried an off-balance pickoff throw. And again, Ray Miller sees his team run the bases poorly. and throw a ball away.
I think all this has to go into the scouting report of the Yankees. They've been running the bases and stealing a lot, so they're trying to put some plays on to try and, you know, slow them down, and maybe a message in the first game that will hold up for the next 2 of this series. But you got to make the plays. There's pitching coach Mike Flanagan, who had one of the better pickoff moves in his day about 20 years ago. But you know, now an errant throw has a tying run move to third with 1 out.
And now all Joe Girardi has to do is tap a ground ball towards second. They have Palmeiro playing even with the grass at first. Here's a play that Don Zimmer was talking about the other day. See, on the left side they're at normal depth, and what Zim was saying, sometimes he would bring that second baseman in and force the hitter to kind of take himself out of his approach and just tapping a ground ball that way. And Girardi does that. Off the shoe to Alomar. They'll get the out at first, but it's a productive out, and the Yankees have tied it.
Well, Girardi's a good contact hitter. He doesn't strike out all that much, and he's always been one of the better Yankees with runners in scoring position. And he hits this ball hard. If Johns doesn't get in it away, this is going to be a base hit back through the middle. It would take an extraordinary play by Alomar to do it, but maybe he would be able to do it. But instead, the run scores. The play goes 1-4-3. So Girardi with a productive out.
Ties the game at 1. Joe Girardi in 5 opportunities, man on third, less than 2 out, has delivered in 4 of them. Knobloch takes strike 1. He joined us a little late. He led off with a walk and was caught trying to steal second. And after that, the Yankees loaded the bases and couldn't push a run across. High, 1-1. Chances are we'll see Doug Johns for maybe another inning or so because of the long period of inactivity, and he hasn't pitched many innings. It's like we are getting a little precipitation here at the stadium.
Kenny, you should be a weatherman.
Outside, 2-1, and then we may see young hard-throwing right-hander Sidney Ponson. There was some talk of him starting tonight, but Ray Miller likes to bring him in out of the bullpen. Hit well down in the corner. Surhoff looking up, he'll play it off the wall, and Knobloch is going to have a 2-out double.
Well, we're into the second inning. The Yankees have 4 hits. This is that high fastball that Knobloch turns on, gets pretty good wood on. I don't think he quite got all of it, but well enough to drive it 1 hop off the wall. Surhoff's been a busy man out there this inning. Here's contact. You can see the bat's going to come up just slightly to meet the ball and jerk around this way on the follow through, and then the 2-base hit to the corner.
In the dugout, you hitters talk about using some top hand.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what Knobloch did there. That single extended Derek Jeter's hitting streak to 14 games, and the average now at 341. Right center. Hit well. Deep near the track. Did Hammonds come up with that ball? Yes, he did. Jeffrey Hammonds with a remarkable catch on a ball hit to deep right center field by Jeter. Another look at it. What a play.
Jeffrey Hammonds, well, former #1 draft pick. The Orioles expecting big things from him, but injuries really slowed him down early in his career, but lately he's been coming on. Shows you his expertise in the outfield, making a nice running catch that into the wall. He might get a bill for the fence there, but certainly a great catch.
Doug Johns will pay for it. Yankees have tied it, but it could have been more for the Yankees as Jeter is robbed of a hit. We head to the top of the third. We're tied at 1. Stands inside the foul poles, filling in nicely. Yankee baseball brought to you in part by MCI. Is this a great time or what? This will ask David Wells that question. David Cohn to Mike Bordick. In for a strike.
There's a look at Jeffrey Hammonds. One more look at that catch. He's from Scotch Plains, New Jersey. He had to run almost all the way home to make this catch. Tears up the wall here at Yankee Stadium, but an excellent play.
Outside, 1-1.
Here it is, super slow, and you can see Hammonds check the wall and then make the leap at the last second, open up the glove, And what do you know? Super play.
Took a hit away from Derek Jeter. This fouled out of play. And ironically, in 1992, Jeffrey Hammonds was the Orioles' first pick in the draft, the 4th overall. And then 2 picks later, the Yankees selected Derek Jeter. And Hammonds robs the young Yankee shortstop of an extra base hit. So some scouts knew what they were looking at back in 1992 with Hammonds and Jeter.
Scouts are the lifeblood of any organization.
Splitter dropped down and into Bordick, and he flies to left field where Curtis is standing, puts it away. 1 away in the Oriole 3rd.
Mike Bordick's had a pretty good year. 5 home runs out of the 9th slot for the Orioles.
Here's a hitter the Orioles are waiting for to really get started. As you mentioned, his first at bat, the average is up to 130 from what it was 6 games ago. Of course, he missed a lot of time with that, I'll call it a collarbone injury. It was a little different than that, a clavicular injury of some sort.
Sterno.
Yeah.
Sternoclavicular. Clavicular, yeah.
And you see Brady hangs those arms out over the inside part of the plate, so he wears that elbow pad. 2-0.
He also broke a finger in spring training.
No table setters in that Oriole lineup. The lowest number in the majors. 2-1.
It's quite a difference from a couple of years ago when he was on his way to hitting 50 home runs.
Yeah, I got those when I do my rollerblading. That's what he uses it for. He draws a 1-out walk. Speaking of David Wells' perfect game, we understand now in Toronto into the 6th inning, Woody Williams is perfect through 5 against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. No surprise to hear that Mark McGwire has gone deep twice more tonight.
Is that 19 now?
Jeffrey Hammonds with a long look at third base coach Sam Perlazzo as Anderson takes his lead. Modest lead. Anderson back in time.
Well, they talk about McGwire and the record of Roger Maris. And it seems like everybody gets off to a good start is well ahead of Roger Maris's pace, but he really caught fire towards the end of May.
Ball 1.
I'm sure that there are several hitters as we look at Sam Perlazzo, the third base coach, going through the signs for Jeffrey Hammonds. I'm sure there are several hitters way ahead of Maris's pace. It's just a matter of keeping up as the season goes along.
See Hammonds looking at Perlazzo for the signs. David Cone, not the ideal pitcher to hit and run against. He's more of a strikeout pitcher, and you're not always sure that ball's going to be in the strike zone. Late on the fastball, and it's 1-1. Former third base coach of the Mets, also worked under ex-Yankee Lou Piniella, the veteran Sam Perlazzo.
Al Troutwig just informed me that the year that Roger Maris hit the 61, 1961, on May 17th, it was a Sunday, he hit his 4th home run of the year.
The reason Al came down to mention that, he was probably there. Probably there at that game. No, he wasn't there.
Later on that year, I was at Yankee Stadium and saw Roger hit his 47th.
Anderson on the run. Pitch is high. Girardi's throw is just a little late. Jeter thought they had him. Ted Henry with a very quick call at second base.
It looked like Anderson got a pretty good jump. He's off and running. Brady looking for his 5th steal of the year. Watch the hands. Watch the hands. To me, it looked like he got in there. Let's take another look. Jeter with the quick tack. Watch him get the glove down real quick. It looked like he got him on the back of the hand, just above the wrist, and that hand got in there. So a close play, but Anderson is in there safely.
Ted Henry was right on the play in perfect position, but we had the benefit of that slow motion replay. I mean, that was bang, bang, but the second look did indicate that he may have had him.
Well, let's try it again, see if we see anything from this angle. Watch the left hand. That's the one that's going to be declared safe as Anderson reaches. Well, that is super slow mo.
That's too close to say Ted Henry blew a call. I mean, that is so close. And a great shot by our crack camera crew. Foul out of play, and the count is full to Hammonds. Brady Anderson picks up his 5th stolen base of the year.
The thing about Hammonds that as we look at it frozen frame, this is a little harder to tell. Yeah, it's
just a little space right there.
Hammonds has excellent bat speed. I think that's what sold the Orioles on him to draft him out of Stanford University. But he had so many injuries, knee injuries, neck injuries. It really plagued his development as a young player.
Ground foul. He is just 27, and the injuries you mentioned, you look for him to almost have a breakthrough year like Derek Jeter. He's got that kind of potential to hit 300, to hit some home runs, steal bases.
A lot more relaxed this year. He's been signed to a 3-year extension. So the Orioles showing faith in him. He hit 21 homers last year in only 118 games.
Low, and he draws a walk. David Cone, who only threw 4 pitches in the first inning, just breezed through that. Gave up a run in the second, and now he's in a little difficulty here again in the third with 2 men on, and the heart of the Orioles order coming up, Roberto Alomar.
We just mentioned that Hammond's been signed to a 3-year deal. A lot of people think some of the problems with the Orioles are the fact that they have so many potential free agents at the end of this year, including Robbie Alomar, that a lot of players are maybe thinking about themselves. Nice stop.
Good play by Girardi. Sometimes in a free agent year, instead of thinking about hitting a ground ball to advance a runner, you hate to use that expression, put up numbers, but sometimes that's on a player's mind. Nice play there.
Well, the fact is that it can work both ways. I think the Orioles themselves as a ball club felt that with so many guys becoming free agents, a lot of them are going to have great years just to put up attractive numbers and be out there on the free agent market. Well, you know, it also works the other way. You get too many guys thinking about themselves in the clubhouse, you don't have any spark.
Hit well, straightaway center. Bernie Williams on the run is looking up. He's not going to get this one. It's off the wall. Anderson is going to score, and Hammonds is right behind him. He'll be held at third, and the Orioles take a 2-1 lead. You saw in the graphic those career leaders against the Yankees, and this guy was on the top of the list, and that's why.
Sam Perlazo got very busy over at third base as we watch the swing by Alomar. Pitch is going to be up in the zone. Oh, right there, and kind of centered. This didn't miss by much at going out of the ballpark. Bernie Williams plays it well off the wall. Now watch Anderson. Right behind him as he comes in to score. You saw a flash of Sam Perlazo throwing up the hands. That was for Jeffrey Hammonds to stop at third.
So now second and third, and here's Palmeiro, first base open, and the Yankees will keep the infield back. Low for a ball. Cone's choice right here would be first base open, Palmeiro in the batter's box. Baines is a dangerous hitter on deck, but at 39 years old, you might have a better chance at doubling up Baines, but not much of a choice with those two hitters.
Certainly being among the top run producers in baseball.
Just fouls is Dale Ford. I guess from a pitching standpoint, you look down and you see Palmeiro and Baines, and so your decision is, well, I can eliminate one of them. It increases my chances of getting it out. You don't have to face both of them, and even that pitch was well out of the strike zone. Arabu, who will pitch tomorrow night, talking to Jorge Posada, who caught David Wells' gem on Sunday. And Jorge will probably catch Hideki tomorrow night. Three swinging. Right now, I don't think you have to throw Rafael Palmeiro a strike. He swung at 3-0 in his first at bat. He is eager to swing the bat because there's men in scoring position.
And he too can be a free agent at the end of the year, and there's a lot of speculation in Baltimore he's not coming back.
Hammonds and Alomar, the runners. Oh, got him in the knee. Wow. Had him 1 and 2. As sharp as he was in the first inning, his control now a little shaky.
Threw him a tight slider for a strike up and in that Palmeiro swung and missed. He tried to come back with it. You can see the shifting by Joe Girardi to the inner part of the plate. But this one gets away, hits Palmeiro, and the bases are loaded. And David, you can see he's a little disgusted with himself. He's shaking his head.
David's breaking ball, boy, you can see around his eyes. I mean, it's hot out there tonight. It's a little sticky. Almost looks like he's pitching on a warm summer afternoon when you see the perspiration around the eyes. But his breaking ball has that sweep. It broke into Palmeiro. Pitchers that throw the breaking ball that breaks straight down over the plate, they get hitters to commit much easier on that, like Wells and Pettit that have the over-the-top hook. Single and an RBI for the veteran Harold Baines, and he steps in with the bases loaded. Then the Yankees will play the infield at double play depth. Low ball 1.
Only Hal McRae has started more games as a designated hitter than Harold Baines.
Hammonds, Alomar, and Palmeiro. Off-speed pitch, 1-1. Looked like the splitter. Woody Williams now perfect through 6 innings up at Skydome. Pretty dangerous in this situation. 12 home runs. Checked in time, 2-1.
Speaking of bases loaded grand slams, Eddie Murray, career 17.
Inside again, and it's 3-1. I would think that's where you got your approach to hitting well with the bases loaded, probably from playing with a hitter like that. And Harold Baines has that same approach. He's going to wait and get his pitch, and Cone is now missing with his breaking ball, and the hitter's delight right here. 3-1, bases loaded. Big swing, fouled at the plate. Cone refused to give in, came with another breaking ball.
Good splitter. Harold had a good swing at it. Is another one of the Oriole veterans, the oldest club in the major leagues.
Cal Ripken at 37, waiting on deck. Up the middle into center field. Bernie Williams will play it on a hop as Hammond scores. Alomar being waved home, and he'll score, and the Orioles lead it 4-1. Baines with 3 RBIs in tonight's game.
Well, David Cone got himself into a situation where he had to give Harold Baines a pretty good pitch to hit. 3-2, he got his splitter. Baines had a good swing at it, fouled it off. 3-1, he comes with a fastball, and it's right there to be drilled into center field. Bernie Williams with the throw to the plate. Alomar has excellent speed, and he will score from second base as the throw is just a bit up the first base line. Another look at Harold Baines and his swing, which has produced many RBIs in his career, and he picks up 2 more and 3 on the night.
And here's the veteran Cal Ripken Jr. Reached back for a little extra on that fastball, strike 1.
I saw Cal play a couple of weeks ago on watching him on television, and since a couple of weeks he's changed his stance again. He held his bat and held it almost straight down over his back before he got ready to swing, and he was using a very high leg kick like Bobby Bonilla does. And he's kind of changed that since then. His bat is up off of his shoulder, more level.
Late again on the fastball.
And he's been known as the man of 1,000 stances.
Of course, Rod Carew did that very successfully. But I think you can see by these swings, and you mentioned the Orioles being the oldest team in the league, from a pitching standpoint, once a guy gets up to that age, unless he cheats on the fastball, I always thought they're a little more vulnerable to that good fastball. Cone has thrown him 2 in this at bat.
I think the danger area for Ripken, and it's been over the years, is down and in.
That's where he likes it. 1-2.
So he can just drop. When he gets up to the plate, you want to stay away from the middle of the plate in and about this high. Let's say this high. Right in that area. You want to stay away from there.
Just missed. Just missed, said Drew Coble. That's the old, as long as Abner invented the game. High and tight, low and away. Ripken's not done well against David Cone.
Playing in consecutive game 2,525.
Late again, and it's count still level at 2-2. Darren Holmes begins to loosen in the Yankee pen. David Cone had talked about earlier this year, because he's out there for about 100 pitches, to try to be a little more economical like he was in the first inning, but he has been successful kind of grinding it out like he is here. A lot of deep counts, a lot of breaking balls. Tapped out, and Girardi will field it in fair territory. Throw to Martinez in time. 2 down, and the runners, Palmeiro and Baines, advance on the play.
Here's a look, and as Rip will run by this ball, you know he's hoping that it goes foul, but Girardi's quickly out from behind home plate, pounces on it, and then makes the accurate throw to Tino Martinez.
I think this discussion right now between Joe Girardi and David Cone, you really see how hot and humid it is B.J. Surhoff in the batter's box, Chris Hoyles on deck. Want to walk this guy? Go after Hoyles, which would be the logical play. And that's what the Yankees will do. And while he walks him, we'll update you at Skydome. Woody Williams fell behind Wade Boggs 3-0, came back to get him out. So through 6 1/3 innings, he is perfect. Wouldn't that be something?
Wow.
So history in the making up at Skydome. I think it was back in the 60s when Bob Gibson and Gaylord Perry pitched no-hitters on consecutive days. Gibson for the Cardinals, obviously, and Gaylord for the Giants, or maybe a couple of days apart.
Wasn't there Ray Washburn and Mike McCormick of the Cardinals and the Giants?
Yeah.
I don't know which one went first, but one pitched a no-hitter against the other club, and the other one came back the next day and pitched a no-hitter against the other one.
So we might see the same thing in 1998 if Woody Williams continues to pitch well. Here's Hoyles with the bases loaded, and a big moment in the ball game for the Yankees. They trail by 3. Orioles with a chance to blow it open. Fastball, strike 1.
Hoyles hit the ball hard his first time, hit that line drive that was hauled in by Chad Curtis in left field, turned it into a double play that ended the second inning when B.J. Surhoff strayed too far off of second. But he did hit the ball hard.
Another one, strike 2. Still the best pitch in the game. Wells proved that on Sunday. You use your fastball to get ahead and set up the breaking ball. That's what Cone is doing here.
First one was up. Next one up a little more. Let's see where he throws his third fastball.
Low and outside, 1-2.
I think that was just, of course, a teasing type pitch down. The first 2 were swung through and missed up. Let's see if they go back upstairs again.
Shakes off the first sign. Got what he wanted through the splitter, and Hoyles is down on strikes. So the Orioles pick up 3, but they leave 3. Cone keeps the Yankees in the ball game. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. Orioles on top, 4-1. New York Yankee baseball is brought to you in part by Domino's Pizza, delivering 1 million smiles a day. And there's some of those smiles, Yankee fans, young ones.
I wonder if they all came in the same camp, like those guys who don't wear the shirts.
Might be the Derek Jeter fan club. Update you up at Skydome. Woody Williams has lost the perfect game, but he still has the no-hitter through 7 innings. Paul O'Neill, single in his first at-bat, steps in. Up the middle, Alomar ranging to his right with a nice play on that backhand. The footwork there, just played it perfectly. Knew he had time to throw O'Neill out and gets it.
To begin with, he's playing up the middle, goes to the backhand, see him tap the glove, get that glove set, then the footwork, a little pirouette, little throw, and he's got him in time. Knows he has plenty of time, just has to get rid of it quickly. Doesn't even bother to plant, loops it over to first and gets O'Neill by a couple of steps. Like I said, he had his string broken last year, had 6 consecutive gold gloves at second base. Chuck Knobloch won it last year.
Bernie Williams reached on a fielder's choice. Takes low for a ball.
Yeah, if you're the Orioles and you're thinking you've lost 5 in a row, really been struggling. Mike Mussina, your ace, is scheduled to pitch this game. He's out, put on the disabled list yesterday. And you have to go to Doug Johns to try and beat a ball club that has just been sailing along. You got to figure the odds are in the Yankees' favor tonight, but the Orioles are the ones leading the game 4-1.
2-0 now to Bernie. Chased a borderline pitch there and fouled it out of play. This is one of those games, Kenny, where I know Joe Torre is keeping such an even keel because the ball club's been playing well, but inside he's saying that first inning. That first inning had him on the ropes, gave the Orioles a little hope, and they have capitalized on it. Off-speed pitch high, that's 3-1.
Always felt too that when you're facing a ball club that has been struggling and they come in, whether they've lost the 5, 6, whatever in a row, but they come into a new series, it's a change of scenery and a chance for a new beginning, if you will.
Eric Davis will be the designated hitter, probably in one of the 3 games here. Bernie draws a 1-out walk.
First baseman.
I think the Orioles so happy, as you mentioned, to get away from Camden Yards, being swept at home by Tampa Bay. And Ray Miller had mentioned he hoped that coming to New York would motivate this team.
Yeah, coming to a place where you're hated by everyone.
Right. Tino Martinez takes strike 1.
Well, I'll take exception to what he had to say, because years ago I came in here with the Orioles and I knew my mom and dad were here, so that was at least 2 people.
He had 2 people cheering for him. He has remained very calm during it all, Ray Miller. As we showed you on our quote book, he's willing to take all of the blame for the Orioles slide that they've been in. Their bullpen, the earned run average, more than double what it was last year at this time. Last year they were several games ahead of the Yankees. Curveball, Tino got under it, right field. Hammonds is there and he's got plenty of room. And that's the second out of the Yankee third.
I think that's very admirable of Ray Miller to take that posture, if you will, and take the heat for the club. Not because I'll tell you, I guarantee you, 20 years ago, if this Earl Weaver was managing this team, it wouldn't be his fault.
So Doug Johns is 1 out away from setting the Yankees down through the first 3 innings with just 1 run. We mentioned that's about all the Orioles are looking for from Johns, is a few innings. Bernie back in time. Al Trautwig will join Kenny in the top of the 4th. And the pitchers have set the tone for this one, just the opposite of what Wells and Hawkins did on Sunday. With a very slow, deliberate pace, a lot of deep counts. Williams is off-speed pitch, and Hoyles throws going into center field. No chance to get him anyway, and that gives the Yankees an extra base and puts Bernie Williams at third with 2 out.
Well, that's going to break a streak for Chris Hoyles. He had gone 116 consecutive errorless games behind home plate. His last error was September 11th of '96. As he throws this one into center field, Bernie Williams guessed right. Got an off-speed pitch. There's no way he was going to throw him out. Might as well held on to the ball. Instead, that's going to be his first error in 116 games. Alomar, elevator's going up, but didn't stop at the top floor. Couldn't get it.
Strike one to Raines with Bernie at third. Another off-speed pitch, and it's in for a strike. 0-2. Hoyles just 9 of 40 in throwing out attempted base stealers this year. I guess that's why some Oriole fans would like to see them pursue Mike Piazza. That's high and away. But I guess with the payroll where it's at right now, there's not too much more room for a high-priced player like Piazza.
Yeah, but what they could do, Kitty, is the fact that they could get Piazza. There's going to be 13 free agents, so they're going to have some money to work with after some of these guys leave.
It's like some Oriole. Wow. Oriole colors, but Yankee jersey and cap.
Camouflage.
Raines, did he check? Waiting for the call from Dale Ford, but Coble makes it himself. So Doug Johns strikes out Tim Raines to end the third. We head to the top of the fourth. Al Troutway again after our commercial break. Orioles lead at 4-1.
Orioles lead the Yankees 4-1 here at the stadium. Little spritz of rain earlier. Al Troutwig along with Ken Singleton. What's so funny?
What is it?
Spritz.
Yeah.
You never heard that?
Yeah, certainly. I'm from New York. I've heard that.
It was a brief spritz. It's the fourth inning, and we'll see if David Cone can solve his woes. Line shot past Brocious down the line. Well, he didn't solve him that time. Will be another extra base hit for the Baltimore Orioles. Mike Bordick starts the O's off on a bright note here with nobody out.
Now Bordick's 9 for his last 18, so he's one of the few Orioles had a good homestand. He was 8 for 16 on the stand. 1 for 2 tonight after this shot that somehow eludes Scott Brocious. That hasn't happened very often this year.
I was going to say, anytime it gets past Brocious in any way these days, it gets your attention. So Bordick, the 9th hitter, gets on, and now David Cone will have to solve this inning by beginning where the game started, with Brady Anderson, who has grounded out, walked, stolen a base, and scored a run. I mean, you look back on it, and it's a living baseball cliche because you say it all the time. When you have that first inning opportunity and you miss it, it seems long gone by the time you're in the third or fourth inning. It's amazing how often that happens.
Well, you give the other team a chance to right themselves. The pitcher, feels like he dodged the big bullet on the night, and he can go out and pitch his ball game.
Cohen misses with a breaking ball inside.
Brady Anderson was a free agent at the end of last year, eventually re-signed with the Orioles for 5 years.
Under that baseball uniform, he's got a chiseled body filled with muscle. Out to Paul O'Neill, not enough muscle on that one. Bordick's going to take third on the tag and throw.
It's a good base running by Bordick. He made one false step towards third when the ball was hit, realized it might hang up, took a look back, went back to tag at second, and got over to third with 1 out.
Is it good base running, or is it really just basic fundamental base running?
Well, with nobody out, on a long fly ball, you should tag up and try and get to third. See, he took a few false steps, realized he had to get back, tags up, and heads for third. Good base running by Mike Bordick. You have to when you're at second, you look around to the outfielder to see where they're playing. So it gives you an idea when the ball is hit, if the ball is going to carry to the outfielders. And he started, realized the ball might carry to Paul O'Neill, got back to second, tagged and moved to third.
Fouled back, but the infield in on the edge of the grass to try and cut down the run. The hitter's Jeffrey Hammonds, who swings at strike one. Hammonds 0 for 2. He's flied to left, walked, and scored a run, so he's really 0 for 1. Officially, the 0-1 pitch. Had Jeffrey Hammonds not made that running catch earlier in the game on Derek Jeter, this would be a vastly different scenario. But he climbed the wall and pulled it down. And there you see the quick repair job that's been done.
And matching tape, too. I like that. Yeah.
These guys, Bob Wilkinson, Dan Cunningham, they're prepared and squared away. I remember the first time I saw Jeffrey Hammonds hit, Ken. I was getting ready to do a post game in Baltimore, and I believe he was a late inning pinch hitter, if not a pinch hitter in the 9th inning. And just the way he walked to the plate, the way he swung the bat, the way he looked in the uniform, he just said, future star to me. I mean, he just had that sort of aura about him. Late swing, 2-2.
Well, the Orioles are hoping the same thing. As I said, they signed him to a 3-year extension. And for him, I guess it's more of a calming influence. He feels that the team now has confidence in him after all the injuries he's had, and maybe they're all behind him.
The 2-2 with the runner on third. And David Cohn's going to flirt with another potential problem. The count goes full. Robbie Alomar's on deck. The Orioles have lost 5 in a row and were swept at home by Tampa Bay. 4 straight games. Line drive. Chad Curtis coming on and makes a great leaning catch. The long throw is high over Girardi's head. The run comes across. I'll tell you what, when Chad Curtis makes a throw from the outfield, his entire body is into it. He goes flying. He actually had too much into that one, and it's a 5-1 ball game.
This is a sacrifice line drive rather than a sacrifice fly. Makes a nice running catch, and then has to follow through on the throw. You saw the leap. The throw is high over the head of Girardi, and Bordick will score from third base. Girardi getting rid of the mass, awaiting the throw to the plate, and you can see he has to go up and get it, and Bordick slides in underneath with the Orioles' 5th run.
So now it's Robbie Alomar who's grounded out, doubled, and driven in a run. Let's check it out. This is how we recorded it live, and he was on there when Curtis made the catch.
Of course, that is not always the case. The same thing happened in Kansas City with Mike Sweeney. He was on the bag, but he was called out on the appeal. The Yankees tried it again. Didn't work tonight.
Alomar hitting .292. He's almost trying to be greedy. He bunts it in front of the plate, picked up by Girardi to Martinez. But another inning with some damage. David Cohn put up a perfect first, but after that it's been rough going. 5-1 Baltimore as we go to the bottom of the 4th on MSG. On a warm summer-like evening, Yankees baseball is brought to you in part by Guinness, the perfect pint. A look south from the Bronx, Empire State Building illuminated in red, white, and blue, and I assume that's because we're headed to Memorial Day weekend. David Cohn obviously can't be happy. It's been a rough week for him emotionally, going through his mother's surgery, which came out fine, and having to refocus himself, but not his best stuff, to say the least. He's been tagged for 5 runs, 6 hits.
And it's certainly not the best location that he's had the last few starts.
I would think he's headed to the clubhouse to cool off, get a drink.
There's nobody warming up in the Yankee bullpen.
So Chad Curtis will start things off against Doug Johns. Yankees had him on the ropes, but he absorbed the punches and survived. And here he is pitching into the 4th inning, which, according to the Orioles, wasn't necessarily the plan. A leadoff single on the first swing by Chad Curtis. The Yankees attempt to mount a comeback.
Ray Miller and Mike Flanagan look on. Ray Miller was the pitching coach with the Orioles when Flanagan won the Cy Young Award in '79.
Yankees starting this 3-game series. A look at the Delta Airlines schedule. Tomorrow we'll do it again on MSG, the Yankees and the Orioles. Then the WB11 picks it up for Thursday, Friday when it switches to Fenway, and Saturday. We're back with you for the series finale, Yankees and Red Sox. And boy, in Boston, that'll be a good series. Curtis is on for Scott Brocious, who just keeps on slugging away. His 11th double of the season came in his first at bat, the batting average at .323. Well, Kenny, you and Jim Cott have been talking about the failings of the Baltimore Orioles for all their money spent, the highest paid team in baseball. I was shocked. I had one of the Orioles tell me today that the team is just a bunch of blank, meaning they're soft. He said last year we played hard. This year we don't ever play hard. We've got 13 free agents and all they do is think of themselves. Bounding ball could be 2. Brocious on the run. He beats the throw. Well, those are the little things.
Ball was not hit very hard. It's going to be very difficult to turn 2. You can see Bordick with the shovel pass to Alomar. He backs the other way, back towards right field, makes the throw, and not in time to get Brocious going to first base. This is a tough play to turn 2 on. They tried but couldn't get it. Brocious just too quick down the line. You mentioned, yeah, that's true about the 13 free agents, and Jim Cott and I were talking about them possibly getting Mike Piazza, but you have to satisfy the Florida Marlins on the other end, and the farm system of the Orioles is relatively bare. They don't have many prospects. The best prospect is Ryan Miner, a big third baseman. Used to play basketball at University of Oklahoma. And one of the scenarios is that Rafael Palmeiro will just move on next year. Cal Ripken will move to first base, and Miner will take over at third.
The hitter for the Yankees is Joe Girardi. Joe 3 for his last 13. It's a little under 250. Grounded to second, but drove in a run in the process on the season at 210. Joe took a lot of extra batting practice today. Actually was in the cage with Chris Chambliss, the Yankee hitting coach. Joe said when you don't play every day, it's so hard to get in a groove and stay in a groove, so I've got to create my own game situations. 5-1 Baltimore. Hoyle's blocked, but on the play, Brocious advances. No hesitation, quick reaction, very alert.
Good reaction on the bases. As soon as this ball was not handled cleanly by Chris Hoyles, Brocious is off and moving, and he gets himself into scoring position.
You got to give some credit, as Ray Miller sits next to Mike Flanagan, to Jose Cardinal on a play like that. I don't know if Jose was involved, but you got to figure he was verbally, to give Brocious the reassurance to go. So the Yankees with a runner in scoring position, down 4. The 2-0 pitch, line drive, center field. Willie gives the green light to Brocious. The throw from center is in time. He's out. It looked like the sure thing to do. But Brady Anderson had a full head of steam.
Good charge, good overhand throw. The ball will carry 1 hop. In fact, watch Hoyles have to back up and then retrace his steps to make the tag. And he gets Brocious at the plate. A look at the throw once again. And then watch where Hoyles makes the tag. Does he actually come up and get him?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's out. It looked like Brocious decided to go for the catcher instead of the plate. So a good throw by Brady Anderson, cuts down a runner. And to me, when you're down by a bunch of runs, you got to be sure that the run is going to score. So there's no shame in having first and third and 1 out.
One of the highlights of the Yankee season has been success and good fortune on the base paths. Not the most elegant of moments for Brocious on the finish of the play.
I think he's just trying to knock the ball out of Hoyles' hand, but Hoyles had plenty of time to set himself. In fact, gained some momentum coming into the runner. See that?
Yeah.
And he holds on and makes the tag.
And here tonight, no good fortune on the base paths for the Yankees. Chuck Knobloch caught stealing earlier in the ball game. That completely changed the first inning, in which the Yankees left the bases loaded.
I mean, at this point, you're trying to pick them up one at a time. To me, I think You have to be sure that the runner can score standing up when you're down by 4 runs.
Well, it took a great throw, and the Orioles got a great throw. The pitch to Knobloch is in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Girardi advanced to second on the throw.
See, but Willie Randolph's thinking had to take a perfect throw to get him. And it was pretty much a pretty perfect throw right over home plate.
Nice big fat bounce.
Yeah.
Knobloch skies one down the left field line, headed toward the seats. Bordick moving over, says I've got it, and is true to his word. The Yankees lose a man in scoring position. Broch is thrown out at the plate. It's not going according to plan. 5-1 Baltimore. 4 complete. The 5th inning of Yankees baseball is brought to you in part by the full line of vehicles from Mitsubishi, built for living. Al Troutwig back on MSG, now rejoined by Jim Cott. Ken Singleton returns next inning. David Cohn against Rafael Palmeiro. Brady Anderson getting some high fists for that huge throw from center field that got Scott Brocious at home plate. The 1-0 to Palmeiro, and he swings through. Boy, is he aggressive at the plate tonight, or what?
Yeah, he is. Well, he's one of the players that the Orioles, you know, he's freewheeling on everything. As he wants to get as many home runs, RBIs as he can, and he's anything close, he's hacking at. I think that's what happens when you're in a funk like the Orioles are. Is as a hitter, you want to come out of it all by yourself. You know, you want to be the man to hit a grand slam homer with nobody on base.
Yeah. I haven't heard any big explosions from Peter Angelos, but can you imagine if George Steinbrenner was getting this kind of effort and result?
Yeah. Well, the signs at Camden Yards, one of "Where's Davy?"
Yeah.
Davy Johnson.
The 2-2 to Rafael Palmeiro. Fouled off.
Going back to last inning, Al, I know Willie Randolph is a very aggressive third base coach, as Don Zimmer was. That's probably one that Willie would like to take back, because well, the Yankees have given the Orioles a couple of extra opportunities to hold this lead. They've had a lot of base runners, and they had the top of the order coming up. Granted, I think a little better slide by Brocious, he still would have been safe.
Struck him out. Only the second of the ball game for David Cohn, but that's a much better way for him to start this 5th inning.
Girardi sets up on the inside, and it looked like a splitter that Palmeiro swung over. Yeah, he hasn't taken many close pitches.
No. And now Cohn will deal with the man for the Baltimore Orioles tonight, the DH Harold Baines. 2 hits and 3 runs driven in. Breaking ball, ground ball. Tino's got it. Cohn hustles over and steps on the bag. A lot of ground cover there by Tino Martinez.
Yeah, that's a nice play, and as a pitcher, you love that. You love a first baseman to play the ball. So often you ball like that, the first baseman runs to the bag and it sneaks into right field. But it's a play that teams work on all spring. Ball hit to the first baseman, pitchers cover first. Martinez and Cohn do it perfectly.
And now Cal Ripken Jr. On the recent homestand, Cal had 22 at-bats and got only 2 hits. 0-91. And it was long the rumor that Ray Miller told Peter Angelos that one of the things he would do was that he would finally sit Cal Ripken Jr. down and end this thing so the team could move on. And if ever there was a reason to do it, that homestand was it. Still didn't do it. 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's long been accepted by people around Baltimore in baseball and the fans. This is Cal's team, and he's probably going to sit down when he wants to and not when anybody else wants him to.
Fouled off. Now this is Cal's team, as you say, and yet the same Oriole that I talked to about all the problems in the clubhouse and how the team has no fight also said the team has no leader.
Right.
We know who it should be, but it's not even close.
He's not that kind of personality. You see Sidney Ponson loosening up in the bullpen because Doug Johns has not pitched beyond 4 innings all year.
The 1-2 to Ripken. So now, I mean, like a Don Mattingly didn't do it verbally. He did it by example, and he was the leader of this team. How could Cal Ripken Jr. not be the leader of this team?
I think Donnie Ballgame played with a little more verve, you know, a little more fire. Cal is a laid-back guy. Kenny Singleton was talking about when they were teammates. Eddie Murray really was the fire behind the Orioles, and I think inspired Cal to do that. He is not. You're not going to change his personality, and he's not going to do that. He's not going to go around the clubhouse and get in guys' face. Usually every team has one or two players that will do that.
You either have it or you don't, I guess. And David Cone rebounds with a very strong inning. 1-2-3 with 2 strikeouts. Doug Johns is going to pitch into the 5th. We'll see. Kitty, Yankees baseball in the bottom of the 5th, brought to you in part by Hoover. Exactly. Nobody gets the dirt like Hoover. Nobody. Yankees down 4 here in the Bronx. A little breeze has kicked up, getting a little cooler, but it's been mostly warm, sticky, and a little rain earlier in the ball game, but no stoppage to the ball game itself. Derek Jeter came into this game about as hot as you can be. 7 for his last 13. Starts the game off with a single, and then could have easily had a double or a triple were it not for an outstanding catch by Jeffrey Hammonds. And it just so happens to be our Hoover pickup of the game. Jeter to the opposite field, and Hammonds just climbs the wall and rips it apart. Really something that he could hold on. Jeter skies another one. Boy, did he get wood on this one. Grady Anderson back to the wall, and he pulls it down on one knee. It was just a little too high. Well, you talk about a fly ball becoming a home run by the difference of 1/8 of an inch. This must have been a 32nd of an inch.
You see Derek shaking his head because he's got to supply all the power. Doug Johns is not a power pitcher, and you see Brady get back there, and this will tell you how the ball is hanging up a little bit because it actually came back in front of him. Track a little wet out there. Brady loses his footing.
Had a good sound to it. So off the 2 outfield catches, Jeter 1 for 3. O'Neill comes up swinging away. He's 1 for 2 with a single.
Doug Johns now his season high in innings pitched in the ball game. He had never gone beyond the 4th inning, and the only reason he's out there now is because with O'Neill and Martinez coming up, Ray Miller'd like to see him face the lefties. Sidney Ponson, the righty, has been throwing in the bullpen since last inning.
And this guy was pitching in Italy last year, facing those fearsome Italians.
Well, we mentioned at the top of the game, the Yankees have had some problems with Vaughn Eshelman and Rich Robertson, Jamie Moyer, who is a quality pitcher, but lefties that aren't necessarily hard throwers. Steve Wojciechowski used to be with Oakland.
The 0-2 to O'Neill. It's grabbed by Hoyles. Look at the Toyota box score. The Yankees got it going. Curtis, Brocious, Girardi, Knobloch, Jeter, O'Neill. The top of the order had it going in the 1st inning. The bottom of the order had something going in the 2nd inning, and all they got out of it was 1 run. O'Neill doesn't go near that one, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th.
If there's ever a game where it's a not in the box score plays, the little things in baseball that determine winning from losing. There's the big right-hander, Sidney Ponson from Aruba. It's the first half of this one. You know, the catch, a slide here, a slide there, could be an entirely different ballgame.
That's ball 3, 3-2.
And you can also tell from the weekend series where the umpiring crew was more of a strike calling crew. Every borderline pitch tonight has been a ball.
O'Neill goes for it up the middle past Robbie Alomar. A 3-2 pitch bopped into center field by O'Neill with 1 out. Johns now will face Bernie Williams.
Ray Miller going to allow him to pitch to Bernie Williams with a 4-round lead because Tino's on deck. And he wants Johns to face another left-hander.
Bernie steps in, hitting .310 with 3 home runs, one in David Wells' perfect game, and 19 RBIs. Bernie sends one pretty. No, not too deep at all. I think he cracked his bat on that one. The way it came off the bat, it looked like it could go far, but it came up well short.
You notice most of the fly balls are ones by Jeter, now by Bernie, out in front. See, Johns is not a hard thrower, and he's kind of destroying the Yankees' timing just enough to keep it in the ballpark. That one off the end of the bat.
Well, here's your matchup. Who do you think's going to win it? The New York Marriott Marquis. Look at David Cone and Doug Johns. Johns going 4 2/3, scattering 7 hits, but giving up only 1 earned run. David Cone's been touched for 5. The hitter's Tino Martinez with 1 on. You see that note today that David Wells set the Major League record, American League record when he finished the perfect game, because in his prior start he had retired the last 10. So 37 batters retired in a row by David Wells.
Steve Busby, the outstanding right-hander from Kansas City, had the record, and if he can retire 5 in a row in Boston on Saturday, I guess he'll pitch, he could pass Jim Barr, the ex-San Francisco Giant pitcher.
Scheduled to pitch Saturday at Fenway.
That'll be tough, retiring those first 5 Red Sox. That's
How about the first guy? The 2-0 to Martinez. Swings through it, 2-1. It is amazing what happens in this town when you do something big.
And that guy knows it. He has one of the all-time best winning percentages for a Yankee here at home, even though he's had a rough start tonight.
O'Neill back on the Doug Johns throw. I'm sure, Jim, that 5th run is the one that's really bugging David Cone now. You know, he looks at this team with who they're throwing out on the mound tonight. He thinks, you know, my lineup, they're going to come through. They're going to get runs. But every extra one you add on, it becomes, you know, obviously more difficult. Pops straight back. No play.
Yeah, the whole tone of this game was set in the first couple of innings. And Joe Torre knows that from as much as he's been around. You catch a club that is really down and you got a chance to stomp on them early and you let it get away, it never fails that they come back, especially with a guy, you know, you match up Johns against David Cone. Who are you going to take? Obviously David Cone.
The 2-2 pitch. Johns goes full to Tino Martinez. Tim Raines is on deck. He grounded out with the bases loaded to end the first inning. Big breaking ball, and Martinez fouls it off.
Right on it. And again, the depth of the Yankee bench come into play. Ray Miller's sitting there saying, should I bring in a fresh pitcher? If Tino Martinez gets on and he brings in a new one, Joe Torre can go to his bench and bring up Darryl Strawberry if he wants to go for one long ball to get back in the game. And he's got a bat in his hand.
The 3-2. Ground ball through the hole. Little 2-out magic for the Yankees possibly. Runners at the corners. And the hitter's going to be Tim Raines.
Remember, Al, last inning had talked about pitchers love first basemen that will go for the ball and not the bag. This is the exact opposite. O'Neill at first gets his jump. You see Palmeiro, he's not even going for the ball. He waits till it goes through and then goes to the bag. See, and there's a Gold Glover from last year. If he goes laterally to his right, he's got an excellent chance to catch that ball and get Tino Martinez at first base.
He never even took a step toward it.
Took immediately committed toward the bag, which...
Why would he have played it that way?
I think just instinct. I know I always made it a point to go to my first baseman, Don Mincher or Harmon Killebrew, and you see Palmeiro's reaction. I think as soon as he broke, he realized he should have gone for the ball. But I always like to go to a first baseman and say, hey, go for the ball. I'll be at the bag. You love to have him try to cut it off. And I think Ray Miller senses that Darryl Strawberry more apt to hit a long ball than Tim Raines, so he's going to go with Johns against Raines instead of bringing in Ponson to face possibly Strawberry.
Mike Flanagan has spoken to Doug Johns. And it's Raines up here and in another good run scoring position. That certainly got the fans back into the ball game. Raines is 0 for 2. Grounded out and struck out. The block by Hoyles.
Doug Johns in a position right now throwing 71 pitches as the young hard-throwing Ponson gets ready, where it's kind of throw and hope. He hasn't been this deep in a ball game, and he's just trying to throw a couple more of those change-ups up there and hope that he can get Raines out in front and maybe hit a pop-up.
Ground ball underneath Ripken. The play at second is capably handled by Bordick and Alomar. The Yankees strand 2, and it's a 5-1 Baltimore lead through 5. Yankees baseball will continue after these words from Bill Daughtry at the sports desk.
Going to the top of the 6th inning with the Orioles on top, 5-1. Fans catch all the action when the Boston Red Sox come to the stadium for 4 games on Thursday, May 28th and Friday, May 29th, both at 7:30. Then Saturday, May 30th at 1 o'clock, and Sunday, May 31st at 1:30. On Sunday the 31st, all fans will receive a Yankee cap, compliments of Dime Savings Bank. Tickets are available at the stadium through Ticketmaster, the Yankee Clubhouse stores, and on the web at www.yankees.com. B.J. Surhoff will lead it off. And the first pitch from David Cone is in the dirt. Surhoff has doubled and been walked intentionally. Kitty, you mentioned he's born in the Bronx, grew up in Rye, New York, graduated from Rye High School, then off to the University of North Carolina. Swing and a miss, 1-1, where he holds the all-time record for batting average over a career, .392, while playing college ball as a Tar Heel.
Played a lot of right field at University of North Carolina. Ouch, look out.
Tough souvenir for the fans on the right field line.
Speaking of fans, with the Orioles and the Yankees for the first time, the stands are filled in within the foul poles, but not as many as you would anticipate with a series of this magnitude. And 80 degrees.
Division rival.
Yep. Maybe they saw enough on Sunday. They got the Beanie Baby, but
fastball is a broken bat single into center field for Surhoff. And the Orioles have a leadoff man on here in the 6th inning. Surhoff with his second hit. And that'll bring up Chris Hoyles, the catcher. Sitting at an 0 for 2 night, has fly to left and struck out. The Yankees have actually out-hit the Orioles in this game, 8-7, but trail by 4. And we talked about it in between innings. The Yankees have squandered some chances.
Certainly have.
Hoyles lays down the bunt. It's going to roll foul.
And you'd say if that happened against Kansas City, you'd say no big deal. But here's a chance to really make a statement to the team that should be your toughest rival. And we mentioned the little things, Kenny. Jeffrey Hammonds makes a great catch, but not in the box score. Look at Knobloch's slide. See, if he slides over to that side of the bag, he's in there easy. And then Brocious, the same thing. All he has to do is slide out around here, and there's no way Hoyles can tag him. So usually as a base runner, you know, you look at the fielder. When you see him commit, you slide the opposite way.
One strike to count on Hoyles with Surhoff at first. And the count will go at 0-2 on the foul ball. Chris Hoyles, a veteran catcher, has been splitting time with Lenny Webster. Webster's been getting some more playing time, and Although Lenny's been bothered with a bad elbow. Throw to first. Surhoff is back. Orioles do not steal very often. They are a station-to-station team. Darren Holmes warming up in the Yankee pen. We saw it earlier this year when the Yankees were not hitting home runs. At least they were scoring runs. Ground ball to Brocious at third. Could be two. The Knobloch for one. On the first, there's a double play. 5-4-3 on the double play. So Knobloch, the middleman, as the Yankees now have 2 outs and nobody on.
Not what you anticipate from David Cone. He's usually a strikeout fly ball pitcher, but he got this to break down and in to Hoyles and hit it to the sure-handed Brocious. All he has to do is make an accurate throw to Knobloch, and they'll have Hoyles easily.
2 outs, and here's the 9th hitter, Mike Bordigan. The pitch goes all the way back to the screen. Ball 1.
That was David Cone's 100th pitch, and the Yankees monitor his total rather closely since all of the arm injuries. You would expect this might be his last inning.
Good breaking ball to the corner. Levels the count at a ball and a strike. I mentioned the Yankees early in the year when they weren't really hitting the home runs. They've come on a bit with the power lately, but they were stealing bases, getting runners in scoring position. Every time they got a hit, somebody would score. Another strike to Bordick. And that's one of the differences between the Orioles and the Yankees. More of a multifaceted offense for New York. Drop down, and a breaking ball is pulled foul.
I think there was a book out. It probably still comes out every year, the Total Baseball or something like that. That talks about hitters advancing base runners and pitchers allowing bases. That's, of all the numbers we have, that might be one of the more important ones. How many bases do you allow and how many base runners do you advance?
1 ball and 2 strikes. Splitter knocked down by Joe Girardi. That will level the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. I think one thing that's been off for David Cone tonight is command of his pitches. He has not been able to ride the fringes of the strike zone as he has been lately in his previous starts.
Wow.
Full count. Sidney Ponson warming up in the Orioles bullpen.
I think Cone and Girardi thought they had strike 3 there.
Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. But David Cone picks up his 3rd strikeout, and we played 6, make that 5.5 innings here at the stadium. As we head to the bottom of the 6th, the Orioles lead 5-1. New pitcher warming up for the Orioles as we go to the bottom of the 6th. And for you fight fans out there, on Saturday, June 6th, the heavyweight championship of the world returns to Madison Square Garden. The real deal, Evander Holyfield, is set to defend his heavyweight title against 6'7" giant Henry Akinwande. That's at the Mecca. Holyfield joins Ali, Frazier, Lewis, Dempsey, and Holmes as the only heavyweight champs to defend their title at the Garden. Tickets for the June 6th heavyweight championship of the world, that's Holyfield against Akinwande, are on sale now at the Garden box office and all Ticketmaster locations. D-Day at the Garden. Mel Stottlemyre and David Cone talking it over as David Cone ended the top half of the 6th inning.
Pretty dejected David Cone. I mean, I think it's kind of tough to pitch after a guy pitches a perfect game, and chances are Coney might have been trying a little too hard. You mentioned you did not have good command of the breaking ball. I don't know if Mel and David Cone are discussing right now his night's work or whether Mel's already told him that his night is over. With these days off, all the starters been getting an extra day of rest.
21-year-old Sidney Ponson from Aruba. And there's a curveball, and he starts out Chad Curtis and misses for ball 1.
And now in the dugout, I guess you say dial it up a notch, huh, boys? Because Doug John's throwing a lot of off-speed stuff, and this kid gets it up there pretty good. Just 21 years old.
There's a look at that high fastball, and good cut by Curtis, and fouls it back.
Now making the call to the bullpen.
Call strike to the corner, 1-2. Ponson, 6'1", listed at 220. Has had to battle weight problems from earlier in his minor league career. But as you can see, he has a pretty good arm. And nowadays, a good arm will get to the big leagues in a hurry. Curveball is swung on and missed, strike 3. So he strikes out the first man he faces.
One of the things the Orioles like about him, he was rated their #1 prospect last year. See, even though that curveball is up in the strike zone, it's got a pretty good break to it, is his aggressive nature. He'll throw a lot of strikes. He won't be nibbling on purpose. He'll run it right down there and make you hit it.
He's appearing in his 8th game as Brocious comes to the plate. 6 of them have been in relief. Fastball in the 90s, and he misses ball 1. Darren Holmes continues to warm up for the Yankees. He should be next out of the pen. David Cohn can only hope that his teammates come through as the ball is hit in the air to right center field by Brocious. Brady Anderson ranges back just in front of the warning track, and he makes the catch. 2 down.
Yankees are probably saying, we're playing this game in the wrong ballpark. If you're playing this game in Camden Yards, they got about 3 or 4 home runs by now, but they're hitting it to the deepest parts of Yankee Stadium. There you see the golden bat, making it appear that the ball might be carrying out, but it is not. The wind is holding it in just enough.
Ball 1 to Girardi. It was grounded out to drive in a run and also had a base hit. Drove in the lone Yankee run in the 2nd inning. Broken back grounder right back to the mound. It's going to be an easy 1-2-3 inning for Sidney Ponson as he retires the Yankees in order here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Darren Holmes getting ready to come in out of the bullpen. The Yankees trail by 4. Warm night here in the Bronx. The Baltimore Orioles leading 5-1, and it's time for our half-black trivia quiz. Who is the only man to both pitch and catch in the same game 2 times?
Wow.
Pitch and catch in the same game.
Now, guys like Bert Campaneris and my ex-teammate, the late Cesar Tovar, were those types of players that played every position during a ball game.
Darren Holmes is warming up.
As far as I know, they only did it once.
That's one of those situations where a club is out of it, not playing well. They need a draw, so they decide to let a player like Cesar Tovar or Bert Campaneris play every position during the course of a game.
A little novelty. And we understand it was a former Yankee. Let's see, a couple of years ago, I remember they brought Mike Aldretti in to pitch a couple of innings, but as far as I know, he only did it once.
And he certainly didn't catch. David Cohn's night is done. 6 innings, 5 runs, 7 hits, 4 strikeouts, and 3 walks.
Disappointing because Yankee fans, when David Cohn pitches at the stadium, don't often see a performance like that. He's got one of the best records at the stadium of any Yankee pitcher.
Brady Anderson's going to lead it off against Darren Holmes. Holmes is making his 13th appearance of the year. Looked like a cutter, and it's low and inside for a ball. Anderson walked, stole the base, scored a run. That was in the 3rd inning. And he's grounded out and flied out. Looked like another cutter. That missed for ball 2. 2-0. See, just underneath the neck area, that's where Anderson had that injury as he grounds a ball foul. Almost right in here where the collarbone attaches right underneath your neck there. He kind of had a sprain, and he did it on a swing, and that bothered him for quite a while. He broke a finger in spring training when stealing a bag. He was hit by the throw. Last year he played with a cracked rib, and he was hit by the pitch. So Brady Anderson heads down to first as Holmes nicks him with a fastball in the inner half.
Not much going right for the Yankees tonight. They've had a lot of base runners, haven't been able to get the ball in the strike zone, and Anderson sells that call to Drew Coble. Said it just caught him in the uniform shirt. You could see it deflected, just nicked him down around that belt area. So for a change, the Orioles are getting those leadoff man and number 2 man on base. They haven't been doing that all year.
Anderson was hit 19 times last year to lead the league. See how close he stands to the plate. Here's Jeffrey Hammonds. Ball 1. Hammonds, like Anderson, walked in the 3rd inning and scored. You got to be leery of Anderson over at first, and he does have a good lead. Not going. Pitch is grounded to short for Jeter. Could be 2. To Knobloch for 1 on the first. Scooped out by Tino Martinez. Double play. They had to hurry because Baltimore had some speedy runners on base, but they got the job done.
Hit sharply enough, and Jeter with a quick release gives Knobloch plenty of time, but as you mentioned, Brady Anderson bearing down on him, and it takes a nice scoop on the other end by Tino Martinez to complete the play. I think Knobloch influenced a little bit by Anderson bearing down on him, and he got rid of that in a hurry.
Did Chuck really vacate the premises, or what? Did he get out of there? Here's Roberto Alomar, and he takes a call strike.
Second basemen have a little list. I don't know if they keep it in their pocket, but I know, like Frank Robinson, who was here the other night, Don Baylor, both former Orioles, you knew if they were on first base and you were a second baseman, get out of Dodge in a hurry.
They'd make the second baseman cheat a little bit more towards the bag. Get a little closer to second and open up that right side a little more. A ball and a strike on Alomar. You can see the score, 5-1. Baltimore leads here in the 7th inning. Yes, he did. He went around too far. A ball and 2 strikes. Our Toyota Orioles box score. Alomar with the 1 for 3. Harold Baines driven in 3 runs tonight, 2 for 3. B.J. Surhoff with a couple of hits. Well, they tried it again. Why not? He wouldn't chase this one. The count goes to 2-2.
56-footer. Orioles haven't seen Holmes since he was with Milwaukee. He's been in the National League, but they remember that's what Darren was known for, is that good overhand curveball. And as deep as the starters have been going into the games lately, Joe Torre checking some of the stats, Holmes hasn't been able to get a lot of work.
Just underneath the chin, and the count goes full at 3-2. Alomar with the hit tonight in 1 for 3 has seen his average get up to 290. Pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Aaron Holmes strikes out Alomar to end the top of the 7th. We're headed for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. The Yankees need some runs. They're down by 4. Fans, New York Yankee baseball is brought to you in part by your Tri-State Ford dealers. That's why you drive a Ford. Well, the Yankees half of the 7th inning against young 21-year-old Sidney Ponson. And the first pitch to Chuck Knobloch is in for a strike. Knobloch is 1 for 2 with a walk.
I'm sure, Kenny, right now that Ray Miller is kind of holding his breath saying these are the innings that this team has let games get away. They have not been able to hold a lot of leads after the 7th.
A ball and a strike to Knobloch. Fans getting into it. There's a pitch inside, 2-1 to Knobloch. And the Orioles have already lost 3 games this season, which they led at the end of the 7th inning after losing only 4 of those all of last season. And can you say Randy Myers? Pitch is hit hard and deep to left field. Surhoff going back to the wall, and it's over his head. Knobloch is to second and will hold up with a 2-base hit. Just missing a home run. Good try by the Yankee left fielder.
Hit well by Knobloch, but as you see Surhoff take a quick glance, and then it got over his left shoulder. It's one of those could have, not should have. It could have been caught. Hit far enough where if you're B.J. Surhoff, you say, hey, the ball's hit 400 feet, but you see he never got on the right side of the ball.
The Oriole left field.
Yeah.
You know, there's another case in point. You mentioned Camden Yards and Yankee Stadium. That is well back in the seats at Camden Yards. Well, Derek Jeter 1 for 3, had that base hit, extended his hitting streak to 14. But he's hit 2 solid shots that have been caught deep in the outfield. One to right and one to center. Yankee fans want some action here in the 7th inning. Knobloch's at second with nobody out. Breaking ball. Styled by Cal Ripken at third from his knees. Throws Jeter out. Well, now we're going to an update, and at Sports Desk, going to join Bill Daughtry.
Thanks, Kenny. Down in Philadelphia, Mark McGwire is your new National League and Major League home run leader. This is the 3rd of 3 on the night, no doubt about it. His 3rd home run of the game off Wayne Gomes gives St. Louis the 10-8 lead.
Thank you very much, Bill.
Babe Ruth of the 90s.
Wow. 20 home runs for Mark McGwire. We're going to look at this stab by Cal Ripken.
Yeah, this is great anticipation because Ripken doesn't have the speed anymore, but no doubt he's on the balls of his feet, ready to move either way, and takes a double away from Jeter.
Excellent play by the Baltimore third baseman. Robbed Jeter of at least a 2-base hit. O'Neill takes a call strike.
Another difference, Kenny, between the Orioles and the Yankees. The Orioles sell out every night, but their fans at this stage of the game don't get into the game like Yankee fans do. I don't know what the crowd is here tonight, 20,000 plus, but at this stage of the game, they sense that their ball club can come back.
Yeah, the Orioles yesterday on their last game of the homestand went over the 1 million mark in attendance. Pitch is hit hard to right field. It's going to be a base hit. In fact, it's getting all the way to the wall. O'Neill is going to hit for second. The throw is not in time. He's in with a double. Knobloch scores, and it's 5-2. Chuck Knobloch getting congratulations from his teammate.
Just a handful of plays tonight. The Hammonds catch, the Ripken pick on Jeter. Big play in this inning. O'Neill goes down and gets a breaking ball. He doesn't run fast, but he runs hard from step one, and Hammonds plays it as well as you can, and O'Neill's able to slide in just ahead of that tag.
There he is, barely in there, but in with a 2-base hit. So O'Neill's 3rd hit of the game, and it brings Ray Miller out to talk to young Sidney Ponson. There's nobody warming up at this point in the Orioles bullpen.
And if you're an Oriole right now and you see arms folded, almost with that look of, hey, this has been happening all year. Even though they're up 5-2, they give you the feeling that they're behind.
And they sense that this has happened before. So Ray Miller departs, and Bernie Williams comes to the plate. O'Neill's at second with 1 out. His 12th double of the year. You can hear the crowd in the background. Ball 1. You know, yesterday the Yankee fans wanted to see David Wells, and the way he was pitching, we see Bernie fans in the upper deck. They were cheering the defense, and tonight they want the offense. Swung on, hot smash to second, handled by Alomar as he throws out Bernie Williams. O'Neill moves to third. So 2 outs now for Tino Martinez.
You mentioned nobody warming up in the Baltimore bullpen. I think Ray Miller has seen so many failed saves late in the game that he's saying, here's a young kid with a good live arm, and I'm going to give him a chance to move into a role and see if he can shut this ball club down. A lot of pressure on a 21-year-old coming in to pitch in Yankee Stadium.
The Orioles have made the second most pitching changes in the league, trailing only Cleveland. They got a high phone bill for the bullpen. Blocked by Hoyles.
Now, Paul O'Neill is not a speedster. Willie Randolph just walked over to him and said, hey, be alive now. This guy's throwing his curveball in the dirt. You have to be ready to score on a short pass ball or a wild pitch.
With Ripken well off the third, you can get a pretty good lead. Swung on and missed. The ball and a strike on Tino Martinez. Tino with 37 runs batted in on the year. And one more just 90 feet away. Two balls, one strike. Here's our Yankees Toyota box score. Knobloch with a couple of hits, 2 doubles. O'Neill with 3. Locious with a couple. In the dirt again, a good stop by Chris Hoyles.
Look at that box score. Jeter probably feeling like he's had 3. I mean, he's been robbed twice. Once by Hammonds and once by Ripken.
And he hit a fairly deep fly ball to Anderson in center.
Now they're saying I ought to be 4 for 4.
Ball 4. It'll bring the tying run to the plate in the person of Tim Raines. Raines had opportunities in the first, again in the 5th, and couldn't get anybody home. Mike Flanagan on the phone. And now we're going to get some action in the Baltimore bullpen.
That tells you how Ray Miller is committed to going with Ponson, because if he was concerned about this inning, he'd have had someone up throwing long ago.
First and third, 2 outs. Raines jumps over to the other side of the plate. Switch hitter now batting left-handed. Swings line drive into left center field. It's a base hit. O'Neill will score the Yankees' 3rd run of the ball game as Raines comes through with a base hit. It is now 5-3 Baltimore. And Tim Raines picks up his 12th run batted in of the year.
Gets over on his best side of the plate, and he's a low ball hitter from the left side, and that's where this pitch is. Yankee hitters now don't have to worry about Ponson tricking them like Johns did. They're getting a lot of fastballs.
Raines down at first. And Martinez at second with Chad Curtis at the plate. Fouled at the plate off of that shin guard, and it's strike 1.
Left-hander veteran Norm Charlton has just been joined by ex-Yankee Alan Mills. And in case the Yankees score another one, Mel Stottlemyre going to get somebody up in the Yankee bullpen.
Curtis's base hit led off the 4th inning. He's up here in an RBI situation in the 7th. Third ball in the dirt. Ball and a strike. Martinez at second, Raines at first. Yankees have cut into that 4-run lead and are now down by 2. 2 balls in his strike.
And guess what Chad Curtis is locked in on right now? I mean, he has seen Ponson face a number of hitters, and he has not gotten his curveball. He struck Chad out on a bad curveball the first time. And he's probably as good a fastball hitter as the Yankees have in the lineup, and he's going to lock in on one right here.
And if it's anywhere around belt high, you're going to see probably one of the best swings of a high fastball in the league. Hoyles looking for help. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. Timeout. And this may be to give the bullpen a little more time to get going.
Ray Miller, being an ex-pitching coach, may have felt that a little trip to the mound would have given Ponson a bit of a breather.
And also maybe giving Curtis a little bit more time to think about it.
Just disrupt the flow.
It's like when you call timeout on a free throw shooter or you try to freeze a field goal kicker. 2 balls and a strike. Looked like a changeup off the end of the bat. Ponson off the mound has it, throws to first. Curtis is out. Well, the Yankees come up with a couple against the 21-year-old right-handed. Knobloch scored to make it 5-2. And O'Neill scored to make it 5-3. We're headed to the 8th. Yankees trail by 2.
Decent crowd on hand, but as you can see, many of them left as soon as the last out made in the 7th. 31,000 plus. The Orioles lead at 5-3. We head to the top of the 8th. Let's look at our Aflac trivia quiz. Who is the only man to both pitch and catch in the same game 2 times? He is an ex-Yankee. And we could almost reach out and touch him. Back in 1987, Rick Cerrone celebrating his 54th, maybe not quite that many, birthday tonight in the booth next to us. Did it back in 1987. In one of those emergency situations.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And everybody wishing him up in the upper left-hand corner. He wishes it was his 28th birthday.
He'd still be playing.
Yeah. Legitimately, he's 44 today. Always good to see Rick Cerrone in the ballpark. And Mike Stanton, now that the Yankees are within a pair, Joe Torre will go to his bullpen and match up against some of these left-hand Baltimore hitters. Stanton will face Rafael Palmeiro. Pulled toward Chuck Knobloch, first pitch swinging. Well, I'll tell you, Palmeiro, he's a Bible hitter. Thou shalt not pass. He's swinging at anything close. And to counteract the left-hand pitching Mike Stanton, as you see, is almost a strikeout an inning. As we'll get a look at Eric Davis. After Harold Baines as the DH knocked in 3 runs. Boy, both these teams can go to some veteran players on the bench. 8 home runs.
Number 24, Eric
Baines' night is over.
Harold Baines from a small town on the eastern shore of Maryland, St. Michael's. And he runs a golf tournament. You'll appreciate this kid. He runs a golf tournament in the offseason. It raises a lot of money for charities out there on the eastern shore of Maryland.
Happy to be playing back at home. Eric Davis, with that big hitch in his swing, can hit a low fastball about as far as anyone. Look at that bat position. He's one of those low and slow or high and hard. I saw him hit one of his first home runs as a kid in Cincinnati off Greg Minton. Real sinker ball right-hander. Great talent, helping Cincinnati win the World Series in 1990. On that one, but fouled straight back, and it's 1-2 to Davis.
Yeah, when he holds the bat as low as he does around belt high, supposedly just above the hands, you can get by him with a good hard fastball. But you better have something on it. And that's been supposedly the book on Eric Davis for years.
Got him.
And that's the area right there.
Big strikeout for Stanton. 2 down in the Oriole 8th.
Right around in this area, right in here on the inner half. You can get the ball right there, you can get him out.
Cal Ripken is hitless in 3 tries, but did he make a play on Jeter that has helped keep the Orioles in the lead? The Yankees have had 2 chances tonight, the first inning and then the bottom of the 7th, as Ripken takes high for a ball where they could have really put a big crooked number on the board. Knobloch thrown out stealing in the first. Yankees left them loaded, and then Ripken's play on Jeter kept them from having a bigger inning in the 7th. Fouled out of play.
Did you check the press guide today on Cal Ripken?
It'd take you about a half hour to read it.
18 pages on Cal Ripken and the Orioles press guide.
That's a novel.
Yeah, that's like War and Peace.
In fact, one of the categories is ejections, and the man behind the plate, Drew Coble. 3 times Cal Ripken has been ejected, all on arguing balls and strikes, and Coble got him 1 of the 3 times.
Ripken with 373 home runs, 1 fewer than Rocky Colavito.
Here's the play we're talking about. This is headed down in the corner, but you see Ripken smother it from his knees. Off balance throw, but right on target. That took a double away from Jeter. Big play in the 7th inning.
How do you practice that? Did you just stand over there and just take a bucket of balls from your knees and throw to first?
Outside. Well, you know from playing with him how he prepares and how every pitch he anticipates the ball is going to be hit to him.
It's amazing. His career started out at third. Earl Weaver moved him to shortstop, and then he's back to third base where he started.
I think the Yankee pitchers have seen tonight he has not been out in front of a fastball yet. If you throw him a breaking ball on the inner half, you're doing him a big favor, because every foul ball has been over that first base side or back. Surhoff's had a good night. He waits on deck. Get on the handle right toward Jeter. Throw across the diamond, and Mike Stanton has a 1-2-3 inning. Yankees coming to bat in the bottom of the 8th. They have climbed within 2 of the Orioles. Back on MSG after this. (5-3) Baltimore. We head to the bottom of the 8th, and young Sidney Ponson is still doing the pitching. He'll face Scott Brocious. High ball 1. What a pitch he made on Chad Curtis in a fastball situation. Looked like he threw him a changeup.
It looked like he had him out in front, and Chris Hoyles went out there and verbally gave him the sign, because maybe he didn't believe it when he put the fingers down.
Off-speed pitch high, 2-0. Jorge Posada, with the Yankees down a pair, has moved on deck to hit for Joe Girardi. That's in for a strike, 2-1. Right field, playable. Hammonds is there. 1 away in the Yankee 8th. Well, more Yankee baseball is coming up tomorrow. You can catch these red-hot Bombers as they continue their battle against Cal Ripken and the Orioles at 7:30 on MSG. And then on Sunday, Tino Martinez and the Yankees will head to Boston for a matchup with those high-powered Red Sox. First pitch set for 1 o'clock. Great Yankees coverage this week on MSG. Be sure to check your local listings.
Well, Kenny, a nice hand for Jorge Posada as he steps in.
Yeah, that's nice because it shows you that the Yankee fans pay attention. They realize how important a part he played in David Wells' perfect game. Plus, they know what a good job he's doing with the bat, improving every game. That pitch high for a ball. Outside, 2-0. Yankees have 11 hits. They have stranded 10. Charlton and Mills continue to throw. Low. 3-0.
You get to later innings and you're down by a run or two, you got to give yourself a chance. You got to get that one man on, give yourself a chance to tie the game.
And Chuck Knobloch has had some good at-bats tonight. 4-pitch walk, and this has been one of the many downfalls of the Orioles this year. Their bullpen ERA is twice as high. They just have not thrown the ball in the strike zone late in the ball game.
All of the roles changed in the Orioles bullpen when Randy Myers decided to move on and sign with the Toronto Blue Jays. Everybody moved back a step towards the end of the game, and sometimes it takes a while to adjust to getting those last 3 outs, which are sometimes the toughest to get in a game.
That phone call is probably, if the Yankees tie it up or score a couple, get Mariano up, maybe Nelson along with him. If the Yankees take the lead, obviously, it would be Mariano Rivera. High. Good situation. Knobloch, very patient hitter, and though his average isn't up that high, you see Rivera and Nelson moving around in the Yankee bullpen. But Knobloch's strike zone presents a tough target for a 21-year-old inexperienced pitcher like Ponson. There's that border. There's the difference between the weekend games and tonight. There again is that borderline pitch that Saturday and Sunday was a strike, but Drew Coble is more of a hitter's umpire.
Supposed to be the lower part of the knees?
Yeah, and it's where it goes across the plate. Now where Hoyles caught it, you'd say it definitely was low. And again, it's not a pitch that should have been called a strike, but it could have been called a strike.
You see, and you got a 21-year-old pitcher who hasn't been in the league much, and you got Chuck Knobloch at the plate, who's a veteran, whose job is to draw walks and get on.
Right.
And you got a closer heating up just in case.
Just in case the Yankees put a 3-spot on the board here in the 8th. I think Joe would even bring him in a tie game. Since you're at home, managers would do that. Oh, wow, uncharacteristic of Knobloch. 2-0 count, and he chased a breaking ball. Looked like a breaking ball.
It looked like it. Watch it target, and it's going to break almost down in the dirt. He was completely fooled.
That's a pitch Chuck would like to have back. Boy, they're giving you a 3-ball count with Jeter on deck. It's the young Ponson taking advantage of some of the veteran Yankee hitters, throwing off-speed pitches behind in the count. Posada's not going anywhere.
You know, any way this turns out, it's certainly got to be somewhat of a boost to the confidence of Ponson, his manager having him in this situation. I mean, nobody else has been doing the job, and Ray Miller says, well, let me give this youngster a chance, like you mentioned.
Well, without, as you referred to earlier, without Randy Myers down there, the Orioles are searching for someone who can do what Stanton and Nelson do for the Yankees in those late innings and setting up Rivera. Shows bunt, fouls it off, 2-2. Not a quality at bat so far by Knobloch after having Ponson in a 2-0 hole.
Let's see where this pitch is. He tries to lay it down for a bunt, and it looks like another one that was breaking out of the zone for a ball.
And you could see the disgust on Joe Torre's face. Puzzled, maybe more of a puzzled look.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Knobloch. Another breaking ball. This one didn't have the break on it. The count has run full at 3-2.
And you can see him fidget a little on that Oriole bench. They've been through it before. Jeter has hit the ball hard enough to have 4 hits tonight. He waits on deck. Just 1 for 4. High for a ball, and Knobloch has drawn a walk, a 3-2 breaking ball. And here comes Ray Miller. The Yankees have the tying runs at second and first. And their hottest hitter stepping in the batter's box. Ponson will leave with 1 out in the 8th inning. And ex-Yankee Alan Mills will take over. 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. Yankees threatening to tie it. Back on MSG after this. A reminder, this copyrighted telecast authorized under rights granted by the New York Yankees solely for the private non-commercial use of our audience. Any publications, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the New York Yankees in Madison Square Garden is prohibited. Alan Mills.
He came in yesterday's ball game down at Camden Yards, walked the only 2 people he faced, and they eventually came along to score. And Alan Mills took the loss. He started out great this year, but has really struggled lately with the control. 14 walks in 16 and 2/3 innings, and has allowed 10 earned runs over his last 8 outings.
Seems to be the story of the Baltimore bullpen. Jose Cardinal giving Knobloch some instructions now. He's the tying run with 1 out, and Derek Jeter has had a tough night. He has hit the ball extremely hard, and Lifetime matches up pretty well against Alan Mills. Fans that have stayed are into it. Breaking ball, popped up, right side. Hammond's in and makes the grab. I have a feeling, Kenny, that Deacon Jones, who has followed this Yankee club around, has said these guys will hit first pitch fastballs. They've seen a lot of breaking balls tonight.
Well, Jeter's gotten that fastball in, and sometimes, that slider looks like that heat, and you go for it, and it's off the end of the bat. So Mills makes 1 pitch, and it looks like that's going to be it.
Looking for that first pitch fastball. Derek, who had been a 400 hitter against Mills, so he does his job with 1 pitch. 2 down now in the Yankee 8th. They trail by a pair. Back on MSG after this. 5-3. Baltimore Yankees still have the tying runs on base, and they'll get a look at veteran Norm Charlton. Will match up against his former teammate Paul O'Neill. You catch all the action. The Orioles continue this series tomorrow night, the 20th, and then on Thursday, May 21st. Both those games at 7:30. From now until May 31st, you can vote for the Decade of the 60s stamp, highlighted by Roger Maris, 61 homers in 1961. We vote at the stadium, around the web, www.yankees.com. Tickets for the upcoming games available at the stadium through Ticketmaster at the Yankee Clubhouse stores. Unveiling of the Babe Ruth stamp, the Decade of the 20s, prior to tonight's ball game. His 16th appearance, a high earned run average, and as you see the rest of his pitching line, a lot of strikeouts and also a high number of walks. So here's a couple of guys that helped lead Cincinnati to the world title in 1990. Charlton and O'Neill will face off here at the stadium. Not sure of the sign. O'Neill is 1 for 10, and Kenny, if you're a base runner right now, you have to know about Charlton's split finger. He throws a lot of them in the dirt. You got an excellent opportunity to move up to have both runs in scoring. I think that might be what Cardinal's telling Knobloch right now.
He will bounce. Charlton had been struggling somewhat earlier in the year, and Ray Miller told him that he doesn't throw as hard as he used to. He has to get the ball down more. Been throwing too many high fastballs.
Low ball 1. One of those famed nasty boys back in the 90s with Randy Myers and Rob Dibble. They could all get it up there about 95 plus.
Dibble, year in and year out, led baseball strikeouts per 9 innings.
Jam shot's going to be in for a base hit. Posada will score. Knobloch thought about going to third and holds his ground, and the Yankees are within 1.
Now, from the standpoint of Norm Charlton, you got to think, well, I did my job. I made a pretty good pitch. O'Neill, look at him fight that thing off. Just loop it into left field for the base hit. It's not sometimes how well they are hit, it's how well they are placed. And this one is placed just over third and into left field. Look at him bring the arms in so he can try and get the barrel of the bat on the ball. Didn't get much of it, but just enough to get it to the outfield.
And now, because this has happened so quick, Ray Miller has not been able to get his pitchers up quickly enough. I think he'd like to make a move and put Bernie Williams over on the left side of the plate. Hoyle's going out to buy a little time. Bernie looking for his first hit tonight. And he obviously got the call from the bullpen. So Mills, a one-hitter appearance, gets Jeter out. Charlton saw his former teammate bloop a single to left, and it'll come down to hard-throwing Armando Benitez against Bernie Williams. A typical Yankee-Oriole game. Long, dragged, a lot of pitchers, a lot of action. 19 hits, and it's not over yet. Back on MSG, the lead is down to 1 after this. 5-4 Baltimore. You're looking at hard thrower Armando Benitez. 21 games. He is now the Orioles closer since the departure of Randy Myers. Look at those numbers. I mean, 31 strikeouts, but 17 walks. You don't hit the ball very often against him.
Yeah, but the fact that he still puts men on base with the base on balls, and any time that you have men on as a closer and somebody gets a hit, it can be devastating because somebody's going to score after all the base on balls. So Norm Charlton faces one man, gives up the base hit to Paul O'Neill. He departs. And now Benitez, who didn't have much time to warm up down the bullpen. He's in there. And sometimes, as you saw, his control can be suspect.
Knobloch's at second. O'Neill's at first. O'Neill would represent the lead run. And if you like numbers, Bernie Williams' lifetime is 3 for 4 against Benitez. There is the three relievers, Mills, Ponson, and Charlton, consoling one another. I mean, they're in the lead, and you wouldn't know it by that look. Inside, ball 1.
They mentioned the fact that Benitez throws hard. At Camden Yards, they have a readout on the scoreboard of how hard the pitch has been thrown. And last year, he hit 100 a couple of times. And Ray Miller, who was a pitching coach last year, does not like that readout. And I think if you talk to Joe Torre, he wouldn't like it either. Because when they get around 99, they try and throw a little bit harder.
And sometimes Benitez, the harder he throws it, the farther it goes, and he has a little trouble finding the strike zone. Swung on and missed. Big swing by Bernie. Almost an overswing. It looked like.
Looks like he saw this one real well. It was a cutter or a slider on the inner half. You know, there are pitchers, you mentioned he's 3 for 4, that no matter how hard they throw, you still see the ball well. You pick it up.
Corkscrewed himself into the ground there. Boy, these Yankee Stadium fans love the Oriole Yankee matchups. Always seems to go down to that last out, that last inning. Outside, 2-1. Knobloch at second. He drew a walk. O'Neill's bloop single plated the 4th run. He's at first. And still sitting very relaxed on the Yankee bench, but a little different story over there. They have gone through some tough times, just being swept at home by the Devil Rays.
3 games under 500 for the first time in a few years in Baltimore.
Bernie will play. You could almost predict that. He will play his waiting game. See, He now is going to get a foothold and get ready before Benitez comes set. Long drive to right field, and the Yankees have taken the lead. Going to call. Yeah, he's gone. Benches are going to empty. That was a frustration pitch on Benitez's point. No need for it.
Darryl Strawberry's after the man.
That was a real cheap shot. Umpires trying to restore a little order. I thought Tino might step out because the crowd wanted a curtain call from Bernie. And Benitez, because of all the frustration.
Great Lord. They're after him. This is getting ugly now.
Yeah, you got to break it up. Somebody's going to get hurt.
Man, you don't throw at Tino Martinez. The Yankees have shown that before.
Ellie Hendricks trying to calm Joe Girardi down.
It was Graham Lloyd who broke through the pack. It's warming up again, folks. That's Tino.
You can see the wiser heads ripped in trying to calm things down, but Tino irate, and I don't blame him.
Me neither.
I mean, there's one thing about making a hitter move his feet, but when you just blatantly bury one in his back after the guy before you hit a home run, that's a real cheap shot.
I mean, Bernie just went around the bases, didn't show anybody up, and the guy, to me, when a pitcher does that, it's showing that he has no confidence he can get people out. I know he's frustrated. He gave up the home run. But this is just going to lead to something else in this series, and maybe right now. Somebody's going to get it for the Orioles probably tomorrow.
Now all of the umpires, as this spills into the dugout, this is horrible. The umpires now are standing out by the foul line because they can't do anything about it. They're just...
In the dugout, that's where the action is right now.
Well, they've got to get some of the veterans in there and break this up.
Like Eddie Murray's trying to break things up on this side, but right here, right there, and they're holding Tino back. He wants in the pot. Right down there.
I think Tino is signaling that might not have been the first time Benitez has done that.
Murray and Strawberry right there.
Charlton in the middle of it. That's an ugly scene. And the umpires, did what they could to try to prevent it. And they don't want to get in the middle of it and get hammered by an uppercut, so they're just idly standing near the foul line. Joe Torre right now trying to keep Darryl Strawberry calm.
When a pitcher hits somebody after Tino didn't throw that pitch that was hit for the home run. If it's Benitez's fault. It's the fourth home run he's given up in under 18 innings.
Ted Hendrick.
Benitez is gone. He's chasing somebody.
You see Drew Coble, let's get out on the field and play ball. He immediately ejected Benitez.
You know, the Orioles had a brawl a few years ago with the Seattle Mariners, and Ripken twisted a knee so badly he almost had to come out of the lineup. And the Orioles had an off day the next day, and he sat out and then came back and played and kept the streak going. It almost ended the streak in a brawl a lot like this one.
I'm trying to think of who was serious. Was it Dan Wilson or somebody in that game was seriously injured and their season was lost? Brady Anderson trying to restore. Let's check the pitch.
I mean, it's right there. There's no doubt what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you hit him low, he can understand. Benitez thrown out by home plate umpire, and now Benitez drops the glove. Strawberry is coming in this direction. There's no reason for it.
The Oriole players have to be embarrassed by what Benitez did.
You know,
totally classless.
What's going to happen is he's going to get one of his own guys hurt.
Exactly.
And this is where things start. You see Graham
Lloyd. He's
and
coming
Jeff
after
Nelson.
Benitez. Nelson right behind him, and this is where it began to get ugly. This is where the umpires lost control.
Strawberry jumps him.
And for the most part here, a lot of the players are looking around trying to restore law and order, but still a couple Yankees trying to get at Benitez. Jimmy Key and David Wells.
You know what, David Wells, yeah. You know, one thing, at the beginning of the year, you usually have a plan, and you can see that Graham Lloyd and Jeff Nelson had a plan. They came around the pack out of the bullpen. Yeah, Tino's being held off by quite a few people. He had no chance of getting back into it.
I think Tino's, if he can read his lips from time to time, Arthur Rhodes trying to hold him off, is saying this isn't the second time this has happened.
Whoa!
Darryl Strawberry into the. I think the Yankees have seen this before from Benitez, and that's why this thing got a little uglier than usual.
Benitez again, Graham Lloyd trying to get in some shots, and here comes Nelson. I mean, if you're going to be willing to hit people, you're going to have to be willing to stand up for yourself. Grosh's trying to get in. Oh, there's a shot by Darryl. Just missed.
Yeah, it's an ugly scene. You'd like to be able to just white it out of a baseball game, and all caused by a senseless pitch by Armando Benitez. There's a time to make a hitter move his feet and knock him down, but that right there is totally uncalled for after Bertie Williams hit the home run.
You know, certain guys gain a reputation for throwing at people, and even their own teammates don't like to have them on the team, because what happens is when you come up to hit, you're the one who's going to have to face the music. Another thing is, in this league, pitchers do not hit.
Yeah.
And if you're a pitcher in this league and you have a reputation for throwing at people, eventually you're going to have to come to the plate.
Yeah, let's do away with the DH.
Well, that's another reason why you shouldn't have it. Because Benitez is not going to have to face something around his chin.
Eddie Murray, I don't think fighting with Darryl. He's trying to calm him down.
Yeah. Ripken too.
Joe Torre. Like David Wells said after his perfect game, Darryl Strawberry carried the whole team off, so they definitely want to harness his emotions there in the dugout.
This is like one of those hockey brawls where the umpires have to figure out who stays and who goes.
It's awful. And it's taken away so much of what Bernie Williams did to electrify this crowd. The Yankee owner looking on. Bobby Munoz, an ex-Yankee, will now come on to take over the pitching. And the key, Kenny, now, and we've all been involved in some things like this, as ugly as they are. You've got to get your emotions in check and get back to the business of playing within yourself and trying to win a ball game.
You know, winning this game, and I think if there's any retribution for the Yankees to an Oriole hitter, it's going to come later on in this series. Shouldn't happen tonight because it'd be much too blatant.
This is what started it.
Well, here's the home run. He threw him several cutters or sliders on the inner half. Remember the pitch Bernie had a good swing on it, fouled it off. He said he jumped out of his skin to hit it. Well, he threw him another one. Sometimes you don't get that second pitch in that at bat, and you can see Benitez upset for just giving up the big home run. And the Yankees have scored 4 times here in the 8th inning. And here's the very next hitter, very next pitch, right between the 2 and the 4. And you know what? This guy's control is suspect. If it was a little higher, he would have hit him in the head. And to me,
to Tino's credit, he didn't run right out to the mound.
No.
He knew immediately what the purpose of it was.
Yeah, I've been thrown at it, and it's no fun.
No. There's a brushback pitch that has a place in the game.
He had nowhere to go. He had nowhere to go except take that pitch.
That kind of sums up, we mentioned a couple of innings ago how the Orioles have let a lot of these games get away. And that just was the culmination of a lot of frustration for Armando Benitez. Certainly doesn't excuse him for doing it.
Well, this is the 5th pitcher they're going to use this inning.
Bobby Munoz just called up from their minor league system, the ex-Yankee.
Had been with the Phillies for a while. Had some surgery. Really slowed down his progress. You know, one thing these things do. Now, the Yankees don't need to be united anymore as a club. They're playing great baseball. The Orioles standpoint, frustration builds. Sometimes something like this can spark a team. But you hopefully nobody was injured in this whole thing.
And Ray Miller knows instead of sparking his team, that act embarrassed his team. And I'll guarantee you most of the veterans on there feel the same way.
He's going to have a talk with not Tino, but Ray Miller. Talk with Benitez. Years ago with Baltimore, a pitcher joined our team, Paul Hartzell, had a reputation for throwing at people, and he gave up a homer to Gorman Thomas. And he came in the dugout. He says, "I'm going to hit him the next time up." And Earl Weaver told Ray Miller, "I don't want any of that stuff here, because what happens is if somebody hits Eddie Murray and he gets hurt, then the whole team is screwed up." Right. So that's why you don't throw at people, because there's retribution involved. Of course, the pitcher Hartzell didn't have to hit, but Ray Miller explained to Hartzell, "We don't throw at that many people. We don't throw at people here unless we're trying to. It's in retribution, because we don't want to get anybody throwing at Eddie Murray."
And I'm sure that's the same way Ray Miller feels right now if you're Cal Ripken or Rafael Palmeiro.
And that's why you don't throw at Tino Martinez.
Ray Miller trying to keep his team off the field until the last possible moment, because it has excited this crowd. What's lost in all of this, unfortunately, is the dramatic 3-run homer by Bernie Williams, which puts the Yankees on top 7-5. They threatened all night, left 10 men on base, and finally in the 8th inning, Bernie's 4th home run of the year gives them the lead. After going a long time without a home run, he now has 4. Back to action, and Tim Raines, the designated hitter, will hit against Bobby Munoz with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th.
This is only the first game between these clubs this year.
Hit well to deep right. Looking up is Hammonds, and Raines has left the yard. 9-5 Yankees. Fouled by Curtis. That's the way you answer. And Tim Raines did it.
Well, Munoz delivers, and so does Tim Raines. The Yankees showing late foot in this ballgame. 6 runs here in the 8th inning.
Breaking ball misses, and it's 1-1 to Curtis. Third home run by Raines, and you brought it up before the game, Kenny. It's remarkable as a part-time player how he keeps his stroke. 7 straight games now he's hit in.
That means sporadically. I mean,
yeah.
He'll play one day and won't play for 2.
Low, it's 2-1.
Here's another look. Pitch up maybe a little bit more than Munoz wanted it. It's certainly up a lot more than he wanted it now. Raines knew it too, didn't he?
Low 3-1. Somebody asked me the other day, as you see Munoz's reaction to the home run, what you mean when you say put a crooked number on the board. Well, that's what the Yankees did here in the 8th. The 6 in the bottom of the 8th to take a 9-5 lead. Breaking ball grounded towards short. Bordick in the hole. Gets him by a stride. But the damage has been done by that man, Bernie Williams. A 3-run homer in the middle of that 6-run 8th gives the Yankees a 9-5 lead as we head to the top of the 9th. Back on MSG with the 9th inning after this. Nine to 5 Yankees. We head to the top of the 9th, and right now we're going down to our studio in Yankee Stadium here and join Al Troutwig. Al, what have you got for us?
Well, Jim, I've spent the last few minutes seated next to the Yankee dugout as things calm down. This group of players is extremely angry. Derek Jeter, dumbest thing I've ever seen in the game. Bernie Williams, there is no place in the game for what he did. I can't believe how stupid they were. That's sort of the mood, that's the temperament of the team right now.
And a totally classless act by Benitez out of frustration. Embarrassing for the Orioles, and when it's all said and done, both managers hope that no one in that ugly brawl comes out with some kind of an injury. Ray Miller just stunned.
Well, if Stanton hits somebody this inning, he will be out of the game, and Joe Torre will be thrown out of the game.
And I think the Yankees are smart enough, and Mike Stanton, not to have that happen. They got a 4-run lead.
Yeah.
Because of the 4-run lead, now Mariano Rivera, who had been warming up in the bullpen, will sit down, and Mike Stanton will continue to pitch. Surhoff is perfect on the night. Pair of hits and a walk. And the first pitch in for a strike.
You know, you sense that the crowd might want to see something happen, but
no,
tonight's not the night.
All smiles now as the Yankees have come back to take a 9-5 lead after being down 5-1 after 6 innings. Another one just off the edge, 1-1.
It's amazing to me because the Yankees weren't playing very well. They had let numerous opportunities get by, but then all of a sudden these last 2 innings shows you that they can erupt at any time.
Check swing to third. Grotius to Tino. 1 down in the 9th. Hoyles will step in, and we talk about the 4-run category, Kenny. When a team scores 4 runs, the Yankees are the best in both leagues. If they win this one, they will be 24-2. But an insight into how the Orioles have let games get away late. They've scored 4 runs a game more than the Yankees, but they're only 16-12. They'd be 16-13 if they lost this one. And that tells you one thing. Those kind of numbers say your bullpen's not doing the job. Ball 1 to Hoyles. Looking for answers, and he hasn't found any yet. 2-0.
And if the Orioles should go on to lose this one, and it looks like they will lose their 4th game of the year in which they led after the 7th inning.
In the air, short left. Jeter out, Curtis in. Curtis makes the grab, 2 down.
And last year they only lost 4.
Reminder that after Yankee coverage tonight, join our MSG Sports Desk. Bill Daughtry standing by with all today's activities. Mark McGwire with a 3-home run night. And then at midnight, Fox Sports News brings you national news with a hometown flavor to it. You can pick up what you missed on the sports desk at midnight on Fox Sports News. Down to the last out, the Orioles are, and it's strike one to Bordick. What would be an emotional victory for the Yankees. And what a night for these fans. 31,000 on hand, about half of them left after the 6th inning. Towards shortstop, Jeter, the sure-handed one. The toss to Martinez, and the Yankees have come back to beat the Orioles. Bernie Williams with some late lightning. A 3-run shot. And the Orioles are now 15 games in the loss column behind the Yankees. What a statement this club made tonight in the 8th inning.
Well, Mike Stanton faced 6 men, retired all 6, picked up a strikeout. Norm Charlton, one of those relievers that came on to the 8th inning and gave up the runs and gave up the lead.
Shocked, I think, on that Oriole bench. I think one of the reasons they're hanging around, they don't want anything happening between the bullpens as they walk in at the conclusion of this game. But nothing will. The Yankees got what they wanted. They got a 9-5 win, and the Orioles making sure the rest of their troops get into the dugout. Be interesting to see their clubhouse, Kenny, because one of the, I guess, criticisms by Oriole people is these kind of losses don't seem to irritate. They just take them in stride. And they, as Rick Cerrone said to Al Trotwig in the pregame show, there hasn't been a sense of urgency. Both teams waiting, as you can see, to make sure nothing else erupts as soon as everyone gets to their respective dugouts.
Well, once that Benitez threw that pitch, there was nothing more in stride for the rest of the night. And the fact is, there are going to be ill feelings over this for it's going to linger.
I guess those eyes say a lot about what's happened so far for the
Jesse Orozco and Arthur Rhodes. Looks like the last man in is going to be Elrod Hendricks for the Orioles and Tony Cloninger for the Yankees. Elrod Hendricks, number 44.
Orioles now 4 games under 500 with the high expectations of contending in the AL East. The Yankees run their major league best record to 29-9. Well, we know you'll want to stick around for this post-game show with all the fireworks both on the field and some of the embarrassing ones off the field. Al Trotwig and Michael Kay standing by. The Yankees win at 9-5 in a thrilling come-from-behind win. Back on MSG after this.
What might we see in the famed Ball Yard in the Bronx this evening? Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Berman. So glad you could join us on an intriguing evening for Wednesday Night Baseball. Oh, we will not be seeing either Armando Benitez or Darryl Strawberry. Gene Budig, American League president, doled out its suspensions, and Benitez, as expected, gets the biggest one. He'll serve game 1 of his 8-game suspension tonight. After that, Alan Mills will get canned for 2 games. Strawberry serves game 1 of his 3-game suspension tonight. After that, Graham Lloyd will serve 3 games. Jeff Nelson will serve 2 games. The reaction by the American League was swift, and joining me as always is Ray Knight. The reaction by the Yankees was swift last night, too. That said a lot, didn't it?
Well, they've been doing it on the field with their gloves, with their bats, with their arms, and they showed tremendous solidarity last night. As soon as he was nailed in the back, Martinez, they all charged. All the way from the first punches were thrown from the bullpen. Graham Lloyd and Nelson coming from out there, and they responded the way a championship team does. They're behind each other. They're total solid, and just a tremendous ball club, and they were challenged, and they met the challenge the way they should have met it.
Unfortunately, Tito Martinez's back really bruised. It's even elevated. He will not be in the lineup tonight. But the Yankees, it's business as usual. I mean, they just keep on flying to a 29-9 record. As for the Orioles, after a good start, they've lost 22 of their last 32. They're in dead last in the AL East. 12 games behind the Yankees already. We're not even at Memorial Day. I think the Orioles are embarrassed about not only the way they're playing, but what happened last night. How do they pull up their stirrups this evening, Ray?
Well, Boomer, this is a great ball club as far as talent and as far as professional people. Mike Flanagan Mike Flanagan was a teammate of mine, pitching coach. He was totally embarrassed by the situation, as were Cal Ripken, Rafael Palmeiro, and the rest of the crew. This team knows how to play baseball, knows how to play it correctly. You had a young pitcher that got caught up in the situation, nailed somebody in the back when he shouldn't have. Their team was playing great. All of a sudden, everything breaks loose. The Yankees not only beat them on the field with their bats and gloves, they beat them off the field. They've got to go out and start playing the kind of baseball that they played in the past and forget about vengeance and trying to hit somebody with a baseball.
Well, I don't think we're going to see any of that tonight, but dare we say it, Ray, Yanks and Orioles, round 2 coming up. ESPN Wednesday Night Baseball is brought to you by Slate's Dress Pants. Time to get dressed. More fireworks tonight. That'll be in the hands of one-time Yankee Jimmy Key and current Yankee Japanese fireballer Hideki Irabu off to a hot start. All right, Ravi, thank you. Well, again, we'll use the word an intriguing ball game tonight here in New York, and the crowd is into it. Certainly Ray Miller was outspoken in his embarrassment, really, for what happened by his young reliever. We'll be talking about that as we go along, and he just wants to get this club going. The Nextel Orioles lineup: Brady Anderson leads off in center field. Jeffrey Hammonds in right field. Roberto Alomar hitting third. Rafael Emerson Lake and Palmeiro is the cleanup batter. Harold Baines against the righty will be the DH, the left-handed hitter. Cal Ripken hitting sixth. B.J. Surhoff hitting seventh. Chris Hoyles behind the plate hitting eighth. Mike Ruhlman-Bordick, the shortstop, hitting ninth. Against, making his sixth start of the season, the right-hander from Japan with the good heat, Hideki Irabu, who in 5 starts has been impressive, Ray, in all 5 of them, and he starts Anderson off with a strike.
He surely has. You see, they're just 2-0, but he has been the best pitcher this New York Yankee Ball Club has. Only 17 hits in 32 innings.
And he's throwing strikes. There's lots of reasons for why he came up last year and was disappointing, frankly, although he had the heater right away. But part of the problem was his control. You know how overpowering he's been thus far this year? He is not allowed consecutive base hits yet. So if anybody gets a hit, the next man is an out.
Well, we're going to have plenty of time to talk between pitches because this is probably the slowest pitcher in all of baseball as far as getting the ball and delivering it. You see there Brady Anderson hitting 129. Most of that's been the last 5 or 6 ball games. But Irabu has a great fastball, 94-95, a big curveball, a straight changeup, and he's working on a split finger. But you'll watch these very, very slow. His mannerisms are slow, but this ball club has gained a lot of respect for him. Last year he came in not speaking much English. He's learned a little bit of English. He's worked hard. His work ethic has changed. Joe Torre says that his team really respects him, not just because he's pitched well, because his work ethic has changed.
0-2 pitch to Brady Anderson. Brady will stay alive. So Irabu, you know, he was right in the middle of the melee last night. Well, everybody was, but there was one picture, I believe it was in the Times this morning, the New York Times, because that face is so, I mean, you know, there's no question who it is. And he's right there in the middle.
It's a little surprising, too, because in Japan, they don't believe in throwing at anybody over there. It's a disgrace to throw at people in Japan.
Working outside, misses low and away. Dale Ford is the home plate umpire. Ted Hendry at first, Larry Young at second. Drew Coble, the crew chief, is at third, and he was quick with the hook in about 2 seconds last night. He had the plate last night as he threw Benitez out immediately and was lauded by everybody involved. What even they had to wait to see if there was motions between the batter and the pitcher. You're out before anything happened.
Well, there was no doubt about that pitch. When you throw the pitch that far up and in, as you see Tino Martinez there, and you've got the report on what he's done.
Good to see him smiling.
Yeah.
Well, here's Tino's report. Hematoma of his back and chest, day to day. X-rays were negative, which is good. A broken bat flare behind second base. It's going to be trouble. O'Neill coming on, can't get it. It bounces away from him, and Anderson is going to try for 3. He's going to make 3. Maybe these are sort of the breaks that the Orioles have been looking for ever since week 3 of the season.
Well, they have not played good baseball at all. They've played horribly on offense, have not been able to produce runs. Their pitching has broken down. The bullpen, after losing Randall Myers, has just not done the job. And what you come out with is Brady Anderson just hitting a blooper, getting jammed on this fastball up and in. But he's hustling right out of the box all the way and turns it into a triple. Look at him running hard there, just giving everything he's got, and that's exactly what he has to do, what this Oriole club has to do. There is a lot of ability on this ball club. There's no way that they should be 12 games behind this Yankee ball club and in last place in this division.
That'll bring up Jeffrey Hammonds, and Rabu starts him with the strike. Let me just clean up Tino Martinez. The bruise that you look at Hammonds' number, the young, one of the few men that are not in their 30s or 40s on the Orioles. In there for a strike going to. Tino is not in the lineup tonight because the bruise on his back not only is about twice the size of a baseball, but it's elevated. I mean, it's not just a flat bruise. It's elevated. It's ugly. The good news is X-rays were negative, and he is day to day. And just to see him smile that's a good thing, because I can't imagine last night and tonight him trying to sleep.
Well, Armando Benitez throws 95 to 98. And when you come up and in on somebody like that, you should get somebody should bust you. I mean, right in the mouth. I am not in favor of that. And if you're going to hit somebody, you hit them down around their butt or their kneecap or something like that. But another 2 or 3 inches and he could have hit him in his neck.
Ball bounds away from Jorge Posada, but Anderson not going anywhere. All right, we might as well continue. I mean, look, it's not unheard of for a pitcher to work inside or even hit a batter after a home run. I'm not saying it's right, because it's not right.
No, I don't have anything. I don't have anything against that.
But what do? You throw a ball at the shins, or you
basically throw it behind his butt, and he generally his natural reaction is to move back and it hits him in his tail. That's all you have to do. You don't have to throw the ball up around the neck. And you certainly don't do what Benitez did. You don't put your hands out and challenge the whole ball club, letting the world know that you're proud that you did it.
Payoff pitch to Jeffrey Hammonds. And we will do it again. Yeah, the fact that the ball was a mid-90s or higher fastball, up at the numbers or higher. And it was this, as if one Yankee told me, it was as if he picked up a rock in a street fight and threw it right away without even thinking. It was the manner in which it was done in addition to the action.
Right, the action, as we said, and not to kill it because we've got a great matchup here.
Ended up here.
But the fact is he threw the ball up in a very dangerous place and then is basically bragging about having done it.
Straightaway left field is Chad Curtis, but Anderson with good wheels. Curtis comes in. Here's the throw home. Up the line, and Anderson is safe. And you know the happiest guy there is the third base coach of the Orioles, Sammy Perlazzo. Ray Miller told him before the game, Sammy, just send people. Sammy says, do you care if they're out? No, just send people. Let's just get things started. Well, look for the Orioles to do some running tonight when they can.
Sammy's always been a great third base coach and very aggressive. Here we see the Yankees. Look over at first base. Sojo's playing first with the absence of Martinez. Just his third career start at first base. And guarantee with Tino Martinez out of the lineup, there's a big hole to fill right there for Luis Sojo.
Roberto, remember the Alomar, hitting third. He's certainly capable of hitting third, although he is not your prototypical power hitting number 3 man with only 3 home runs. I just missed, Ray, Roberto Alomar leading off, hitting second, and doing the things that he is capable of doing, which is running, being a catalyst, and he can't do that on this team from the 3-hole.
Well, it just looks that, to me now, that Ray Miller has conceded running and that he's just going to try to produce runs. They've only stolen 23 bases and been thrown out 18 times. That's not a very good percentage. So although he wanted to force the running game early in the year, he's moved Robbie down because nobody was really driving in big runs.
Count is 2-2 to Roberto Alomar. home runs, they have no problem hitting home runs. They're about the same pace as they were at this time last year, when remember they won 98 ball games. Runs in the middle of the pack. Of course, stolen bases way off. But I'm not talking about just stealing bases. Robbie can be a catalyst by just being in a place in the lineup where he can go first to third on a blooper. I just think of the things he did for Toronto in
You're
particular.
right, and this ball club. He's always been a 1 or 2 hole hitter. Ideal number 2 hole hitter. Takes a lot of pitches, puts the bat on the ball, hits the ball all over the ballpark. But when you have a tough time with people driving in runs, you tend to move the people down in the order that make contact. Robbie certainly makes contact. Now with Brady back, Ray Miller feels that he has somebody that can set the table and probably give Jeffrey Hammonds more of a chance to play.
So Alomar at first with 1 out, and that'll bring up Raphael, Emerson, Lake, and Palmeiro. Rafi with 7 home runs, 30 ribbies. 264 batting average is certainly below what he's capable of. Lifetime 294 hitter. Just as Alomar is a lifetime 304 hitter, admittedly in not full slate last year, 333, and Robbie's at 288. So everybody's off summit. It seems when they've hit, they haven't pitched. When they've pitched, they haven't hit.
They have done that. It would surprise me if Robbie doesn't go real quick right here. Rabu is very, very slow to the plate. Doesn't have a good move over at first base. That's something that he has been working on. Mel Stottlemyre told me before the game that he's worked on his pickoff move. He's worked on trying to get a quicker delivery to home plate. But he's just a slow motion type pitcher. Very slow to the plate, almost 1.65 to the plate. So this is a situation where you've got to believe that Alomar is going to run early in the count.
Plus, the guy playing first base who doesn't normally play it. Not that Soho can't hold him on, but does that factor in at all?
Oh, I don't think it really does. I think what you do is you have a coach over there with a stopwatch there. Jose Morales probably has one. Most first base coaches have one in their hands. And they, on the first move of the pitcher, they push that button and they look down there, and if it's anything more than a 1-4, Carlos Barnhart over there at first base, then they alert the runner, and runner's on their own. There you see the clock or the stopwatch.
Time was called. It's a no pitch. Zarabu certainly is taking his time.
Oh man, he'll put you to sleep. He's a lot like Mike Hargrove, the human rain delay, pitching as Mike Hargrove was to hitting. But there's no way that Posada will be able to throw Robbie out here unless he were to get a horrible jump. But if you just watch him, he's got a high leg kick, very slow.
There he goes. Pitch is a good one for Posada to throw. And actually, Jeter thought they had a chance.
I tell you what, this young catcher, Jorge Posada, has an outstanding throwing arm. We've heard a lot about him. Last time we were here, he hit a home run, swung the bat really well. That's the first time I've seen him throw. That's an outstanding jump. He goes on the first move, looking, but this throw was a rocket just up the line a little bit. And, I tell you, that was very close. But that shows you why you never steal bases on catchers. That's an outstanding throw. He thought he had him.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this tag here. Right there on his butt.
Close.
Very close.
Hard to tell right there.
But at least Baltimore showing the aggressiveness that you stated. Ray Miller telling Palazzo to run, and I'm sure he told Robbie Alomar and Hammonds to be aggressive, go when you can. This guy has a slow move to the plate, and let's do something. That's surprising. Only 5 attempts for Robbie Alomar.
That's what I mean. I just miss it as a fan. Ripped down the right field line. Foul ball. Palmeiro looking to rattle it around the corner and certainly score Alomar. You know, forgotten in all of what happened last night is that these Baltimore Orioles, who, as we said at the outset, have gone 10-22 in their last 32 games, including being swept in a 4-game series by Tampa Bay. Forgotten in all that, Ray Miller's club played the best 6 innings that they have played in easily 2 weeks and maybe in a month. And they, you know, you got to chip away at a lead that the Yankees have, or just try and chip away at their bad play. They had a 5-1 lead, which they also blew last night.
Well, I'm with you, Chris, and that's why they were so upset. In a situation when somebody like Bernie Williams hits a home run, you're still in a ball game. and the Yankees don't need to be awakened. You know, they're
awake. They're
awake.
wide awake. They're on no dose.
That's exactly right. Or something a little stronger.
Yeah, maybe. Something green, maybe. This is ripped, but this is going to be foul.
This is what you're going to see right here is Rafael Palmeiro, I think, is one of the best hitters in the last 7 or 8 years to come along. Sweet stroke. You can't get in on him with a fastball. You have to throw him stuff off the plate, down and away, maybe get him to chase fastballs up. But he's so quick inside, and if you pound him in there, he's going to eventually hurt you. You got to go away with him.
It's a left center field. Chad Curtis coming in, makes the catch. Alomar back to second, 2 out.
Well, Rabu must have heard me, or Jorge Posada, because he went away with the fastball. And Rafi tends to just kind of leave the ball out there and not stroke that ball aggressively. And you'll see later on this game as it develops, if you pitch him inside as he ripped those other 2 balls down that line, he can really hurt you. Speaking about Rabu, the biggest change to him, as you mentioned earlier, Chris, is he's got better command in the strike zone. Last year, he was unbelievable. Gave up 69 hits in just 53 innings with a 7 earned run average, and they just hammered him all over the ballpark because when he threw strikes, it was right down the middle. Now he's throwing the ball to spots and changing speeds on his fastball even, and has become outstanding.
Harold Baines. Has he been around a while, Ray?
Yeah,
he says one of the sweetest swings, though. And he's 39 years young. His 19th season. Had 3 RBIs last night for the Orioles in their 5-run output, went 2 for 3. And he began the season as number 2 of active players among RBIs with over 1,400.
Well, Harold Baines is truly one of the great hitters of my era. He played when I was playing, obviously just 5 years younger than I, but has always been what they call a professional hitter, meaning always gets a good ball to hit, always ready to hit.
He hits this one a long way. Bernie Williams back in left center field, makes the catch. Baines gave it a ride. The Orioles do score against Irabu. The Yankees coming up against their former mate, Jimmy Key. Yankee Stadium, which has certainly been the spotlight or the fulcrum of baseball activity the last few days. The perfect game, brawl, and the big comeback last night for the Yankees, who, well, one of the best starts in the history of the most famous baseball team on earth. The Nextel lineup for Joe Torre's Yankees: Chuck Newkid's on Knobloch, leads it off at second base. Derek Jeter with power this year, 7 homers already at shortstop. Paul O'Neill had 4 hits last night in right field. Bernie Williams is the cleanup hitter with the big 3-run home run last night. Tim Raines, whose 2-run homer put a punctuation on all of it, the first pitch after the brawl. He's the DH tonight. Chad Curtis in left field hitting 6th. Jorge Posada behind the plate hitting 7th. Scott Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious hitting 8th. Luis Sojo in the rain for you Warren Zevon fans hitting 9th against the one-time Yankee and certainly veteran pitcher of 4-2, the most consistent pitcher of the Orioles this year that they've had, Jimmy Key.
Well, you talk about veteran, 15 years in the league, 37 years old, Jimmy Key. There you see his stats. Fastball, big, slow, slowest. Slower. Curveball. Slider, changeup. He just throws everything up there.
So naturally, it starts with a fastball inside the Knobloch, and you know what everybody's thinking. Listen to the fans.
Jimmy Key has never thrown at anybody. And tonight, I guarantee you, exchange of the lineup cards, both of these managers were warned, and there's not going to be any of that stuff tonight.
Do you think that Key, because he was once a Yankee, not because he knows guys in this clubhouse, but because they know him, the Yankees are even more, should I say, at ease. They know what Key does stand for. And they've got to doubt that anything's going to happen from him. If anyone's doing anything, it's the Yankees. And Joe Torre already told us it's over.
Well, in this day and age, Chris, I guarantee you last night, a lot of these Orioles, Eric Davis and Darryl Strawberry are great friends. And a lot of the Orioles and Yankees talked last night after the game. I'm sure all that stuff was put, as Ray Miller said, was pretty much squarely on Benitez's shoulders, and everything else is just back to business.
Cal Ripken knocks down the ball hit by Knobloch, prevents it from being extra bases, but Knobloch begins the game the way he's supposed to in the Yankees fans' eyes with a base hit.
But look how far Cal is off the line. Knobloch hitting a lot of balls the other way. Gives a good jump on the ball. Really extends. Would not have been able to throw him out anyway, but he surely saved a double by that extension of his glove hand. And on defense for Baltimore tonight, see their basic defense there. Bordick at shortstop, really short up their defense, working well with Alomar and Chris Hoyles behind the plate. Outstanding receiver, but has a tough time throwing the ball. A couple of shoulder surgeries in the past, and although Jimmy Key has a pretty good move at first base, I wouldn't be surprised if Knobloch, who is known for his speed, starts early.
Swing at the first pitch is Derek Jeter. Hits it deep to left center field. It's a one-hopper off the wall. Flying is Knobloch around third. He'll score. Jeter digs for third. Here's the relay from Bordick. Safe. 1-1. Well, we told you about the power of Derek Jeter. And he's sick and tired of saying, hey, A-Rod is hitting home runs. Garcia Perez is hitting home runs. I can get big-time extra base hits.
Well, he surely can. Here, a little slider down, and he gets most of this ball, drives it out there about 400 feet. No chance for Anderson to get the ball, but watch Chuck Knobloch running hard all the way here. First ball, he just starts, takes off, seeing if the ball's caught, and boom, takes no chance now to stop him from scoring. But the thing that I liked watching Jeter from first to third, he was low flying.
Told you he was flying.
He was flat out flying, and just shows you what happens with a team that's used to playing the game hard all the time. Orioles come out and score a run, and Yankees come right back and negate that score.
Here is Paul O'Neill, 4 for 5 last night with a pair of RBIs, and we should say with that hit, he swung at the first pitch. We didn't get to say everything. We said he's hitting with more power. We said he's comfortable in 2-hole. He now has a 15-game hitting streak, Derek Jeter.
Yeah, I find myself a lot of times talking about Alex Rodriguez and Garcia Parra being the best two young shortstops in the game, and somehow I don't say Derek Jeter, but...
Ripped down the line, but foul.
That is certainly...
Oh, he's right.
They're all right there.
You know what's fun? These guys have a chance to be great for 10 to 12 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time, or maybe never, has there been 3 young shortstops that come in the game basically together, under 25 years old, that possess the speed, the arm, the defensive skills, and the ability to swing the bat with power, as those 3 aforementioned guys.
Rung up is Paul O'Neill, and he is not happy about it. Couple of words with Dale Ford before he sits down. And last night's hero, Bernie Williams, coming up with a big ovation. Let's go to Carl Rapp.
Is that ovation for me, Boomer? White Sox, Red Sox, and the Red Sox will host the Yankees this weekend. Talked about great shortstops. They are, of course, without Nomar Garcia-Parra, but they do have Mo Vaughn, and he takes Jamie Navarro deep. It's 1-0 Red Sox. Boomer?
All right, Ravi, well, we always give you an ovation. The fans knew we were going to you, and look forward to your updates all evening long. What a last few days we've had in baseball. Not only here at Yankee Stadium, but McGuire with the 3 homers last night, second time this season. Hey, Bernie Williams hit a no-doubter last night off Benitez. A Yankee Stadium home run. The upper throws of the right field seats gave him a lead. 5-4 deficit at the time in the 8th. 3-run blast made it 7-5. Then Martinez gets plunked. Then Raines hits the 2-run home run. Get 2-0, so Bernie may get a pitch that he really wants to jump on, right?
Well, he may, but Jimmy Key's really smart. And although it's early in the game, Jimmy knows that all he has to do is make one pitch to the next hitter, Tim Raines, to get a double play. So he's going to pitch Bernie real tough and not give up an easy run here.
Foul back and out of play. 2-1.
I've seen pitchers like Jimmy Key. You talk about John Tudor and Tom Browning. Jimmy Key that don't have great stuff, that don't overpower you, but just are so smart, pitch to spots, use the situation to their advantage. Here, you have a hitter with a runner on third base, infield back. All he has to do is make contact. You want to drive that run in, so you have a tendency to chase a little bit. Jimmy Key is a master at getting you to chase his pitch.
Fastball misses a little bit outside. 3-1. Timmy Raines just keeps on trucking. Every year, well, he doesn't fit in, say the media, some of the fans. Oh, he fits in all right.
Oh, he certainly does.
Home run he hit last night, which followed Bernie as Bernie gets the base of most. Well, here it is. You talk about a 10-minute brawl, and then against your main rivals sticking it to him. How about Tim Raines coming to the plate, and the first pitch from reliever Bobby Munoz, the next pitch in the game is a two-run shot. You talk about twisting the knife. That, to me, as far as the Yankees are concerned, is the most memorable moment of the evening.
Well, I agree with you, Chris. That's just like when you're boxing, somebody hits you with a straight right in the mouth and hits you hard, and all of a sudden you come back with a combination with a left cross and a right hook, and boom, they say, wait a minute. You know, so they counterpunched and counterpunched extremely well and quick.
Raines has hit 3, he's hit 5. I mean, he's hit, in his career, he never really hit in these spots, except maybe on a day that 5 people were getting a day off.
Well, he was a prototypical leadoff hitter like Ricky Henderson. Great eye, switch hitter, tremendous speed, extra base hit power. I always thought he could be a 3-hole hitter, but as you were talking about Robbie Alomar earlier, he did so many things with his feet offensively that it was hard not to lead him off.
Rip Cow will not get this one. Jeter will score. Williams to third. The throw is to second. The Yankees have the lead and runners in the corner.
Number 28, Chad Curtis.
Well, Jimmy Key kind of pitched around Williams and to get to Raines, but it backfires. Gets a fastball up. Raines just inside the bag. Again, Ripken no chance. The ball just barely fair. But watch again how Bernie Williams on a ball to left field, how these Yankees are just hustling hard all the time. No play at third to go. Ball goes to second to keep the double play in order. But I'm amazed watching this club play how Knobloch and Jeter and all of them. All of them bust their tails.
Chad Curtis gets clipped by Jimmy Key, who's not very pleased with that pitch. And the Boo Birds are out. Time is called.
He was just asking Ted Henry if who was that? Who was our second base umpire there?
Larry Young.
Larry Young, if the ball actually hit his foot. And that's what he was asking. Young said, yes, it absolutely did. There you see it clearly hitting and caroling off. There you see, watch his back foot. Right there off the instep of his right foot.
Well, the reason I hesitated, I looked down just for a minute.
You thought he was going to throw him out.
Well, I couldn't believe. Well, he gave a big heave, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
A big heave. It wasn't just pointing to first like.
I wasn't sure either.
That's why I stopped short. So Jorge Posada up with the bases full of Yankees. 2 runs already home. And the crowd with that New York blood-curdling feel in their throats, you know? Bernie Williams at third base. Rock Rings at second. Chad Curtis now at first. Palmeiro creeping in behind to try to keep him close. Ooh, this is a slicer down the line. Fair ball. Williams scores. Raines scores. Double for Posada. 4-1 Yankees.
Well, Jimmy Key just up with everything, and then when he makes a good pitch down and away, these Yankees are so hot, they're just hitting the ball all over the ballpark. Down the left field line twice, now down the right field line, extra base hits everywhere, just merry-go-round around the bases. My goodness.
Well, Raines had the counterpunch last night with the home run. He's involved in the counterpunch tonight, and you take care of things with your bats and with your gloves, and the Yankees are doing that. Pitching coach Mike Flanagan out to the mound to talk to Jimmy Key just to try and settle him down, or maybe even say, hey, that was a good pitch, keep going with it.
Well, he's made some good pitches, but good hitters when they're hot, and teams when they're going well seem to hit any and everything, and that's what we're seeing tonight with the Yankees, what we saw the last time, and every time that I've tuned in, that's what I've seen with the Yankees. They're just a club that have supreme confidence in themselves.
So the number 8 hitter here in the first inning, Scott Brocious, will look at a fastball that hits the outside corner for a strike. 7 batters, 6 base runners, and Key is far from being out of the woods. With 2 runners in scoring position, a little blooper will make it a 6-1 game here in the first. Brocious hitting at .316, hitting way above what the Yankees were hoping for when they acquired him in the Kenny Rogers trade. By the way, our plaudits to Kenny Rogers. They're doing a good job out in Oakland. He's really found himself out there. But Brocious has fielded. They knew he was a good fielder. He's fielded expertly. And you can see the infield is in, just trying to choke this off at 4 runs.
Well, you surely have to be. They're halfway, actually. And that's the situation where, with a runner at third base, he's going on contact within infield halfway. You'll see Curtis, as soon as the ball's ground ball contact, he'll be running, as will the runner on second base, unless the ball is hit directly at the third baseman. But this is Ray Miller trying to cut down the lead run, knowing that with 1 out, the runner on third is going to be on the move.
Swinging through that one is Brocious, and Key with a big strikeout. 2 down, still the runners at second and third for the number 9 hitter, Luis Sojo, playing first base. So Wardick and company now move back at regular depth. Sojo not a speed merchant, so they'll have some time to make a play to first. Sojo is looking for his first hit of the season, but remember, he started hurt. He can be a valuable player, especially if it's sustained injury to a Knobloch or a Jeter. He's a professional. I call him more than a utility player. When he's in the groove, he swings a pretty good bat, Ray.
He does swing a good bat, and Sojo's been a starter, has played very well. This just shows you the depth of this ball club when you have a guy like Sojo not able to crack the lineup and not even close to being able to crack the lineup.
Kind of a weird number to Ripken across the diamond to Palmeiro, but in the last 3 innings against the Baltimore Orioles, the Yankees have scored 12 runs, 4-1 New York. All right, Robbie, thank you. It's 4-1 here. Boy, Canseco's hit some of his biggest shots as an Oakland A in that building in Toronto. So coming up later, the Oakland A's at the Anaheim Angels with Carpy and Joe Morgan. So you want to stay tuned for our double dip here. Athletics can hit the ball. I mean, they're not going to win any pennant, probably. They can hit the ball. On the Angels, well, there aren't many teams in the American League that are over 500. They're one of them. Look at the way the league has turned out thus far, Ray. A's and Angels later on. The American League is set up right now as the Orioles begin with Cal Ripken. He of the 2,523 now consecutive games. Ripken, Surhoff, and Hoyles. Cal really not in any hitting groove at the moment. Matter of fact, if you look back over Cal's last 162 games, so you put this season along with the majority of last season, 12 homers, 68 ribbies, 260 batting average. I'm not trying to prove any point. Just saying that he's been in a little bit of a rut for a while that carries back to the second half of last season. And he's very disappointed about it. We talked for a while at the cage, as you knew we would. And so I'm just looking at it going to help this team get out of its doldrums.
Well, Cal has struggled over the last couple of years. And there's been some rumbling lately from the Orioles clubhouse. There was a statement the other day made by Ray Miller about young Jeffrey Hammond not playing hurt. Eric Davis was taken aback by that statement and said that he thought it was a wrong statement. And then there was some other talk that why does Ripken play all the time when he's not hitting? So that was bound to happen when clubs struggle.
He's hitting there.
And that's a base hit. But that man commands so much respect. He's going to play until he wants to come out of the lineup. I mean, you're talking about the same way that Garrick was treated, Ruth, Pete Rose. I mean, he's an institution in this game, and he deserves to play as long as he wants to play. I believe.
Yeah, no question. The Orioles hope that he and their play just picks up. As B.J. Surhoff steps to the plate. B.J. hitting at 277, 31 ribbies. Surhoff, the pride of Rye, New York. We're up 40 minutes here from Yankee Stadium. Westchester County, along the shore, along Long Island Sound, for those of you not familiar with where Rye, New York is. 10 or 15 minutes from where I grew up, Ray. That's how I know this stuff. He, of course, played college ball at Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. Will there be room? Yeah, plenty of room for Chad Curtis. Looked like it would slice a little bit closer to the line when I left the bat, but Surhoff is gone. Ripken back to first, and there is one out. Well, as we told you in the first inning, and we'll tell you again, Rabu has not allowed consecutive hits all year, and this is his 6th start. I don't know how you get much better than that. Opponents going into the game were hitting 159 off him, right?
Well, he's been almost unbelievable, and you saw Joe Torre in that bite there talk about how he moves around in the strike zone with his fastball. He can throw the fastball 95 miles an hour and then come back and throw 187. He has the ability to take off and add to his fastball. His fastball is pretty much true blue, 4-seamer, straight over the top. His curveball is just kind of erratic, but he's done most of this damage with his fastball just in and out, changing speeds on it. Mel Stottlemyre told me he's working on a split finger. He's told him to grip his curveball a little tighter with his pointing finger.
Ripped by Chris Hoyles, but right at a leaping Chad Curtis. They're 2 down. Well, we talk about Rabu, and we talk about the difference this year versus last year. Boy, the first guy to notice it is manager Joe Torre.
He's got a presence about him out there that's it's really fun to watch for me. Because now I expect him every time to go out there and give us a chance to win. There are times he doesn't have a breaking ball early in the game, and he moves the fastball around, throws at different speeds. But he has a lot of determination. Last year he sort of panicked, got frustrated. He's a completely different pitcher this year.
As the results have shown, and he begins with an off-speed pitch for a strike to the number 9 hitter of the Orioles, the shortstop Mike Bordick. I mean, there you go. 709 to 1.11. Bordick fouls it off. You say Surhoff from Rye, New York. Bordick from Mechanic Falls, Maine. Toward the center of that great state. Shortstop for years with the Oakland A's. A taste of winning with that club when he came up as a youngster. Succeeded Walt Weiss at that position. And now he is plunked. What do you make of this?
I'm not going to say anything. Fastball that just got away, I think. I don't think that you ever take a situation and put your pitcher or yourself in a position to put the tying run to the plate. I think this is a fastball he just wanted to come in on, and it hit him. I mean, after what happened and what was said to us, but you can pick a better spot to hit somebody than right there and put the tying run at the plate.
Well, and the professional, the board, I mean, he didn't even give a look, right? Nobody gave a look. Fans gave a look. That'll bring up Brady Anderson, who began the game with a triple and scored on a sacrifice fly by Jeffrey Hammond. So Brady, although he's hitting way below the Mendoza line. Way below. He's certainly capable. He already hit a triple, getting the Orioles right back to the game. And I think of the 6 outings thus far this year, but you saw the breakdown of balls and strikes. Although Arabu has only given up the 1 run this far, he's probably least in command this start at the outset than he's been in his other 5 outings.
Well, there's no question. He's been all over the place with the fastball. In, up, out. But again, after this pitch, I'll give you a little manager's insight or ex-manager's insight. What happens so often, Chris, in ball games when you have a player hit, the pitching staff wants to protect that player immediately. They want to go right back out there and drill somebody immediately. And what happens in this game, managers and pitching coaches have heart attacks when that happens. You want to do it, but you want to do it later on when it has no effect on the ball game. Getting hit in that situation has an effect on this ball game. Pitchers have long memories. Managers have long memories.
Sky to right field. Paul O'Neill waves everybody off. And Arabu wriggles free. Leaves a pair on. And the Yankees will come up here in the bottom of the 2nd inning with a 4-1 lead. Brady upset on a 3-0 pitch.
45 games into the season, but for sure, many people think there's a chance we see the Yankees take on this team in October. Michael Tucker's gone yard for the 9th time this season. 3-1 Braves. Chris?
All right, Robbie, thank you. Tuckertown. He's had a big, powerful year. We saw the Braves last week. We're seeing the Yankees this week. Wow, have we seen 2 hotter teams?
Well, I got to agree with Ravi. I've not seen 2 better teams in the game, and if things go according to ability, those teams will lock up come October, if everybody stays healthy.
So the Yankees batted around in the 1st inning, so Knobloch gets the lead off for the 2nd time of the game, and it's only inning number 2. Knobloch, Jeter, and O'Neill. Chuck singled and scored on Jeter's triple to start the Yankees' 4-run 1st inning off Jimmy Keane.
Going back to the last inning just for a minute, I'm a little surprised, aren't you?
Yeah. As an announcer or an ex-announcer, right. I am surprised.
Well, look here, 3-0 count, you know, and Brady Anderson hitting 138 swings at a pitch. There's nothing wrong with taking a pitch, and that's just a sign of a team that's struggling, trying to do something and just going really out of the realm of what makes sense to me. I don't think you swing at 3-0 pitches when you're struggling the way they are, and certainly you can go to 3-1 and have Hammond come up there.
Breaking ball inside low, 3-2 to Knobloch. You know, as well as the Yankees are playing, and this just in, 28-5 in their last 33 games qualifies as well. You know, of course, Jeter is playing real well, but Knobloch, the man at the plate, he's hitting at about 250. I mean, we haven't seen out of him what we're going to this year is a fly to center field that Brady Anderson will make the play on, and there's 1 out.
Well, no, you haven't, Chris. I mean, a lot of times teams dominate when each one of the players, or the majority of the players, have career-type years. There's really nobody on this ball club except for maybe Irabu who's doing more than they were expected to do.
Then maybe Brocious, too. Those would be the 2 guys. Right?
Brocious offensively. He's certainly doing a great job defensively, but those 2 are the only 2 guys that are really having what you would say career years thus far this early in the season. Everybody else is either right about what they normally do and certainly not above it.
Derek Jeter tripled and scored in the 1st. 15-game hitting streak now. Here's a guy that moved around in the order his 3 years with the Yankees, and he can hit in any spot.
Yeah, he can hit 1, 2, 3, probably 5, and anywhere else. But they started him off hitting him around 8 in the lineup and let him get a few at-bats under his belt and mature a little bit as a hitter.
What is the toughest spot to move to and adjust what you're doing with? Lead off, 2-hole?
There's two spots that are really tough to hit, and that's the 2-hole and the 8-hole. 2-hole because you're usually taking pitches for the runner on first base, who's usually a burner, and the 8-hole because you're hitting ahead of the pitcher in the National League, not getting very many fastballs to hit. A lot of diet of breaking balls, change-ups, split fingers, curveballs, especially if you can hurt them as an 8-hole hitter. I hit third for 4 years of my big league career, and that was the easiest spot to hit because you got all the power behind you and all the speed ahead of you. And usually your best hitter hits third, but that was the easiest spot for me to hit.
2-2 pitch to Jeter. Goes the other way with it, his second hit of the night. Well, I would say if the number 2 hole is the toughest spot to make the adjustments, he's come through with flying colors. Always coming through with flying colors, Ravi Shankar.
All right, Boomer. Coming through for the Red Sox, Lou Merlone called up. Jeff Fry got hurt. So did Nomar Garciaparra. Well, the second baseman who bats ninth tonight drives in 2. That gave the Red Sox a 3-0 lead. Vaughn is up with men on first and second. Chris?
Well, the Red Sox lost last night. Boy, the Yankees head to Boston after this 3-game series with the Orioles. And Fenway Park will be hopping. Paul O'Neill swings at the first pitch off speed from Key. He struck out looking in the first. Hit strike 1. By the way, the Red Sox have played. It's good to get a little juice back in that Yankee-Red Sox rivalry.
Well, they're certainly juiced in Boston. That club playing so well so far this season, and the Yankees just keep pulling away from it.
Yankees and Red Sox will have 6 games against each other before the month is completed. 3 games in Boston this weekend, 3 games at New York the following weekend. And here's Boston, 27-16, playing lights out, and they're 4.5 games back. It's like, come on. Come on now. There's the standings with the Orioles sitting right back in dead last behind Tampa Bay. Outside corner, and O'Neill for the second time is out looking.
Paul obviously not seeing Jimmy Key very well. Both those pitches on the outside part of the plate. Outside edge. Watch this pitch right here. Paul O'Neill, last time, Hoyle sets up outside again, sets up outside, threads the needle right there. I mean, that ball is right there. Now, I can see a man taking it one time, but once the umpire has established that strike zone out there, you better be able to foul that pitch off and spall it and get to another pitch.
Bernie Williams walked and scored in the first inning. 2 out, Jeter at first, 4-1 Yankees. Key will keep an eye on Jeter, who certainly can go. But just about to the Yankees-Red Sox, I mean, that's such a great rivalry. That those of us that grew up in Connecticut, right in the middle of it, by the way, you can't live a day without having to pick a side. And it's just, I know the players change a lot more than they used to, but that's a good one to have meaningful all season long. The Red Sox, even when the Yankees come and one of the 2 teams is out of it, it's still spirited. The Red Sox have gotten up to such poor starts the last couple of years. This will be fun.
Well, the great thing about the wild card is you get a team like Boston who may not win their division, but still could be in the wild card. But they want to win the division because then you get home field advantage. You don't have to travel somewhere else.
But I will say this, and then we'll put an end to it. For those not familiar with the Yankees-Red Sox rivalry, and certainly Don Zimmer knows a little bit about it, the fans are about 1/4 to 1/3 in Boston, the other team. They're about 1/3 to 1/4 Yankee fans when the Yankees come to Fenway. And down here, there's about 1/4 of Yankee Stadium are Red Sox fans.
Because
because you can drive to the other park.
Right.
And certainly when college is still in and most of the schools are out, if the Yankees go up to Boston in April or in September when colleges are in, there are a lot of New York area kids up in Boston, all the schools up there.
Right.
And they'll get the seats early. And then down here, people come driving from Connecticut because there's 50-odd thousand seats here. They can get a ticket here easier than Fenway. So it's a real festive and sometimes dangerous in the stands. We hope it doesn't ever escalate into that. Bernie Williams swings and misses. Key strikes out the last 2 batters. We've played 2 here in New York. 4-1 Yankees. Tough times for Ray Miller and the Orioles. They trail the Yankees here 4-1 at the top of the third. And last night, Ray was not very proud of his young pitcher, Armando Benitez. Talk about it.
I certainly don't condone what happened, and I want everyone to know that one player doesn't represent the entire Baltimore Orioles. The intent of what happened lies with him, but it does. The fact of someone being hurt after someone does something good, it certainly doesn't represent the Baltimore Orioles or me or the staff or anybody in the front office, ownership, any of that. And I issued a full apology to Tino Martinez. That shouldn't happen in baseball. And hopefully he's not hurt. The fact that Armando accepted his suspension effective tonight kind of tells the story.
Ray, pretty, I would say, outspoken for a manager. Scott Brocious was right there for the shot by Jeffrey Hammonds for the first out.
Well, I really applaud Ray Miller. And I've always had tremendous respect for him. When he was in the National League there as pitching coach with Jimmy Leland and at Pittsburgh and certainly here with Davey Johnson. But it takes a lot to admit wrong. It takes a lot to belittle actually a player on your own ball club and stand up that strongly. And he did that, and I gained more respect for him because of it.
Rabu behind Alomar 2-0. Well, as you look at Cal, you know, the Orioles, in talking with them before the game, they felt embarrassed. Chopper is foul. They felt, I won't say who used the word, but like losers. They said, we felt like losers. Here we were getting beat by a team, and that's the only way we know how to retaliate. As you see, if you tune in late, the suspensions have been doled out. Benitez serving game 1 of an 8-game suspension tonight. When that's done, Alan Mills will serve 2. Darryl Strawberry is not in uniform tonight, serving game 1 of his 3-game suspension. By the way, you can't, and then Lloyd will serve his, then Nelson. You can't call up a player from the minors. So each team with 24 players, not 25 players. So when you watch the game tonight, there's one less man. They don't call up somebody to replace Benitez in the bullpen. But the word loser was used in the Oriole dugout, and that stuck in their craw worse than anything else as Arabu misses 3-2 to Alomar. And you know, they were impressed with what the Yankees did. They understood exactly what they did, and they were impressed with the way Reigns hit the home run. I mean, they weren't thrilled about it.
Well, all these guys have been in the game long enough to know what you're supposed to do. And they respect professionalism. They respect it when another pitcher pitches inside. There's just this game that they've always said the pitcher owns the outside part of the plate, you own the inside part. If you start hitting a pitcher too well, then they'll bust you inside. But as we talked about earlier, there's a right time to do it, there's a right place to do it, and there's a right spot to throw at somebody. And you just don't do it out of frustration just because you have a baseball and you can hurt somebody. I got hit in the face back in 1972, and I was scared for a year at the plate. It's a scary thought, and it should not be allowed.
There goes Alomar with a huge jump on a hit and run, but he will have to dash back because Palmeiro flies out to Paul O'Neill. So there are 2 outs. Alomar back to first base, and Harold Baines coming up. If you're tuning in late, Tino Martinez not playing tonight because he has a huge bruise on his back, but X-rays negative. He is day to day. We showed you the suspensions for the record. Each pitcher, Hideki Arabu, Jimmy Key, has hit another batter tonight. Neither even came close to looking intentional, and neither team flinched. So for the teams to say, hey, it's over, we resolved it with that ugly brawl last night, I would say so far their actions on the field back up those words.
No question about it. And even if Arabu hit Bordick on purpose, Orioles are going to be man enough to take it and say, hey, let's just move on.
Yes, they are. Harold Baines flew out to end the first inning, flew out to center field. Outside Baines, 2-0. Robert's on a lot of balls.
He is. He's not real sharp tonight, but Joe Torre said before, and talking to Mel Stottlemyre, that he has a tendency to struggle a little bit with his command early, especially with his curveball, and then he just gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
60th pitch of the game, and here we are in the third inning. Count is 2-1 with a strike there.
Well, this has a chance to be the all-time slowest 9-inning ball game on record. Anytime Hideki's out there on the mound.
But anytime the Yankees and the Orioles get together, I mean, they had those 4-hour and 22-minute games. I mean, they average over 3.5 hours when they play the last couple of years.
Look, Jimmy's going to sleep there. He said, wake me up when we go out there.
Alomar, the runner at first base. He's walked both times tonight.
A little better spin move there from Hideki Irabu. But again, you said hit and run with Palmeiro. I doubt seriously if they hit and run with Palmeiro, although it appeared that. I think it was probably a straight steal, and Palmeiro saw a pitch that he wanted to hit.
There's another walk. So Baines is aboard, Alomar to second base, and we are down to 4, Ray, in the race for the Stanley Cup. The Eastern Conference Finals with Dominic Hasek, the Dominator, and the Buffalo Sabres, fresh off their donut sweep of Les Canadiens, take on the Washington Capitals, Attaboats, and a hot goalie themselves. Hasek against Ole the goalie. Olaf Kolzig, Saturday, Game 1, 7:30 Eastern Time. Capitals with the home ice advantage. It was 1 and 2 Washington, Game 3 and 4 in Buffalo. Hit well to right, but O'Neill is there, and Cal Ripken gone, swinging at the first pitch. We head to the bottom of the third inning. 4-1 New York. Stadium. It's seen some fame the last couple of nights. 4-1 the Yankees lead the Orioles here as we begin the bottom of the third inning. Tim Raines singled to drive in a run and scored in the first inning. Of course, again, that 2-run homer he hit last night after all the melee. That was just, well, that was a class baseball act by a class guy on a class very good ball club. Speaking of the brawl, and then we'll move on. Don Zimmer, I always go to Zim when I ask historical questions in baseball. Zim told me he thought that was the worst that he had ever seen in his 50 years in baseball. Ground ball to second base. Alomar easy over to Palmeiro, and there's one out. I know you could go through, and I said, Zim, you played on Dodgers against Giants. He thought that was as big a brawl as far as punches thrown that he had ever seen personally.
You know what happens. So when you start getting Zim's age, you don't remember quite as well.
I said, Sal Magli? I mean, Dodgers Giants? You kidding me? Yankees Red Sox? 70s? And then, of course, the discussion quickly turned to who we're looking forward to in the Belmont, you know? Yeah, I mean, he was right there with Bill Lee and Greg Nettles. And that was a pretty good one. I don't know that Zim was around for the famed Munson-Fisk brawl. That was a good one. Gene Michael was involved. That was the early 70s. I should know this off the top of my head.
Darryl Johnson.
Well, no, I don't know that he was on the staff either. I don't think so. No, Zim was not managing then. May have been before Darryl. I have to think about that. May have been the manager before Darryl Johnson. It was like 73. I mean, that was early in those two guys' career. At any rate, 2-1 pitch to Chad Curtis. You had a couple that you remembered, right?
Oh, yeah, I couple.
What a surprise. You're in the middle of one or two of them that I can recall. Off-speed pitch to center field. Brady Anderson over towards right. Makes the catch. 2 down. The mayor and the owner. George Steinbrenner, he was poignant and not frothing at the mouth. I want to say publicly, I thought George's comments last night were right to the point. They were not hysterical as maybe 10 or 15 years they might have been when he owned the Yankees in his younger days. I thought he was right on and controlled in the bit with Angelo. So he said, called him last night. He said, do I have to get in shape really and take you on? He said, hey, I'm in shape. So I thought he was right on. That's his, with the dander up, I thought George responded as well as I've ever heard him respond publicly.
Well, I thought so too, and we, as you mentioned, got to talk to him a little bit before today's game, and very up and feeling positive about this ball club. And as you know, you mentioned race horses. He mentioned his stable, and one of his horses is winning a lot. One at the...
Well, he's got 25 horses that are winning a lot right here.
Oh, man, you got that right.
0-2 pitch to Jorge Posada, who doubled in the third and fourth run for the Yankees in the first inning. Misses low. It's 2-2. Yeah, he was riled up, but he was jumping around when Raines hit that home run. Mayor and the governor. Mayor and the well, at any rate, Posada strikes out looking. We've ended 3. 4-1 New York. ESPN Wednesday Night Baseball is brought to you by Keystone Light, America's never bitter beer. Well, back at New York, the Yankees lead the Orioles 4-1. We said George Steinbrenner had some poignant words. Here were some of them after last night's Yankees win.
I thought it was a classless act committed by a guy who I understand has done things like this before. It has no part in the game with players being paid what they're paid. I guess maybe the best way to get rid of it is to do away with the DH so that he has to come up to the plate. But when you have a fastball like he has and you have a hard ball in your hand, it's a lethal weapon. And he could have hurt my players seriously.
What he says is true.
Absolutely true.
And thank goodness Tina was not hurt seriously. We begin the fourth inning. Surhoff, Hoyles, and Bordick. 7-8-9 for the Orioles. An Oriole team that certainly is spinning out of control, going 10-22 in their last 32 games. But an Oriole team that began 10-2. People forget, Ray, they began 10-2.
Yeah,
bullpen was working. Surhoff is down, never down, Carl Ravitch.
Hi, Chris. You talked about those records in the American League. The Indians, 5 games above 500, and everyone else 5 below. How about this shot from Jeff King off Charles Nagy? It leaves the building. It gives the Indians a 1-0 lead. Now it is 2-1 in favor of Cleveland, but 24-19 versus 19-24, Chris.
All right, Ravi, what are those words that spell the same forward and backwards? What are those? Palindromes. 1924, 24, and 19. A baseball palindrome. Chris bubbles, Hoyles, and troubles. And he's had troubles at the plate this year. Hitting now with 208 after his fly out to left field.
Well, here you see Hideki here. This is a split finger, and watch how this ball goes down. It goes straight down. A lot of movement late. Been throwing majority of fastballs tonight. Goes to the split finger and punches out Surhoff.
To right center field, Williams and O'Neill are there. Bernie, the center fielder, calls for it. 2 up, 2 down. You know, the Orioles, there are many reasons why. I mean, all of a sudden you can look at it. The first thing is age. I mean, the Orioles are the oldest, not only they have the highest payroll in baseball, but all of a sudden, their everyday lineup, which does not often include Jeffrey Hammonds, who's in his 20s, Alomar is the baby in that lineup at 30 years of age. Is there room for Soho? Yes, there is. Bordick is gone. We'll talk about this when we return. The Yankees heading to the bottom of the fourth with a 4-1 lead. Good inning for Arabu.
And with 2 outs, Boomer.
All right, Robbie, thank you. We begin the bottom of the fourth here with the Yankees with a 4-1 lead. Brocious, Soho, and then the top of the order, Knobloch. Here against one-time Yankee Jimmy Key. Brocious struck out in the first inning when the Yankees sent 9 to the plate, scoring 4 runs, but no strikeout here. A solid shot to center field for a base hit. And we started talking about the Orioles' age. Now, tonight, admittedly, Jimmy Key, their oldest starting pitcher in the lineup, but as you go around the diamond with the Orioles, just take a look. Hammonds, who's not always in there in right field, is the only player tonight who is in his 20s. DH Harold Baines is 39. Ripken is 37. Surhoff and Anderson, you might not think of them as 33 and 34-year-old players. And Palmeiro at 33. Now, because you're at 33 or 34 doesn't mean you're, quote, old. But there are things that you stop being able to do as a team. And if you play station-to-station baseball, as these Orioles are wont to do, if the pitching and the hitting are not all together, you sit back for big inning or nothing, your margin of error is not very good, Ray, and I think that's part of the problem with the Orioles. Do you agree?
I agree with you totally. Plus, you add in there Davis and Carter, who both are 35, who are integral parts of this ball club.
There goes the throw by Hoyles, and he just nailed Brocious. That wasn't a good jump, or?
No, that was a hit and run, and Soho just missed the ball. That's Brocious doesn't run well. That's an ideal hit and run situation. We mentioned Soho hitting number 2 in the order most of his career, but see, real late he even starts back to first base and looking in, peering in, just a hit and run. And if the hitter misses a hit and run, you're always most likely going to be out. Not always, but most of the time.
And Soho is out. Soho 0 for 2 tonight, 2 down at the top of the order, Chuck Knobloch. But look, I know most of these guys are on this team last year and they won 98 games. So did Father Time just catch up with them all of a sudden, or?
No, I think Davey Johnson is probably as underrated manager as there is in the game as far as getting the most out of his players. In New York, when I played there, I loved him. When he went to Cincinnati, he won. He goes to Baltimore, he wins. And every time he goes somewhere, somebody ends up firing him and gets rid of him. You just can't get control of a ball club and have them play for you. I certainly couldn't do it in Cincinnati. But Davey Johnson has had a tremendous winning record, as you see right there. A tremendous guy, great manager. And you change things. You think you're making it better, as Angelos did, and things don't pan out. Nothing against Ray Miller.
No.
But it's just the fact that there's a lot of changes over there, just in the managerial situation. That's a huge change. Same ball club, and they're not performing. But I think a lot of it has to do with not having Davey there.
Well, Davey does not strike me. And you know Davey better than I do, but I feel I know him pretty well over the years. Davey doesn't strike me as a Bill Parcells type who just, will rub some people the wrong way. Obviously, Davey did, but obviously Bill wins everywhere, so that's a comparison I want to make. I don't think that.
I think.
Marge Schott and Angelos are 2 unique owners. I don't think he's that difficult to get along with, but do the owners feel that way?
Well, the thing with Davey is he believes in what he believes in. He's very, very strong mentally. People have said he's hard-headed. I don't believe that he's hard-headed. He knows the game, and he just believes, and his convictions are very strong. And you get these owners sometimes and GMs that want to control everything, and Davey's not that way. He's a man's man, and he's just so easy to play for as a player. He remembers how it was. He runs a clubhouse pretty loosely, but he allows you to be a man and go out on the field and play.
Derek Jeter up, swings at the first pitch, and he's tripping the left center. Now we'll try and do it to right center field. Another one hopper off the wall. Knobloch being away and waved around third by Willie Randolph. He'll score. Jeter now with a double. He is singled, doubled, and tripled tonight. Could we see a cycle?
Well, the way things have been going around here, it certainly wouldn't surprise me. Somebody said before the game, what are we going to do to top this? And I said, well, somebody's going to hit 4 home runs tonight. And certainly the cycle is something that you don't see all the time. And here, lo and behold, here we just need a home run. And again, right here, Jimmy Key right down the middle with this. And Jeter, very strong, stand behind the ball, driving the ball like a power hitter. And hits that ball right up against that 385-foot sign there. And actually could have had a triple here, I believe, but chose to hold up at second base with 2 outs because you don't make the last out at third base.
Paul O'Neill 0 for 8 lifetime against Jimmy Key, and certainly Jimmy has handled him tonight, striking him out twice looking. So he's just trying to break through against Key, his one-time teammate here in New York. Not the Davey needs us to say. But you know, anyone that really wants to win, he's a manager of the year, and he's at home fishing.
Oh, I tell you.
He's the reigning manager of the year in the American League, and he's not working.
Well, he'd be the man that managed the ball club. If I were a general manager, he'd manage my ball club. That's how much I think of Davey Johnson.
Outside to O'Neill, 2-1. Davey Johnson Nugget. In the 10 full seasons that he's had as a manager of the Major League Club, not one that he picked up midway or maybe got fired in the middle. His club's finished first or second all 10 seasons. What more can you do?
You can't do anymore. You just can't.
You played for him, coached under him. And again, there's no knock at Ray. Ripped. Pass Palmero for a base hit. Here comes Jeter around third, being waved home by Randolph. There'll be no throw. And the Yankees have busted up into a 6-1 lead. Paul probably feels relieved.
Well, I'm sure he does. And boy, do they have some firepower or what? Here you see, he got him away 2 times, and then he tries to come in. Uh-oh, wrong decision. Boom, base hit, bullet to right field. That's when pitchers try to get a little too smart.
6 runs on 8 hits now for the Yankees, and Derek Jeter is a homer away from the cycle. And that's exciting. That is. And the Yankees are excited. And then the crowd. Williams walked and scored in the first inning, struck out in the second. Was it Mike Blowers had the cycle the other day? His first triple in like forever. The last Yankee to hit for his cycle was a couple of years ago, Tony Fernandez. Got an interesting little number here for you if we have time to bring this out.
Bring it on out.
Well, let me find it, because in all of my notes, you know me, I come somewhat disheveled to these games, right?
Well, it's not like you're not doing anything.
Well, thank you.
I see you everywhere.
Yeah, well, we had a big night, the 20,000 show.
I saw you all dressed up.
Tuxedo, and that was fun. It was a great night. It means fans like what we do, and we appreciate everyone saying, even the ballpark. We were in Washington yesterday. Hey, congratulations. I don't really know what it is to be 20,000 shows, but I know that there are people out there that have watched a lot of them, and we appreciate that. But count as 3-0. Do you hit them? Yeah, sure you do. And speaking of, well, this will segue perfectly into where I'm going. By the way, it's his birthday today.
What?
David Wells' birthday. He gave himself his own present 3 days ago. Happy birthday, Boomer! From one boomer to another. Now, listen. Let me use this. This is the best graphic we've used on Baseball Tonight in years. Perfect games. There have now been 15 in Major League history. 4 home run games. There have been 12. Unassisted triple plays. There have been 9. Cycles. 218. We've had that this year with Blowers.
Right.
We've had a perfect game this year with Wells.
Right.
We've been close to 4 home run games this year with McGuire twice. Inside the park grand slam. Only 206 in the history of baseball. Dan Wilson did it earlier this year. skied to right field. Hammonds is there. O'Neill is stranded. And Derek Jeter. Single, double. 6 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Yankees. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for the Orioles as we begin the 5th inning here in the ball yard in the Bronx. Chris Berman along with Ray Knight. And Derek Jeter is certainly has given us something to stay for no matter what the score is. Could there be a cycle 3 days after a perfect game in the same park? I mean, I don't even know what to put the odds on that. Only 15 perfect games ever, only 218 cycles ever, and well, just when we thought it was safe to move on to another subject. Rabu hits his second batter. You know, we spent 4 innings talking about it. I thought we could move on. Well, let's look.
Well, he's been wild on 2 pitches. This is almost behind him, right at his kneecap.
That's going to hurt.
That is really going to hurt. And that ball was way off the plate. But again, it's in the right spot, so I'm not going to say anything about it. Anything more about it.
Just interesting.
Yeah, I like the way you're not sure about this, are you?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. That's a.
Well, neither are the umpires if something would have been said.
There goes Brady. Run by Posada. He's mean. Jorge Posada has whipped off 2 throws tonight, one of which has been successful, one which almost was. Going to make you lean up on your seat a little bit and say, hey, this young man can catch.
Well, that first time when he almost threw out Alomar, you see here, this is a good jump here, and Brady just saying, well, here I'm coming right at you, but look at his throw. This thing is right on the money. Anywhere else he's safe, and Posada is for real.
Strike on the inside corner to Jeffrey Hammonds, 1-1. Salmons had a sac fly in the first to drive in Anderson, who tripled for the lone Oriole run. Lined out to third baseman Brocious. He's the ball pretty well tonight twice.
Yeah, he has. But going back to Urabu, it's funny that he's been up and down in the strike zone all night long. But he has not been in and out.
Back goes Bernie Williams to center field. Track makes the catch. Right, Hammonds has been the guy that's been hammering the ball tonight, but he's yet to have a base hit for his efforts against Urabu. Always, though, with a pair of hits at least every game, Carl Rapp.
Well, Boomer, if Jeter could do this, he'd have the cycle. Alex Rodriguez, yard early on in the game against Darren Oliver. He goes deep. He later came up with the bases loaded and walked, so he's on his way to a big game. It's 3-0 Seattle.
These 2 guys are good friends, Rabby, Jeter, and A-Rod. Try to outdo each other when they play. A friendly rivalry. Alomar grounds to Knobloch on 1 pitch. A 6-pitch inning for Urabu, who has staked to a 6-1 lead. All right, Rabby, the Yankees lead at 6-1 here over the Orioles as we start the bottom of inning number 5. Timmy Raines, RBI single and scored a run in the first, grounded to second base in the third. So McGuire has 20, Ray. What do you think?
That's in danger, man. I've said it all along.
Little looper over Alomar, base hit for Raines, his second of the night. And you know, the night we thought that we saw the 527-foot homer the night we were there, and we showed that video. I mean, he just launched one longer than that over the weekend. He's unbelievable. Hey, speaking of guys that can hit, how about Tony Gwynn and the San Diego Padres against DL Bagwell and the Houston Astros? The Pods and Stros Sunday Night Baseball at 8 Eastern with John and Joe and respective leaders in their divisions. With 8 batting championships, and he could easily win number 9 this year. You know, and a little over 200 hits, he can get to 3,000 this season. He could do it. So he's missed some time already with the knee. You got to really be in there for 150 games to get 200 hits, even if you're.
Oh, you do. You have to play every day and hit somewhere in the top 1 or 2, sometimes 3, but 1 or 2 in the lineup, and be on a very productive offensive club.
Curtis hit by a pitch, flew out to center field. He ahead of him 0-2. Hammonds is there and right to make the play. Raines back to first base. And that'll bring up Jorge Posada, who is impressed behind the plate and whose shot down the right field line was a 2-run double in the first inning.
Well, you know, Chris, early in the year we were talking about how Joe Torre is going to play Joe Girardi 2 games and Posada 2 games, and actually Posada has now passed Girardi in games played. He's been in 25 games to Girardi's 20. This is Posada's 26th start tonight, and actually has 85 at-bats now to Girardi's 64. So slowly but surely it's starting to turn more toward Posada.
But I don't think it'll be a case where he catches 5 out of the 7 games this season.
Probably not, but the way he's impressed, and everybody down there today was talking about this young man defensively. Offensively, he came in hitting .272 with 5 bombs and just 13 RBIs, but they talk about how well he handles pitchers and that outstanding throwing arm that he has. And it won't be long before Joe Torre eventually makes that transition. It may not be this year because Girardi is so good with the pitchers and they like him so much, but it's hard to keep a young player down when he's playing this well.
Alomar, the flip to Bordick, over to Palmeiro. So Posada hits into a DP, and the Orioles can stride off the field with a little more pride. One problem, they trail 6-1. Top of the 6th inning, the Yankees with 4 in the first and 2 in the fourth. Lead the Orioles 6-1 behind Hideki Irabu, who has certainly not been as sharp as we've seen him this year. But I don't know, the last time I checked, 1 run on 2 hits through 5. Thank you very much. I mean, the Orioles had their chances against them, and swinging at 3-0 pitches, and
well, the Orioles
trying to make something happen, and it's not.
Yeah, the Orioles are just all out of sync. You know, you're seeing swinging at 3-0 pitches and running down 6-1. Baseball, like any other game, cannot be forced. You got to let things happen. You got to do things at the proper time. You hit and run. It's like Joe Torre right there with Brosas and Soho. It's a perfect situation to hit and run with a guy that makes contact, a guy that has average speed. It doesn't work out, so what?
He hangs one and pulls the string on Rafael Palmeiro. Strikeout for the first out of the inning. Let's go to Carl Rabbit.
All right, Boomer, the Royals do have some guys who can hit. Of course, Morris on the DL. Jeff King getting the job done. Jeff Conine also helping out in this game. This double scores the veteran Dean Palmer. Right now, they are up 4-2 on top of the Indians. Back to you.
All right, Carl, Harold Growing Baines, the 39-year-old DH who grew up, of course, in the Baltimore area and came back for another tour of duty with the O's. You know, Rabu was not allowed to hit since Ripken led off the 2nd inning with a base hit up the middle. Guys, to prove it's a different night, Ray, he struck out what? Just 2 thus far. Going into the game, I mean, he's much more of a fastball pitcher.
Well, he's actually thrown a lot of fastballs tonight, Chris. He hasn't located them as well. But coming into tonight, he had 30 strikeouts in 32 innings, almost averaging 1 per inning.
That's what I mean. Now block, tough chance, too tough. Base hit for Baines. So as soon as we say that he hadn't a lot of hits since early in the 2nd inning, a base hit for Baines.
Well, the one thing that he's done tonight, and he'd only hit 1 batter coming into tonight's game, and that's in 32 innings, only 1 hits batsman, and tonight two hit batters as you.
So the hit batters are up and the strikeouts are down.
Something's bothering him.
Yep. An equipment problem.
Looks like his belt.
Well, you hate when that happens. Don't tell me we have Dunlop disease.
No, what that is.
Eating too well on the food spread after the game.
Yeah, I hate those belts. Those are the kind of belts that are elastic and they stretch and they have terrible buckles on them. And there's a leather belt that I always wore, but they always issue that elastic belt. And you look right there, the buckle is so flimsy, the rivets are really thin, and they come apart all the time. So it's not Dunlop disease, it's just bad belts. In fact, he's lost 15 pounds from last year.
I know it. It's the first time on national television that we here at ESPN, over our 20,000 sports centers, have brought to you live a new belt being put on. That's a pretty exciting video, actually. We're going to go on our some of our fitness programs on ESPN2 in the morning. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball. May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent, with or without a good belt.
What happened to disseminated?
I don't. I that word. I'm still befuddled. Here's Cal, 1 for 2, base hit in the second, flew out to right, and the third inning. Well, the Orioles, they face Andy Pettitte tomorrow night. You know what? This is Cal's 10,000th at bat.
That's a lot of trips up there.
Yeah. Ripped off the glove of Brochus. Tries to. Oh, what a foolish throw! It's beyond Knobloch. Baines will go to third base. I gotta think that's a base hit for Ripken in an error that allows the runner Baines to go to third. We'll wait for the call, but
I don't think
10,000th at bat, he gets a base hit.
I don't think there's any question about it being a base hit. That was a rocket that just ate Scott Brosas up, and then he made a ill-advised throw to second base. But that's what happens when you have a runner like Baines who doesn't run well. Actually, they've given 2 errors on the play.
So they're not going to give Cal a hit, huh?
Not going to give him a hit. But that's why these.
You're kidding me.
I hate official scores. I really do. This ball is a rocket. Unless you've played third base, there is no way to know how this doggone ball gets to you so quickly. That ball was a rocket hitting 3 feet in front of him. Got it on the in-between hop. 1 error on the throw. Base hit on a ball hit that hard. That's ridiculous.
10,000th at bat. You're not going to give him a base hit?
Well, you not give it to him. He earned it. That was a rocket down there.
So is this one by B.J. Surhoff. Baines scores. Ripken to third. Surhoff with a double. 6-2. And some action now in the Yankee bullpen. That's just 2 errors to Brosas on that play. Well, there was no question with that one. Surhoff just bombed it down the line.
Well, here it is. He comes back with a fastball again, and there's the ball down the middle of the plate. As you pointed out, not as sharp as his control as he has been. Mel Stottlemyre talking to him before the game. Mel Stottlemyre said the difference in Hideki Irabu this year, no matter what anybody says, is his command in the strike zone. Last year he threw too many pitches, fat, right over the middle of the plate. This year he's been able to throw the corners much better. Forget that his curveball has improved, his split finger. He's done most of his damage with his fastball, located.
Darren Holmes, the one-time Rocky, is the right-hander, and Graham Lloyd, who came flying in from the bullpen last night with Jeff Nelson and really got the punches going. He went right after Benitez, who was serving a suspension. Lloyd will serve a 3-game suspension after Darryl Strawberry serves his 3 games. You cannot have 3 suspensions at the same time.
Yeah, Lloyd's about the only guy that could match up really well with Benitez. Benitez about 6'6", 240, and Lloyd 6'7", 245. So
well,
they were 2 heavyweights going at it.
I had a nice talk with Graham in the locker room before the game. This is Chris Hoyles, and I said, you know what? He would look. He says, yeah, I know what you're going to say. Australian rules football. It was Geelong against Carlton last night. He said, Geelong's my team. I'm glad you mentioned them. He said, yeah, it did look like a little Aussie football, didn't it? Soho near the stands. Ball curled back toward the grass. He made the play. 2 outs, and the runners hold. So here's where the Baltimore Oriole team, trailing 6-2, just needs a little excuse-me base hit, and they could be in the game.
No question. And, this makes me think about Mike Piazza. Not anything to do with Lenny Webster or Chris Hoyles, but a lot of times in this situation, a ball club needs a real boost, and Piazza's out there for the bidding. Certainly Angelos has the money to bid for him, and this would be the place that I would think Piazza would end up, only because of the fact that this team's struggling so much. And I remember when the Reds were struggling and the Dodgers were beating up on us in '77, they went out and acquired Tom Seaver in a blockbuster trade. Trading almost our whole minor league system. Steve Henderson, Norman, Zachary, Doug Flynn. We gave away all our minor leagues basically to get Tom Seaver, and because the Dodgers had jumped off to a 10-game lead. Nonetheless, we didn't catch him, but
fastball swung on a miss by Mike Bordick. Orioles swept by Tampa Bay, losers of 6 straight. Lost here last night. They play Andy Pettitte tomorrow. And then just check out their schedule coming up. As they play Oakland, who hits well. They're going to be home and home with Seattle, who certainly hits well. They're home to 4 against Texas, who certainly hits well. They're 2 at Boston. And then they're 3 at home against Atlanta. Let me tell you something.
Things could get a lot worse.
Yes, they could. Messina's on the DL. And look, it's 6-2 with 2 runners in scoring position and 2 feeble foul outs by the Baltimore Orioles. Bordick fouls to Posada. The rally is stifled. The Yankees still with a big lead, 6-2. Bottom of the 6th inning, the Yankees lead the Orioles 6-2, and Scott Brocious will lead it off. Brocious singled his last time up. They have made a change. Obviously, the scorer gets ESPN, and they have made a change. Brocious sends it back. No question about the scoring on that one. It's a home run. What I was trying to say is Brocious just celebrated. He only got 1 error on the shot by Ripken. They've changed it to a single and a throwing error. He says, oh, okay, I only got 1 error. Here's a home run.
Or maybe he hadn't been informed yet, and he was mad because he had 2 errors.
Oh, yeah, well, then maybe they shouldn't tell him. Maybe they've changed the official score to 3 errors.
Yeah, 2 on him and 1 on Jimmy Key.
Right. Well, so the run that the Orioles are here scrapping and just trying to get a run. 1 pitch, 1 swing. It's now a 5-run bulge again for the Yankees. Brocious' 2nd home run of the year. His first base hit of the year. Luis Soho in the rain is aboard. Brocious just wheeled on that, didn't he, Ray?
Yeah, he did. He got the ball right where he wanted it. It had a little surprising power. Scott Brocious, known more for his glove, hitting well over 300 this year. Fastball right down the middle where you love to jump all over, and he did up there in that 2nd deck. That's right around 400 feet away. That ball is deep.
So while Brocious celebrates, or at least is happy, you don't do a lot of celebrating on the bench. They're professional in every way, shape, and form. And here's Chuck Knobloch. Singled and scored in the 1st, walked and scored in the 4th. Also flew out to center field in the 2nd inning.
Well, Darryl Strawberry addressed that, being on that championship club in 1986 with the New York Mets just across town. He talked about how emotional we were on that ball club and how this ball club seemed to be much more as confident, but much more reserved and more professional going about their business day in and day out. You wonder why Jimmy Key's still in the ball game, 7-2, as Baltimore starts to heat up their bullpen. It's just that they have not gone deep in very many of their games with their starters, and the bullpen has been so ineffective that you try to get as many as you can out of Jimmy Key in a ball game like this, and eventually hope that bullpen catches fire.
Mike Flanagan, who knows that he needs Key to eat up innings, even though Doug Drabeck up in the bullpen with the starters, along with Norm Charlton.
Well, that shows you what has happened to the bullpen, having to go to task every night.
Little flare that Alomar goes out on. Hammonds comes in on, and Jeffrey makes a nice sliding catch. So Knobloch is retired, and here comes our man of the hour, Derek Jeter. Our Kelly Springfield Tires key plays of the game. Second man up for the Yankees in this ball game was Jeter. He hit a triple to score Knobloch in the second inning. Hits a single in the fourth inning. Hits a double to right center. We saw a perfect game here on Sunday. Can we possibly see a cycle here on Wednesday? Only 218 cycles have been hit in the history of the Major League.
And the fans are on their feet here, anticipating that. How many times do you see fans get up on their feet in the bottom of the sixth inning? They're aware. You know that these Yankee fans are aware of what's going on.
Strength call, 1-1. 10 Yankees have hit for the cycle 14 times. Bob the Man Musial has done it 3 times. Joe DiMaggio and Lou Gehrig have done it twice. Mickey Mantle, Bobby Mercer, Tony Lazzeri. First one was a guy named Bert Daniels, Buddy Rozar, Joe Gordon, and the last one was Tony Fernandez. Get on any list with Gehrig and DiMaggio, it's okay. But Jimmy hadn't given him a home run pitch yet, but the count is 3-1. Maybe it's coming.
Well, you could bet right here, 3-1. He's going to unbutton a couple buttons and take a rip if this ball is anywhere close. Got a 7-2 lead. Jeter's one of those players that does not play for himself, very unselfish. But right here, he's thinking one thing: get a ball in the area and take a big hack at it.
Well, he tried to, but didn't get enough of it off the end of the bat. And that was really his ball was still a little bit low to jack out, wasn't it?
It may have been down. It may have been down just a little bit, but that 3-1 count was right where he wanted to be. And actually, that's about the same place the ball was that he hit the left field, but he chose the wrong place to do it. This situation, you got to try to pull the ball down the line. It's almost like a 3-0 count, because you're not going to hit the ball out in center field, but he did. Looks like he just caught the ball a little bit, as you said, on the end of the bat.
Tell you what, even watching him swing as Paul O'Neill comes up, base hit his last time up along with 2 strikeouts. Even watching that shot right there, looks more of a power hitting swing than we saw from the first 2 years.
Yeah, he had a tendency to move forward with his body, and a lot of times as you mature and grow stronger, as he's hit 10 home runs the last 2 years, in each of the last 2 years, you get more selective and you learn to stay behind the ball better, Chris. He moved forward a lot. He hit a lot of balls to right field, up the middle, just trying to make contact. With strength and confidence, you can become a home run hitter when you have his type of swing. He's got a slight uppercut, slightly long swing, and there's no reason why he can't hit 20 home runs or more.
As I told you, last 2 seasons, averaging 10 each year, and he's got 7 already this year. Number 8 tonight would be special. 2-2, the count to O'Neill with Bernie Williams on deck.
Let's watch what Jimmy Key does here. He's gone away twice with O'Neill and punched him out, actually called out on fastballs. Then he tried to get him inside. Again, he hit a P to right field. Now he comes back 2-2. I think he's going to have to try to go away with him one more time.
O'Neill was ready for it. That plunks in front of Surhoff. Soho stops at second base. 2 men on for the Yankees with 2 outs.
Well, that's why O'Neill hits 300 year in and year out. He knows now through the way that Key has pitched him through this ball game what he's going to get. As we see Miller come out, he looks for the fastball away, and here he goes. He gets it, stays right on it, puts his head on the ball, flips it out to left field, and that's why he's a 300 hitter. Jimmy Key had working away, and although he had to extend himself, look how he just put his head on that baseball and went to left field.
So Jimmy Key will leave. He came in 9-1 in Yankee Stadium as a road pitcher. ESPN Wednesday Night Baseball is brought to you by the National Thoroughbred Racing Association. Go, baby, go! Back at Yankee Stadium, Jimmy Key has been knocked out by his ex-teammates. And now into the game for the Orioles, trailing 7-2, is a one-time nasty boy, left-hander Norm Charlton, who is not afraid to work inside, Ray.
No, he's not. If there's anybody in the world that will nail somebody, it's Norm Charlton. You see there, he's been hammered pretty hard this year, 24 hits in 16 innings. But this man doesn't back up from anything, and you'll probably find out pretty quick if he's got anything in his mind about hitting somebody.
Well, there's 2 guys on. His first deal is to get out of the inning.
Yeah, it is.
Soho at second, O'Neill at first with 2 outs, and here's Bernie Williams. Yeah, they took a shot back. What, did he break his nose? Just recently. More fortunate than Mike Mussina, who had to go on the DL for the second time, and there is Key. Done for the night. Charlton appeals over to Ted Hendry at first. He did not go. Jimmy gave up the 4 in the first inning and
just never really had that real good changeup that he throws, and his breaking ball was not sharp at all. So they set on his fastball and actually just hammered him. 12 base hits in 5 innings. That's pretty serious offensive production. And that, you know, when I'm talking about Norm Charlton, he is known for just being a very tough competitor. And he would bust people inside, but he is another great professional, and not in any way am I saying that he would throw at somebody in this situation, but I know that he's not afraid to.
That was down and in nasty that Bernie Williams swung on the miss. 2-1. Pitch inside, 3-1. Soho is at second base. Paul O'Neill, the runner, at first base. Yankees looking to pad the 7-2 lead they've had since the first inning when they picked up 4 off Jimmy Key.
One thing that Ray Miller teaches, and I know all you people at home have heard this, is work fast, throw strikes, and get ahead of people. And that's one thing that Charlton has not been able to do, is get ahead of people. All year long, he's been behind people 2-0, 3-1, and as a result, he has been hammered hard. And if you look at this Oriole pitching staff and the games that I've seen and looking at their stats, they've not been able to get ahead of people. They've had a lot of walks, which is something that Ray Miller staffs never have, and they have not been able to get deep in ball games. Kamenecki only averaging 5 innings. Mussina out now, 7 innings. Drabek just a little over 4 innings per start. Erickson 6 innings and Jimmy Key a little over 5. So that gives you an indication why the bullpen is already cooked, because the starters just can't get deep enough in games.
Timmy Raines up with the bases loaded. Here's Scott Erickson, who will go tomorrow night. Signed a new long-term deal. Our congratulations to Scotty. Raines looks at ball 2. So Charlton has come in. On 7 pitches, 6 of them balls. Won last year with the Mariners. Ripped by Raines over leaping Bordick. Soho scores. O'Neill scores. 9-2 Yankees. Those runs will be charged to Jimmy Key, so he's responsible for all 9 of them. Boy, Timmy Raines, 3rd hit tonight. He's been on it.
He sure has. This is what happens when you're 2-0, boy. They just lay all over that fastball, and there it was right down the heart of the plate. When you have trouble throwing strikes early in the count, don't get ahead of hitters, then that doggone barn door just flies open and everything comes rushing out of there. I guarantee you, a hitter, big league hitters, when they're ahead in the count, are going to hit the ball hard if you throw it somewhere around the plate.
17 base runners tonight for the Yankees. 13 of them on base hits. Curtis behind 0-2. Derek Jeter, of course, is 3 of them, a single, a double, and triple. Looks like he will have another at bat. Bravo looking to win for the 3rd time against no defeats.
Well, he just looks like he's always out on an evening stroll, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He doesn't even like he's broken a sweat.
He works that gun pretty good. Very nice play, by the way, by Chris Hoyle.
It was a nice play. He is an outstanding defensive catcher. As far as blocking balls last year, didn't make an error in 53 consecutive games. He's always been outstanding at receiving the ball and blocking the ball. But as we mentioned, his arm is just not what it once was because of those shoulder operations.
Busted him down and in. Curtis strikes out swinging, but not until the Yankees add 3 runs to lead it 9-2. Top of the 7th in New York. The Yankees lead the Orioles 9-2. Looking to tighten the tourniquet a little bit more and put the Orioles 13 games behind him in the standings. Our pitching summary brought to you by Sherwin-Williams Paint and Wallpaper Stores. And now the pitching numbers on Jimmy Key complete and not good. ERA goes from 3.04 to 4.06. 12 runs, 9 hits, and 5 2/3. Meanwhile, Hideki Irabu, who threw a lot of pitches in the first few innings, sitting on a 2-run, 5-hit performance as he starts Brady Anderson up with a pop-up. Foul ground, and 3 straight outs have been foul pops by the Orioles.
That's chasing that pitch up. Irabu has that rising fastball, and anytime it's up in the strike zone, you have a tendency to hit the bottom of it because it just stays there. You hit pop-ups to the catcher, to the infielders.
Jeffrey Hammonds has been the one Oriole. Well, Cal has too. Hammonds and Cal have hit the ball hard tonight off Irabu. Hammonds with a sac fly in the first, a line out to Brocious at the 3rd, a long fly ball out to Williams in center field. So here's when you know it's not going good. You rip the ball 3 times and you have no hits.
Yeah, he has swung a bat well tonight, Jeffrey Hammonds.
And again, the right center field. Bernie, oh, what a nice play by Williams to hold that to a single.
And that is what I like about this ball club. 9-2, Bernie Williams busts his tail over there, gets to the ball, keeps the ball to a single, keeps a double play in order with 1 out, and lets Irabu know now, hey, I make 1 good pitch, I'm out of the inning with a double play. Great play right there. Watch how he gets a jump on this ball right here. Tries to catch the ball all out, and they play everything all out. Changes his angle just so he can stop the ball, and Hammond's really hustling hard, but could not make the turn to second base, and rightfully so.
Well, it's one of the reasons as Robbie Alomar steps up, 2 walks and a ground out to second, that this Yankee team at 29-9, and when you talk about history of the Yankees, Ray, you talk about really almost the history of baseball. It's tied for the second best start in franchise history after 38 games. Slow roller to Knobloch. Oh, that ball just rolled up on his arm. Now, that was a tough hop, but he'll have to get an error there.
Well, not that tough a hop. That's a play right there where I think Chuck looked like he might have wanted to go to second base. Really, with the ball hit that slowly and the speed of Hammond, you have no chance to go there. Watch Knobloch here and let's see what he does. Ball's hit real slowly. Ball just comes up a little bit. What he did there, young people at home, is he set his feet, and his feet got to be like concrete. When you do that, your hands get hard. You got to keep those feet moving.
Joe Torre out to the mound. That'll be it for Irabu. A standing ovation in New York for Hideki Irabu, who leads with a 7-run lead. 9-2 the Yanks here in the top of the 7th. Irabu out. Graham Lloyd is in. And his performance last night, firing out of the dugout, was not lost on the Yankee fans when he came in. Swing of the first pitch is Palmeiro. Lefty against lefty. And with one pitch, Lloyd gets Palmeiro, a dangerous hitter, to fly out to left. And there's what Lloyd has done. And, you know, he came over to the Yankees in that trade from Milwaukee during the 96 season. Was horrible. But in the World Series, changed everything around. He was tremendous in the pen. One of the big reasons the Yankees changed that series around. Had a big job in that Game 4 and the game the Leyritz won, you know, eventually tied with a home run. And he's been a valuable contributor to this club since. As Joe Carter is the pinch hitter at the plate. Righty for lefty. He'll pinch hit for Harold Baines.
Just a freshen.
Red Sox final with Pedro Martinez, 7 with 4 hits. Now he's electric when he pitches. Then there's Irabu, who of course stands to mark the 3-0.
Just to freshen your memory, Graham Lloyd came back in 1996. Was 0-2 with a 17.47 earned run average for the Yankees after coming over from Milwaukee. As you said, he was horrible. And then had that great World Series. 17.47, I would say.
Pretty bad. But he was big in that series. I mean, it was the unsung Yankees that helped change that around. Starts the Sarge off 1-1 with Joe Carter.
Normally he's a guy that you can go to in 3 or 4 nights in a row. Usually to get one hitter out. 2 hitters this year, 11 appearances, just 9 innings.
Carter with 281. If you look at Irabu, 281 lifetime home runs, 19 more, and he could get to that 400 plateau. Saw McGuire become the 26th man to get to 400. Joe Carter could become the 27th player in baseball history to get to 400 home runs if he has a 22 home run season. He has 3 right now.
It's going to be hard for him to get that many at bats. That's one of the dilemmas that Ray Miller has, is getting Eric Davis and Joe Carter and Baines and Hammond and Surhoff and Anderson all in the lineup. It's very difficult to do.
Fly ball to straightaway right. O'Neill is there. Boy, Graham Lloyd has done the job. And the fans on their feet for it. They gave him a rousing ovation when he came in from the pen. They get it here in New York. 7th inning stretch time. Yankees 9-2. 7th at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees owning the Orioles since the first inning, since they hung a 4 spot on Jimmy Key. Posada, Brocious, and Soho. Derek Jeter due up 5th this inning if they get a rally going. Remember, he needs a home run to get a cycle. Hard to say it, and then we had a lot of action. Yankees 29-9 start. Now they're looking at a 30-9 start, but it's the second best they've ever done. 26 Yankees were 29-9. In the 1928 Yankees were 31-7. We're talking in with the best. Our in-game box score, there's Jeter, who needs the home run for the cycle, 3 for 4. Raines has slugged the ball tonight. Following that home run in the 8th inning, that triumphant home run last night. He's 3 for 4. Brocious with a home run, the 2 hits. O'Neill with a pair of hits. Off of a 4 for 5 night for him. Ripken can't get that one. Slugged by Posada to the left field corner. Surhoff will play it off the wall, and Posada is in with his second double of the night. He is double to right. He's double to left. He's had a bottle of red. He's had a bottle of white. It's a Billy Joel night for Posada. Here to sing his Car Rapids.
Well, Boomer, I can sing the praises if you want of this guy, Travis Fryman. Came in hitting only about 224, but you know what? On a night that Matt Williams hit a grand slam, Travis Fryman, 3-run home run. Kenny Lofton's got 5 RBIs, and the Indians are up 10-5. Billy?
Thanks, Joe. Ravi's got to throw to 8 million games, and then you throw one away. I understand. Hey, Carl, I'll bring the bigger glove next time. Scott Brocious, who homered deep down the left field line last time up. Brocious homered, singled, struck out the first one. 32,449 tonight. Remember, the Mets are also home tonight. They'll get about 15. That's what happened last night. Yankees, I think, 31. The Mets at 15 for their 29er. 45,000 out in New York watching baseball.
I was over at Shea Stadium today.
You can't take you to the wrong part?
No, I actually went over there to do a thing for Sports Classic on ESPN and Classic Sports. And one of the patrolmen over there said that in the doubleheader yesterday, there were more vendors than there were fans in the first inning. So there were about 500 fans in that first inning of that first ball game.
Well, it's good if you come out to eat and want to watch the game. I mean, you don't have to leave the seat. You sit there. The vendor probably sits next to you. He puts his beer down with the hot dog. As you look at the finals, I haven't told you, Matt Williams at the grand slam. The Padres lose the first of 2 in Pittsburgh, huh? Well, coming back big in the second. The new look Dodgers shut out tonight by the Cubs.
Cubs are playing well.
Mm-hmm. That's become a real interesting division, and no one thought it would be. Houston and St. Louis, you thought would have good years. Milwaukee's had a good year. The Cubs are one of the night, 1 game out. The Pirates had a nice year last year. They're not at 500 yet, but that's an interesting division.
I think St. Louis is a team to watch. If they can get Matt Morris back and get back Andy Bennis, any kind of pitch in that ball club can be as offensive as anyone. So I look for the Cardinals to really make some noise later on this year.
Mike Flanagan out to the mound. He's telling Charlton, look, we really don't want to blow out our bullpen in this situation. Let's pitch some strikes. Let's maybe get some outs. Bobby Munoz, one-time Yankee, who came in and his first pitch was hit by Raines for the home run last night.
Right. Usually when the pitching coach goes out there, when a guy's walked a couple of hitters or given up something, it's to tell him something that he's doing mechanical. Charlton obviously has struggled with his release point, throwing a lot of balls low. There's a couple reasons for that. You can have a tender arm. You can actually rush off the rubber. I hear more pitching coaches say, stay longer on the rubber. Don't push off of it so quickly.
Well, Flanagan did his job in fly. Calmed Charlton down, so just pitch some strikes. Let's get some outs. And Soho skies. There's one down.
Well, Soho has always been a guy that goes up there swinging the bat. He's a lot like Sean Dunston in that respect. Very difficult to walk, so all you have to do is throw the ball somewhere around the plate, and he's hacking. And certainly, with only 10 at-bats coming into the night, he's going to be overly aggressive.
Here is Knobloch. Singled and scored in the first. Walked and scored in the fourth.
See, Charlton still has real good velocity, 91 miles per hour. So it's certainly not arm strength, and you can forget about that arm problem. when a guy's throwing 91, he doesn't have much of an arm problem. That's right around what he threw in his heyday, more around 93, 94 then. But you just see there with his breaking ball, his release point, he just doesn't have the rhythm. As hitting is rhythm, so is pitching. You have to get in rhythm with your body, get in sync, keep everything together, and explode all at one time. And what I mean by staying over the rubber is when you set up like he is there and you bring your leg up, you stay back, gather everything, and pop. And what he has a tendency to do there is he's getting back there, but then he's rushing off the mound trying to throw the ball too hard.
On deck, Derek Jeter took care of that hitting streak early in the night with his triple to extend the streak to 15. Then he singled, then he doubled. And we see the homer for the cycle.
Here again, Charlton has gotten himself in a terrible situation, 3-1, great hitter situation. And if he throws this ball anywhere near the strike zone, Knobloch will hit it hard.
He did not. So how about this? Not only does Jeter go for the homer, perhaps, for the cycle, if he gets it, it would be a granny. That's doing it in style. Well, and he's going to do it against the fastball pitcher. As Ray Miller is to the mound, Charlton is gone. Bobby Blue Munoz will come in to face Derek Jeter with a shot at a little history. Bottom of the seventh, Derek Jeter. It'll be exciting if he can hit this one out of here. Only 10 Yankees have ever hit for the cycle. Bobby Munoz, once upon a time, wore these Yankee pinstripes. Came in last night, one pitch range, tagged him for a deep home run. Sacks full of Yankees. Posada, Brochus, Knobloch aboard for Derek Jeter. Only 218 times has anyone hit for a cycle in the history of Major League Baseball. Can this beat 219? Breaking ball, misses outside, ball one. Jeter's triple was to left center. His double was to right center. Working him away, it's 2-0.
Again, Oriole pitcher's just not able to find the strike zone. Bases loaded, comes in and throws two breaking balls down 2-0.
Ripken, Alomar, Palmeiro. So instead of the grand slam, Munoz comes in and certainly does the job, gets Jeter to ground into a double play. We head to the 8th, 9-2 New York. ESPN Wednesday Night Baseball is brought to you by Radica, makers of the original bass fishing game. Get real. Get Radica. Well, the Yankees have been totally Radica tonight. They are eradicating the Baltimore Orioles 9-2 as we hit the top of the 8th. And, well, we've gone from Dave Schultz to Bob Kelly of the Broad Street Bullies. Graham Lloyd, who will serve a suspension over the weekend in Boston, has given way now to Jeff Nelson, who also was in the fracas last night.
Yeah, he was, but Graham threw a little bit better punch than Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff was.
That was kind of a weak right-handed. But one thing about it, he was in there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. That bullpen, they were all over it.
And as you mentioned, as we talked about, Joe Torre going to. Oh, we're not on there.
We weren't able. The dish heads heard it. We were talking. Yeah. Hey, if you're Joe Torre, you might as well use these guys, Ray, because I mean they're about to be sat down for 3 days. First Lloyd, and then a couple days Nelson. So let's burn them up. Here's our in-game box score for the Orioles, and except for the fact that Hammonds and Ripken have hit the ball hard. Of course, Cal, we should say, has 2 hits. Let's remember that scoring change. So that's 2 for 3 for Ripken. See, in his 10,000th at bat, you got to give him a hit, don't you? At any rate, Cal is up to see if he can get hit number 3.
Joe Torre using Graham Lord and Jeff Nelson as you both of them have been suspended to be served when Strawberry comes back.
Rip by Ripke. Foul. Yeah, if you're tuning in late, here's the way it works. Each team, the Orioles and the Yankees, playing skating a man down. They're with 24 players. They cannot call up anybody from the minors. Strawberry starts his 3-game suspension tonight. Then I assume it's going to be Lloyd's 3, then Nelson's 2. Benitez has an 8-game suspension for Ray Miller. When he's done, Mills will serve 2. Now, the Yankees have not yet decided if they're going to appeal. Benitez says they will. He is not, and I doubt Mills will appeal his 2. Strawberry or either of the other Yankees could appeal, you know. I don't know that they will, but Joe said, hey, they just found out about it when they got to the park at 5 o'clock. Strawberry's going to play anyway, so in case we don't appeal, might as well get 1 game out of the way right now. He said, we got to digest this. They have not officially said that they will not appeal, although I don't know that they will. They'll probably just get done with it.
That's right. I wouldn't appeal it simply because you put it on the back burner and then the appeal goes on for a longer time. And then if you do lose it, you lose your players for the latter part of the season or mid-season.
Roses with a nice play in the hole.
And like you say, you go ahead and get it out of the way now while you're hot. Let them serve whatever they got to serve and be done with it.
I guess the player himself has to appeal. It's not a club decision,
right.
But Joe said that, that it had not yet been decided at the start of the game. BJ and the Bear Surhoff. RBI double his last time up in the 6th.
Well, I think that the suspensions are absolutely right on. I think that you have to certainly penalize the perpetrator, and then when somebody responds or reacts, you have to be able to make sure that you take care of that side also. And I think it was handled quickly and aptly.
Good job by Dr. Budig, the president of the American League. The last thing you want to do is sit and review tape for 4 days on something like this. You just can't. You can't. You're playing. Yeah, Ray Miller has been a stand-up guy. He used to say, this is my lineup. I was waiting for us to catch fire a little bit. As we outlined that schedule for the Orioles, Ray, this pitching doesn't get straightened out. They're going into the teeth of some big-time hitters. I mean, Oakland coming up, and they got home and home with Seattle. They got Texas coming. They got Boston coming. They got Atlanta coming. I mean, these are the next teams on their schedule.
Although this is their 45th game right here into the season, barely a quarter of the way through.
Yeah, I understand.
It's still critical that they mount something, because when you in second place and you're 10 or 11 games behind, you can do something about it. I remember in Cincinnati in '79, we were 11 games behind the Astros at the All-Star break and won the pennant, but we were in second place. When you're behind 3-4 ball clubs, everybody's not going to fall apart, so they better make a move now if they're going to do anything in this division or by the All-Star break. They'll be thinking about what they're going to be doing in the wintertime.
Off the glove of Nelson. Oh, Jeter off a misdirect. The high throw, Soho off the bag. Jeter had a tough play. Boy, he had to break towards second base. Then it was redirected off Nelson's glove, and he couldn't recover in time. Join us for the Indy 500 carburation and pit competition tomorrow at 3 Eastern Time. I know you'll be there, Ray. This is the last chance for teams to run their cars on the track before the Indy 500.
I have been there before, Chris.
Have you been to this?
No, I haven't. I was always playing baseball.
But you know what? I can be Chris Economaki right here. From the pitch. ABC Sports presents Sunday at 11 a.m. Yeah, that would make sense. You're playing baseball. 11 a.m. Sunday, 8 a.m. Pacific. An American Classic, the Indianapolis 500, the 82nd running. Last year's champion, Ari Lewandijk, with a grid.
But about
Indy 500.
seeing those carburation tests, I played in Indianapolis for 4 years when I was marred there behind Pete Rose in the early 70s, and I got to see the time trials and the carburation test there at Indy. The Indianapolis Indians were always out of town on that big race day, though.
Fly ball to left field. Curtis coming on. Makes the play. Hoyles is done. And Surhoff back to first.
I'm going to show you the quick reactions of a shortstop here. Derek Jeter, watch right here as this ball is hit. Look how quickly he moves to the left and then stops as that ball is deflected. Quick, gets his feet set really quickly. And even if the throw would have been there, Surhoff, who runs very well, it would have been a bang-bang play. But really quick feet to play shortstop in the big leagues. Most high school and American League shortstops that are drafted as shortstops end up playing third base in the major leagues. Not too many people can handle the range and all the flexibility, the arm that it takes to be a major league shortstop.
Mike Bordick up the middle, little flare for a base hit. Surhoff. A single earlier this inning was his second hit of the night. Stops at second base. And the Orioles have a couple on with 2 out.
Chris, I want to make sure that I said American Legion. I didn't say American League. It sounded like I said American League, and high school and American Legion players that are drafted, or even college players. Knobloch was a shortstop at Texas A&M. There are a lot of people out there that play shortstop, but when they get to the big leagues, they're real quickly moved over to second, third, because all those shortstops are from the Dominican Republic, aren't they?
Yeah, every one of them.
San Pedro de Macorís.
You're still thinking about Trois Rivières.
Oh, man. I played in a few places, man. There's a shortstop.
From Havre de Grace.
Yes, sir. It's right up the road.
There's one that's not from San Pedro de Macorís.
And it's funny, Cal came up as a third baseman in the minor leagues, and they moved him to shortstop. One good reason, Brooks Robinson was still there, and Doug DeCinces came along, and Mark Belanger retired.
Ooh. Shot right back through the on-deck circle. He's not that far away here at Yankee Stadium. Mike Stanton throwing in the Yankee pen. Jeffrey Hammonds had to be alert. He didn't have much of a chance there. That was a shot only Dominic Hasek could have stopped. Ole the goalie. Washington Buffalo series starts on ESPN. So that's a tough call. That's a tough call, that series. To left field, Curtis is there. Anderson is gone. And the Orioles strand a pair heading to the bottom of the 8th. 9-2 New York. Happy birthday again to the Boomer, David Wells, who gave everybody a present here on Sunday, and those that watched, as he authored the 15th perfect game in Major League Baseball history, only the second ever at famed Yankee Stadium. And how about he and Don Larson going to the same high school in San Diego?
Isn't that something? I had the great pleasure to coach in Cincinnati with David Wells, and he is a pure guy and just a wonderful guy.
And a tribute to Boomer's perfect game tomorrow night on Classic Sports at 8 Eastern Time. Little chopper by Paul O'Neill. Alamar Palmera one down. A tribute to the perfect game. We'll have highlights from memorable perfect games, including Don Larson's game right here at Yankee Stadium, in which Joe Torre was a high school kid from Brooklyn and had a ticket to the game, was sitting in the upper deck. Don Zimmer, who was here in the park, was member of the Dodgers. It was perfected. We'll also look at Jim Bunning's Father's Day Classic, done not far from here. I watched that game on TV. Father's Day 1964, Phillies against the Mets. That's tomorrow night at 8 o'clock here on ESPN. It's only 2 players have been on the same team, have been on teams that have authored 2 perfect games. What I'm trying to spit out is Paul O'Neill, who was just up, was in right field for Tom Browning's perfect game with the Reds, and of course was right field here on Sunday for David Wells. The other man is Reggie Jackson. Actually, there's a couple. Let me get this straight here. Reggie was the DH for California when Mike Witt did it at the end of the season. Jeff Reboulet is the new third baseman in place of Ripken. He was also in right field when Catfish Hunter had his in '68. But the one I like the most is Ron Hassett, caught 2. Len Barker caught that one. And of course, now as I feverishly go through my notes, I'm doing this all off the top of my head, I can't find the other one that the Babe caught, but I will in a minute. Must be on my O'Neill page. El Presidente. Len Barker in 81, Dennis Martinez in 91, Montreal. So Reggie, Paul O'Neill, Ron Hassett, only 3 players who have been on the side, and with which their pitcher had a perfect game. That's pretty exciting. Bernie Williams walks. I finally spit it out. Here's Carl Ravitch.
All right, Boomer, they came in tied with 16 home runs apiece to lead the American League, but A-Rod has gone yard twice, and he has 18 now, 2 shy of the Major League lead behind McGuire, who took the night off. Boomer, Billy, the Billy Joel reference.
Yeah. I feel like, well, trying to spit that one out, it was like Captain Jack Rabbit. A-Rod second in the majors through home runs. Ryan McGuire's 20, A-Rod with 18, Vinny with 17, Junior with 16. Now here's a little trivia note about the batter Tim Raines. He was one of 8 players that was in the majors when we did our first sports center that's still playing. Another guy in the park tonight, Jesse Orozco, was active when we did Sports Center #1 on September 7th, 1979. I know you're wondering, Ray. As I said last week, this is the time of the game when you unload the closet. I know you're wondering who the other 6 were.
You're doing it.
Dennis Eckersley, Ricky Anderson, Paul Molitor, Dennis Martinez, and Mike Morgan. My closet is now empty. That was the old sneakers that were in the back that were stinking up the closet. Raines has really hit the ball hard tonight. 3 hard hit singles along with a ground out to second. Timmy with 3 RBIs. RBI single in the first, 2-run single is last at bat of the 6th. I asked back to the perfect games. I asked Don Zimmer how many no-hitters he'd seen. He said, I don't know, 10, 11, 12. Monzo. It's a lot.
Hey, he's been around longer than anybody.
Raines will sit. And that'll bring up Chad Curtis.
Chad Curtis.
Bernie Williams, runner at first base. Curtis 0 for 3 and was hit by a pitch. And Curtis hits one down the right field side. Bernie can fly. Here's the Reeves being held up at third base as Hammonds went over pretty quickly and got the ball over to Robbie Alomar. Randolph went way down the line and decided to hold up Bernie. So a double for Curtis and the 22nd Yankee base runner tonight. 22 base runners, Ray.
Well, this is an offensive machine. Munoz throwing the ball real well, Chad. Curtis breaking ball that just hangs and stays right on the ball, drives it down that right field line. With 2 outs, Bernie Williams running as hard as he can, as he always does. Remember the play in center field here? Only a real good throw to the cutoff man. Stops him at third.
Jorge Posada, who has doubled twice. One to right field, one to left field. The Yankees get to double figures again.
If I'm not mistaken, Chris, this is Don Zimmer's 50th year in the big leagues.
Yes, it is.
Is that right?
That's what he told me.
50th year in the big leagues. Or actually 50th year in professional baseball.
Yes. Doesn't look a day more than 48 years in professional baseball, does it?
Oh, man.
I just love going to talk to Zim every time we do a Yankee game. Let's just talk some baseball. The Yankees have played what, Ray? 38 games. They've already hit double figures 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Now they won't hit it 7 times unless the Orioles stage a miraculous 9th inning. So it's to the 9th inning we trudge with the Yankees ahead 9-2. All right, Carl, 9-2 the Yankees here in the top of the 9th, and the Yankees, if people forget that they started 1-4. 1-4. And they're about to go 29-5 since that 1-4 start, Ray, included in which was a 22-2 spur. Here is Darren Holmes. So Joe letting everybody work in the bullpen tonight. Darren Holmes came over from the Colorado Rockies, and after being admonished a little bit by George Steinbrenner, immediately pitched very well the next few outings.
Well, he has a real good curveball, probably as good a curveball, true curveball as there is in the game. Good fastball, about 90-mile-an-hour fastball, throws that curveball a lot.
Well, if you're Joe Torre, Gene Monahan, Yankee trainer, Don Zimmer. I got 2.5 weeks to figure out that Belmont. if you're Joe Torre, what do you really? I know it's only 39 games, but what kind of team do you think you're going to end up with here this year, Ray? I mean, what kind of things is this team capable of that we haven't yet seen? I mean, they haven't gotten a great start from not blocking. Remember, it took a month for Williams and O'Neill to hit home runs. Cone was like, what, the 5th best pitcher on the team right now, or 4th or 5th? It's not like everyone's, as you say, is having a career start.
Well, I think that they're playing as well as they're going to play. Anytime you're 20 games over 500 going into your 40th ball game, you're not going to play much better than that. Just law of averages, you're not going to play better than that. But the fact is, as you say, Chris, they have so many weapons that they can go to, and I just think they're going to continue this right on and win 100-plus ball games. And I just don't foresee them going into any slump, prolonged slump. The only time that you can go into a prolonged slump is if your starting pitching just breaks down completely. And it looks like to me with Cone and certainly Mendoza's pitched extremely well of late.
Hey, you know who's actually struggling the last few outings is Pettit.
Pettit's the only guy that has struggled recently. Mendoza early, but he's pitched really well. Cone coming back and pitching well. And
he struggled a few outings ago, but I think those struggles are gone, right?
Yeah.
Look at this.
Hey, I said he was pure earlier. I'm talking about man's man. Obviously, David ain't going to tell you he's pure, but he is the type of guy that you love to be around. I mean, he lost his mother a couple years ago, has a tattoo over his heart of his mother. His son, Brandon, he has a tattoo on the arm. He's just a really caring guy. And when you talk about Babe Ruth and the guy that loved life but really cared about people, David Wells is a lot like that.
Now Holmes gets Jeffrey Hammonds to ground out to Scott Brocious. 1 down. Let's head on over to Ravi.
All right, Boomer, Yankees have taken all 4 games of the Mariners this year, 3 of 4 against the very hot-hitting Rangers. They do have an awesome lineup. How about Lee Stevens, the straightaway center field? It's a free-for-all out there. Oh, he's safe. 7-5 now. The Mariners still with Heathcliff on the mound.
Oh, that slide down the center field, the knoll back there behind the center field wall. The A's and the Angels. Coming up after we're done here, Bob Carpenter. Joe Morgan on the call. Look forward to joining those gentlemen at the conclusion here, at which point the Yankees will be 30-9. 30-9.
Well, you don't play much better than that. You asked me that question, and you just can't play better than that. They're gonna, if they continue at that pace, shoot, they end up winning 120 ball games.
Well, except for that opening series in Anaheim, which was just a 2-game series, they have not lost a series since.
And you know, you talk about momentum in any game. Baseball is one of those things that you build momentum early and get to believing in yourself, and then get to believing in the guy next to you, and all of a sudden everybody on the ball club starts feeling good about things.
Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling to get that foul ball by Alomar.
And in New York, I think it's the greatest place to play baseball when you're going well, and the most horrible place to play baseball when you're going badly.
Well,
and you know,
Kenny Rogers would agree with you.
A lot of people
would agree with you.
Yes, sir. It takes a certain mentality to play here when things go bad. I mean, every paper from, shoot, like you say, from Connecticut down to Massachusetts carries it, and Jersey, and it's, you're just under the microscope so much here. And then yet some guys like young Derek Jeter thrive in it. Paul O'Neill. Reggie.
He will. Chuck Knobloch. Alomar hits it to right field. Back. Gone.
As you see right there, you listen to all those boos. That's for Darren Holmes, just because he struggled so much this year.
I think they also boo Robbie. They've been booing him. He's now become a target of the boo birds just because, hey, he's on the opposition with whom we had a fight, and he, embarrassed himself a couple years ago.
I only say that because when I was in the New York Mets, as we watch here, this is just a fastball, nothing fastball right there. We call it a BP fastball, and Robbie, for such a small guy, just generates really a lot of bat speed. But when I was with the Mets in 84 and 85, Chris, I struggled so much that I got booed every time I walked into the on-deck circle. And, I mean, it was horrible. And I one time broke out in almost hives and didn't even know why. But it was such a thing for a guy that had been tough mentally to experience just negativity all the time. And you know, they pound you when you're going badly. And I was really a half a player.
Whoa! Here's Palmeiro. Back. Gone.
Well, I hear some boos now, and I don't think
it's for Rafi. No. Well, with 5 more of these solo home runs, the Orioles can tie it up. Alomar hit his 4th, and Palmeiro has hit his 8th.
Well, remember the last pitch? Remember this, the catcher sets up inside, same spot, right down the middle of the plate. And as you say, the big league hitters, if you throw it down the middle, I don't care how hard you throw it around knee high to thigh high, they're going to hammer it. So he goes to the breaking ball.
Facing Joe Carter, who came in the game to pinch it last time up. Bat for Harold Baines. Working high and away, 2-0.
They're chanting something around here.
They're chanting. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
I can't figure it out either.
Rivera up in the pen, and Joe really doesn't want to use him.
He won't use him in this situation. It's going to have to be where that time runs at the plate.
They have 3 more solo home runs.
Right.
Speaking of Joe, it was in his office before the game, his brother Frank. Great to see him. Obviously. Carter fouls it out of play.
Looking so well. 2 years ago, I saw Frank Torrey, and you knew he had a lot of problems, and that much documented heart operation that Joe talked about it with such emotion, going through that World Series and dedicating that World Series to his brother Frank. And now Frank today out here all tan, looking great.
Look good, look real good. This one a little farther toward the foul pole, but
see, Joe's just exhibiting what happens when you don't play every day. I've never seen him hit the ball that way so often. Granted, he's getting older, but this is what happens when you start becoming a part-time player. You lose your timing, and it's so tough to get that timing back. Then you start fouling off pitches that you should hit.
A's at the Angels coming up. The Angels listened in. We'll be tuning in when we get done here in New York. Ripped by Carter. Oh, what a play by Jeter from his knees.
Whoa.
Save. Oh, what a play by Derek Jeter.
Joe Carter's always been able to run. Played at Wichita State in college, but watch Derek Jeter on this play. I hope that we get him. No, we don't have a shot of him right there, but unbelievable quickness. You're going to see him coming to the picture here. 2 steps, dive, knocks the ball down, comes up, throws it, and actually put a lot on the ball to be going away from it. Almost threw him out. Only Joe Carter's speed. But here we go. Look at him. Play him in the hole. The ball's there. That ball was hit so hard, and he's able to actually dive and get his glove on the ball when it was by him.
Actually went past it. He got there so quickly, I think it hit him in the wrist. Jeff Reboulet came in the game, defensive purposes for Cal Ripken. Gets his first at bat. 9-4 game now.
Here you see this ball right here. What he does there, that's just a reaction play, Chris, and he did get past it, but obviously when you leave your feet, your glove is just going to be somewhere out there. You don't have the control over it as you have when you're on your feet, and he dove and extended as far as he could and made a great play, but almost made it a tremendous play. And I saw him shake his head almost like, boy, I should have made that play.
I like that.
The great ones do. They expect to make every play.
To the count to Reboulet. Surhoff on deck. A's and Angels on deck for us. Darren Holmes really struggling here in the 9th inning. Well, hit pretty well to right field, but O'Neill is there, and now the Orioles will be down to their last down, 2 down. You know, so the Yankees, when they win tonight, that means they've won this 3-game series with Game 3 tomorrow night. That'll be since that 0-2 start, which meant they lost the series at Anaheim. It will be 13 series wins and 3 splits in the 16 that they've played. And Andy Pettitte will try to go for the sweep tomorrow night against Scotty Erickson. Then the Yankees have 3 at Boston, and then Boston comes here the following weekend. So that'll be very interesting.
I'm going to be tuned into those games because you're going to find out how good Boston is and how really good the Yankees are, because they're obviously the class in the division.
Well, they'll miss Pedro first time around. They will not get him the way they work. They'll get him on the weekend in Yankee Stadium. This is Surhoff driving a long way. Back, gone!
Joe will give him one more hitter. He'll give him one more hitter to try to get that 3rd out, because he does not want Rivera in this ball game. There you see Mel Stottlemyre go to the bullpen and see how close he is. Generally what you do in the dugout, your pitching coach, you communicate with him as a manager, and you say, listen, as we see Surhoff here, again, where's the pitch? A little bit better pitch, a little more down, but still over the heart of the plate, a breaking ball that didn't do anything. But to finish my thought, Chris, is the pitching coach, you tell the guy in the bullpen, just get loose. Just get loose a little bit. I don't want you hot. I just want you throwing. And then read the inning. And then they just go out there and he gets a little loose, gets a little warm, and then eventually he calls back and says, hey, you got to get hot. So now Rivera is getting warm to get coming to the ball game.
Underway in Anaheim, no score, bottom of the first, and Chris Boyle swings for this one. It's 0-2. So as poor night it's been for the Orioles, they do at least hit 3 home runs in one inning, which doesn't happen very often, but the Baltimore Orioles are about to lose their 23rd of their last 33 games. The Yankees are about to up their mark to 30-9. Just warm up, as you say. Don't get hot, just get lukewarm.
Don't get too excited. Just loosen up a little bit.
Yeah, Darren Holmes will be embarrassed to take the handshakes too at the end of the inning, won't he?
Oh, he will. I mean, this is why this is such a tough game. We always say hills and valleys. You know, you're on the top of the hill one day and you're in the valley the next, and what you try to do is stay somewhere in between.
Well, at least he ends it with a flourish. So Holmes comes back with a strikeout of Rabu. Now 3-0. The Yankees are now 30-9. They're 13 ahead of the Orioles, and the news is spread again. The Yankees win it by the count of 9-6. Oakland, Anaheim coming up next with Bob Carpenter and Joe Morgan for Ray Knight and all of us here in New York. I'm Chris Berman. Thanks for watching. It's been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, now out west.
Season in the books, the Baltimore Orioles find themselves in a must-win situation, seeking to slow down the Yankees and compete in the American League East. The Yanks off to their best start since the days of Ruth and Garrett, a team rich in tradition. The new Murderers Row of 98 creating their own lore. With tensions and emotions still riding high, it's one of baseball's biggest rivalries, the Orioles and the Yankees, next on Fox Sports Net. Sportsnet welcomes you to New York, Yankee Stadium in the Bronx for the third of a 3-game series. The Babe Ruth commemorative stamp unveiled on Tuesday. Yankees with a record of 15-3 here at the house that Ruth built and the best record in baseball. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Baseball Thursday. Kenny Albert with Jeff Torborg. Just another ho-hum week here at Yankee Stadium. A perfect game on Sunday and a brawl on Tuesday night. Yankees have won both of this series against the Orioles so far. A Baltimore club which won the division last year, but right now 13 games out, 16 in the loss column.
Well, they're in trouble, Kenny. They are really struggling. Even though they have 117 games left, they have to be looking at wild card right now. They need this game very badly because it's a psychological factor. When you're struggling like this, you have to beat the best team in the league, and they need it badly.
Yankees with a 9-5 victory on Tuesday, 9-6 last night, and the pitching matchup here tonight in the series finale. Scott Erickson for Baltimore, Andy Pettitte for the Yanks.
Scott Erickson is the horse of this ball club, the one who eats up the innings. He is now the ace with Mussina on the disabled list. He needs to do the job. Andy Pettitte, of course, the acknowledged Yankee ace.
Will the Yankees sweep, or will the Orioles salvage one game before they head west? We'll find out. Scott Erickson, 4-4, but he has allowed the most hits in the American League. And Andy Pettitte looking to bounce back after 2 consecutive losses. Baseball Thursday on Fox Sports Net is brought to you by Desinex, the soothing cure for athlete's foot. And by Kubota Tractor Corporation, who invite you to visit your local Kubota tractor dealer today. Third of a 3-game series from Yankee Stadium as we welcome you back, Kenny Albert, along with Jeff Torborg. the first place Yankees and the last place Orioles in the American League East. Brady Anderson will lead it off for the O's in center field, followed by Jeffrey Hammonds. Roberto Alomar will bat third. Rafael Palmeiro in the cleanup spot. The DH tonight is Joe Carter. Cal Ripken Jr. will bat sixth. B.J. Surhoff, Lenny Webster, and Mike Bordick. Against Yankees pitcher Andy Pettitte with a record of 5-4. He lost his first two decisions this year, won his next 5, and has lost his last 2.
Kenny, these are not very good numbers from Andy Pettitte, but he's got a good defense behind him.
Tino Martinez was scheduled to return tonight. He was injured when hit by the Armando Benitez pitch on Tuesday. Did not play last night, and a late scratch here tonight. So Dale Spade will make his third start of the year. At first base, you see the rest of the infield: Knobloch, Jeter, and Brocious, with Curtis, Williams, and O'Neill, and Joe Girardi behind the plate.
Well, Pettitte's a big left-hander, 6'5". He's a guy that has two types of fastballs, both over 90 miles an hour. One sinks, one rides up in the zone. He's got a great, good, hard curveball. Cutter slider, he runs in on right-handed hitters, but he's probably got the best pickoff move in the American League. This guy is a total package. He has just not been pitching well lately. Mel Stottlemyre before the game told me that he thinks what he's trying to do is be too perfect, and he's getting behind in too many counts. But this guy is the acknowledged ace of this staff.
Mel Stottlemyre, the Yankees pitching coach, on the right. Manager Joe Torre on his right. Andy Pettitte has allowed 14 earned runs over his last 2 starts, both against the Twins. The most he has allowed during consecutive starts in his 4-year major league career. Joe Torre and the Yankees with a record of 30-9, 15-3 here at home, 15-6 on the road. Orioles struggling under their first-year manager, Ray Miller. They started 10-2. Since then, they've gone 10-23. And Baltimore has lost 7 consecutive games, while the Yankees have won 4 in a row. Brady Anderson will lead it off for the Orioles against Andy Pettitte. Brady on the disabled list earlier this season, batting only 134, but he has picked up the pace as of late with a hit in 7 of his last 8 games. 10 of 26 lifetime against Andy Pettitte. And we are underway from Yankee Stadium. A called strike from home plate umpire Ted Hendry. Larry Young working down at first base. Drew Coble at second. And Dale Ford is our third base umpire.
Well, Ted Hendry is not a favorite right now at Brady Anderson's. He didn't think that curveball was over the plate. He thought that was inside. Of course, the book on Brady is not to give him fastballs in the first pitch.
Fouled off down the third base line. So Anderson falls behind 0-2.
Brady Anderson, when you think about what he means to this ball club, 2 years ago he hit 50 home runs leading off. Last year he hit 18 more. This guy is a real heart of one of the key people in the whole lineup. You know, Ripken, you talk about the record he has. Well, Brady's the same type of gutty type of player.
The 0-2 from Pettitte. And Anderson pops it up in foul territory. The third baseman, Brocious, makes the catch, 1 away in the first. Well, the excitement on Tuesday night, the brawl. Armando Benitez hit Tino Martinez with a pitch following a Bernie Williams go-ahead home run. Benitez serving the second of his 8-game suspension tonight. That will be followed by a 2-game suspension. Alan Mills will sit it out after Benitez serves his 8 on the Yankee side. Darryl Strawberry tonight serving the second of his 3-game suspension, which will be followed by Graham Lloyd's 3 games, and then Jeff Nelson's 2. Lloyd and Nelson, of course, came charging out of the bullpen as Jeffrey Hammonds takes ball 1 with 1 out in the top of the first inning. Hammonds batting .252 on the season, only 2 of his last 21. 1-1.
Jeffrey Hammonds is a local kid. He's from Scotch Plains, New Jersey, not far from here, about 25 miles away. Was a tremendous athlete at Scotch Plains High School. Same high school that Ronaldo Nehemiah, the great Olympic track man, came from.
Skeets. Hammonds punches down the first base line. Pettitte off the mound. Lets Girardi make the play, and he gets him.
Well, Jeffrey Hammonds doesn't think so. He's not real happy. So that was a great play by Girardi. At first, he wasn't sure whether Pettitte was going to be able to get to the ball. But when he did jump on the ball, he didn't waste any time. He didn't get his arm up high to throw it to first. He just flipped it from the side. Here it is again. Hammonds can fly, by the way. Nice bunt. But look at this play by Girardi. That is a terrific play. And another play at the other end by Swaim.
Bill Swaim making only his third start of the year, his first at first base. As Roberto Alomar takes a ball, Swaim has played first base only 46 times during his 12-year Major League career. Primarily has played on the left side of the infield. 1-1, Roberto Alomar batting .289, working on an 8-game hitting streak. And a 1-1 from Pettit, now 2 balls and 1 strike.
Well, we're watching Andy Pettit almost with a little different philosophy. He is not trying to be perfect. He's just trying to throw the first couple pitches over the plate, and that should help him. That's probably Mel Stottlemeier's game plan.
Over the glove of Pettit, Jeter across the Swaim, and that will do it for the Orioles as Joe Girardi made the key defensive play during the top of the first, retiring Jeffrey Hammond. Back in Yankee Stadium, bottom of the first. The Yankees with a record of 30-9. They started the season 1-4, have lost only 5 of 34 since. And Chuck Knobloch will lead it off. The second baseman followed by shortstop Derek Jeter, working on a 15-game hitting streak. Paul O'Neill, who signed a 1-year contract extension earlier today, will bat third. Bernie Williams in the cleanup spot. Tim Raines, the DH. Chad Curtis in left field tonight. The third baseman Scott Brocious will bat 7th. Catcher Joe Girardi and the first baseman Dale Swaim against Scott Erickson with a record of 4-4, including 3 complete games.
Well, he's a big guy, 6'4", 230. Number's not real good. When you have that many hits and he leads the American League with hits given up, you're not doing real well. But he's a sinker ball pitcher, so if he can make them hit the ball on the ground, he's got a chance.
Also 6th in runs allowed so far this season. And Chuck Knobloch, the leadoff man for the Yankees, takes strike 1. Knobloch in his first season in New York, batting .248. 6 of 16 lifetime against Erickson, his former teammate with the Minnesota Twins. 1-1.
Knobloch, even though he is not really having the kind of year that they think he'll have eventually, he's going against, as you mentioned, a former teammate, a power sinker ball pitcher, 94 miles an hour, very hard slider, slow curve, can be run on.
Strike 2 call. So Knobloch falls behind. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
What I started to say about Knobloch is, you know, here's a guy that's hit well over 300 in the past, but he makes things happen. Even though he's off to a slow start with the Yankees, they love him. The top of the order, he can run, he makes things happen, he's a good defender.
I am tight 2-2.
And when you have a guy at the front end of the order who can steal bases the way Knobloch can, it means that the rest of the order behind him, if he gets on, will get a lot of fastballs and make them much better hitters, because Knobloch stole 62 bases last year.
9 so far this year. Yankees second in the AL in steals. Fouled back behind first base, so the count remains 2-2.
You see what this guy can do. He makes things happen. He gets on base with the walks. He goes deep into the count. He's a good leadoff hitter because he can steal. He's scored 26 runs. Doesn't strike out very often. When he first came up, he used to shoot everything to right field, but he's gotten stronger, so he can pull the ball too.
Of the shortstop Bordick into center field. So a leadoff single for Knobloch.
Well, this was a bullet. I don't know if this had a little tail on it, but as Bordick dove for the ball, he almost came up with a great play, but this ball was a rocket. And what happens when you dive sometimes, you go to make your dive, your head jiggles a little. You're not sure how far to extend, but that ball was ripped. That almost took his webbing right out of his glove.
So Knobloch, the leadoff man on first, and Derek Jeter with a hit in 15 consecutive games. 3 last night, a single, a double, and a triple. Erickson looks Knobloch back to first. You mentioned the 62 stolen bases a year ago. 9 of 14 so far this year.
And Kenny, also you can run on Erickson. The reason being he takes a little time getting the ball to the plate, and he's a sinker baller, so he's in the dirt a lot. And the Oriole catchers have trouble throwing people out. Lenny Wester had elbow surgery over the winter, so it's difficult for him to throw.
Jeter squares to bunt and takes strike one. Derek Jeter, 11 of his last 23. As we take a look at his numbers during the 15-game hitting streak. The longest streak in the American League this year, 16, by Joey Cora and Nomar Garciaparra.
Well, you can see how the Orioles are very concerned about Chuck Knobloch. That's one of the reasons this Yankee lineup is so balanced and so successful. Knobloch's coming in, enables Jeter to bat second instead of leadoff. Now he can get inside the ball and hit it to right field with anybody.
Knobloch bluffed, and Jeter fouls it back 0-2.
Now what I say by that, very often as you're making a lineup out, your number 2 hitter is a guy that you like to have the ability to shoot the ball through the hole on the right side. The reason being, when you get a base runner like Knobloch, a leadoff hitter, who gets on, there's a big hole there because the first baseman is holding him on. So if you have somebody, if he's a left-handed hitter, can pull it through that hole, or a right-hand hitter can handle the bat and shoot it through there, you really got something. That's what Jeter can do, but he's gotten strong enough now that he can also turn on the ball when they try to pitch him in. But this Yankee lineup is solid, top to bottom.
6 of the 9 starters tonight batting 300 or better. Would have been 7 with Martinez in the starting lineup. Outside 1 and 2.
Now, as we're watching Knobloch standing out there, when he gets out, what you try to do, it's a little more difficult to do on regular turf because you don't see the area where you get your foot up on, but you want to get out where you can get about 4 steps out and right in an area like as we see right here. And one of the things you will try to do,
ground ball to the second baseman, Alomar. There's one double play, a 4-6-3 double play. Alomar to Bordick to Palmeiro.
well, it's a moot point now, but when a base runner gets out and gets enough of a lead that he can take a step and a dive and get back, that's a good lead. Now, Derek Jeter in this situation tried to shoot to that hole but didn't quite get it there. He got it instead over to Robbie Alomar, one of the best second basemen to ever play this game. Bordick, of course, makes it not even close the way they turn that ball. But this game is a game of inches. In that case, it was a game of a couple feet. If that ball were over a couple feet more toward first base by Derek Jeter, you might have runners at first and third at this point.
Instead, 2 outs for Paul O'Neill, who earlier today agreed to a 1-year contract extension for next season, plus a club option for the year 2000. And O'Neill lifts it foul into the stands down the left field line. O'Neill 6 of 10 in this series so far, batting .323. He's been over 300 each of his 5 seasons with the Yankees.
I like this guy as a player a whole lot, and when I was managing the Mets in the National League, he was with Cincinnati, and he's such a tough out. Then he came here to the Yankees and has upped his game. As you can see what he's done, I mean, those are incredible averages. And yet around here, sometimes some of the media said he's a whiner. Well, there's Chris Chambliss, the hitting coach, talking to Knobloch in the dugout. But Paul O'Neill is a very professional hitter, and he's toughest on himself. You know, when somebody says, well, he's a whiner, he's not a whiner. He's got a fire in his stomach, and he takes it out on himself and on the water cooler and on the Gatorade jug, you know, but he really is a gamer.
2 outs, bottom of the first, and the 1-1 from Erickson. Remember Tuesday night, the brawl incited by Armando Benitez, who hit Tino Martinez last night. 2 Orioles and 1 Yankee were hit by pitches.
Yeah, that wasn't intentional. This one, as you'll see, Erickson is a sinker ball. He just pulls the ball to the inside part of the plate. He wanted to make sure it was down and in. He didn't want to leave it out over the plate.
O'Neill goes fishing, 2-2.
You know, when you look at the numbers that Paul O'Neill's had in New York, it's not just coincidental that the Yankees have started playing well since he's been here. He is an integral part of this club right in the middle of the order. The Yankees have never been successful without a left-handed hitter who can reach the short porch in right field. And O'Neill has come in here and hit for average and hit for power and played an outstanding right field.
Fouled off down the right outfield line, and refreshing to listen to Paul O'Neill speak to the media in the Yankees clubhouse earlier today about how lucky he is to play baseball. With regard to his new contract, he said every game standing out of the outfield, he thinks about how lucky he is and explains to his kids, hey, your daddy is not the norm. And O'Neill strikes out, and that does it for the Yankees in the first. A leadoff single by Knobloch. No score after one. Sportsnet welcomes you back to Yankee Stadium. Paul O'Neill struck out to end the first inning. For the Orioles here in the second, it will be Palmeiro, Carter, and Ripken. Well, on Tuesday night, prior to the first game of this series, the Yankees joined the United States Postal Service as they unveiled
Wait a minute, he's not on here. Hold it.
Decade of the 1920s.
He's getting on the headset.
Babe Ruth stamp. In a pregame ceremony, there's David Wells, a big Babe Ruth fan, and the man you saw throw out the first pitch was Paul Hopkins, who allowed the Babe's 59th home run back in 1927. Ruth's daughter, Julie Ruth Stevens, was also on hand for the pregame ceremony on Tuesday as Rafael Palmeiro takes strike one.
And I didn't play against Mr. Hopkins.
How about Ruth? And there's the stamp out next to the scoreboard in center field. Pettit quickly off the mound, spins and throws out Palmeiro.
Now, Andy Pettit, of course, the left-hander going against the left-hander in Palmeiro. As he throws the ball, you'll see that he falls off the mound and spins around, all the way around, and comes back to the ball. He made a full spin, came to the ball, and then he'll spin again to line up to throw to first base. A lot of times you'll see left-handers deliver the ball and fall toward third and then come around the back way to field balls like that.
Here's the DH, Joe Carter, and he takes ball one. Carter batting .271 on the season, 1 for 2 in this series. Carter's bat has been quiet as of late, driven in only 2 runs in his last 17 games.
Well, there's a lot been said about the way this Oriole lineup has been used by Ray Miller. Ray's done a heck of a job with this club. You know, you don't knock the manager when the club is not pitching well, not hitting well, and he's tried to keep everybody rested and try to use his outfielders as much as he could. You know, when you have Carter and Harold Baines and Jeffrey Hammonds and Eric Davis to go with Brady Anderson and B.J. Surhoff, you try to keep them all ready to play, especially with Eric Davis coming back from cancer. And Ray has taken a lot of heat because, of course, this club went from wire to wire last year under Davey Johnson. And Ray Miller, of course, was the pitching coach in this club. And you're looking at Eric Davis and Jeffrey Hammonds both sitting here. But it can be tough on a manager when you have to try to get all these guys in to keep everybody ready.
The 1-2 from Pettit, back to the box. Again, Pettit able to make the play and throws out Carter.
I'll tell you what, when you have a pitcher who can help himself by fielding his position, if he delivers the ball and comes up in a fielding position, he's got a chance to really help himself, because after he delivered the ball, he becomes a fielder. Here he is delivering the ball. Watch as he finishes. Now he's getting both feet down. He takes a little hop, and of course he used all of that 6'5" to bring that one down. Nice play.
And talking about balls hit back to the box as Cal Ripken steps in. It was last September, Jeff, here at Yankee Stadium, when Andy Pettit was hit by a line drive off the bat of Cal Ripken. Pettit forced to leave the game with contusions on his thumb, lip, and his nose. And of course, you and I were in Baltimore for Baseball Thursday last Thursday evening as Ripken goes up the middle for the Orioles' first base hit of the game. But last Thursday night, Mike Mussina, the Orioles ace, hit by the line drive off the bat of Sandy Alomar Jr. And we wish Mike the best. Underwent surgery earlier today. His nose was reset at the University of Maryland Medical Center.
You know, it's amazing. That shot he took, he was very fortunate. It did break his nose. I mean, to break your nose, you're not fortunate, but he was fortunate. That ball, when it hit him, hit above his eye instead of in his eye or in his temple area. And there have been an awful lot of that's Mike Flanagan you're seeing on the screen right now. It's the pitching coach of the Orioles. You're seeing a lot of balls going back through the middle lately in Major League games.
We've already seen Pettit field 2 here in the second inning alone as B.J. Surhoff takes strike 1. Surhoff leading the Orioles in runs batted in, 8th in the American League, 34 RBI, 10 of 22 lifetime against Pettit, and a local product out of Rye, New York. To the right side, and Swain takes it himself, and that retires the Orioles into second. 1 hit, Ripken stranded. No score, middle of the second. Back at Yankee Stadium, Joe Torre said earlier this season when we were 1-4 and the Orioles were 10-2 back in April, we were just thinking about staying close.
Yeah, well, it's amazing how quickly things change in a Major League season.
Yankees at 30-9, Orioles 5 games under 500 as we move to the bottom of the second inning. Each team with a base hit. Kenny Albert, Jeff Torborg. Baseball Thursday on Fox Sports Net. Bernie Williams, who hit the go-ahead home run on Tuesday night, just prior to the bench-clearing brawl, when Armando Benitez hit the next batter, Tino Martinez, with a pitch in the back. Martinez underwent x-rays yesterday, no fracture. He does have a contusion of his chest wall and was in the original Yankees lineup tonight, but they made a change about 1 hour prior to game time. Martinez hopes to be in the lineup tomorrow night in Boston. To the left side, Bordick with the backhand play, throws it across and gets Williams.
Wow, this is an outstanding play. Mike Bordick, of course, one of those guys who's very underrated, just very consistent shortstop. Tony La Russa, his former manager with Oakland, says he's one of the best players he's ever had play for him. He is so consistent, and to bring a guy like this into the Orioles situation, replacing a legend in Cal Ripken, a guy better be good, and this is a terrific play. And realize also they just got a guy who's hitting left-handed, can run. So that means he's close to first base, or closer than as a right-handed hitter.
Off-speed pitch for ball 1. Tim Raines, what a series he's having. 5 for 10 over the last 2 games with a home run and 6 runs batted in. At age 38 in his 18th Major League season. Now back 1-1.
Tim Raines is a great guy in a ball club. He played for me when I managed the White Sox for 2 years, and this guy is really a quality guy. He really has fun playing the game. He keeps everybody loose in the clubhouse. He's got a couple kids who are outstanding players. In fact, his oldest boy, who's also nicknamed Rock, I think might be drafted this year.
And Raines pops it up. Shortstop Bordick called off by the center fielder Brady Anderson. 2 away in the second. Raines referred to by some as Little Rock.
Yeah, Little Rock, that's right. I made a joke one time. I was managing the White Sox, and we allowed the kids to be on the field, but they got on the field what time they shouldn't have been there, and I was telling the club that they couldn't have it this way. I said, I know that at 12 years old he probably could play center for us. And Lance Johnson, our center fielder, in the middle of the meeting, says, thanks a lot, Skip. But his son is a tremendous athlete.
So with 2 away, here's Chad Curtis, who swings and misses at strike 1. Curtis in his second season with the Yankees, batting .300, and he is 3rd in the American League in on-base percentage.
This was a great pickup from the Indians last year. When he came to the Yankees and played 93 games, he hit close to 300, 291, but he makes things happen.
0-2.
He had been a center fielder, so now he's playing left field, and this left field here might be one of the toughest left fields in all of baseball. Big left field at Yankee Stadium. And Curtis has really done a terrific job, and he adds a dimension that he can run as well. So you got the bottom of their order can run as much as the top of the order.
Check swing, and first base umpire Larry Young says strike 3. So 1-2-3 inning for Erickson as Curtis strikes out. 2 innings complete. No score from the Bronx. No score as we head to the third. Andy Pettit has allowed just one base runner. A 2-out single by Cal Ripken in the second. Lenny Webster leads it off for the Orioles here in the third. And there's Scott Erickson, the Orioles man on the mound here tonight. Webster splitting the catching duties with Chris Hoyles this season. And he takes a called strike from home plate umpire Ted Hendrick.
Well, there is a strike on the first pitch, which is so important, as Mel Stottlemyre had mentioned. That's what they want to do, get ahead in the count. And the shot we just saw in the Baltimore dugout, Erickson had his hand wrapped in a towel. Now you wonder what that's all about. And it's his pitching hand. It's interesting. I don't know. You don't see that often unless he hurt something.
Foul back, 1-2.
But we were talking about Pettit and how important it is that he get ahead from what Mel Stottlemyre's pitching coach was saying. And so as he's begun this game, he's gotten 5 ground outs, and through going into this inning, 3 first pitch strikes out of 6.
And Webster hits it in the air, left center. Williams under it, one away. So Lenny Webster flies out to begin the third inning as Mike Bordick steps to the plate for the first time tonight. Bordick batting .273 on the season, 10 of his last 23, with 2 hits in this series so far.
Boy, has he gotten hot. Last year he struggled his first year with the Orioles, almost like he was trying to prove to his new team that he could play here. Only hit .236.
And the curve misses for ball 1.
And we saw Bordick last Thursday turn on a ball and hit one out of the ballpark, and also hit a double off the left field wall. He's going back to an open stance, and he's pulling the ball more now.
And he slices it to right. Catcher's made by Paul O'Neill. 2 away in the third.
Right after I say he pulls the ball, he hits the ball the other way. When he first came up with the Oakland A's, he hit everything to right field. He had this open stance where he was looking at the pitcher with his whole lettering on his uniform facing him. Well, this one stood with an open stance, of course.
And there's Orioles coach Eddie Murray in the Baltimore dugout. Every night on Fox Sports Net, it's Fox Sports News Prime Time. All the scores, all the highlights, and all the breaking stories. Covering your hometown teams 7 nights a week. We are there. Fox Sports News Prime Time. Brady Anderson 0 for 1. Fouled out to the third baseman Brocious to lead off the game. Off-speed pitch, high and tight, 1-1.
And the first pitch in this at-bat was another curveball. Brady Anderson, especially the year he hit 50 home runs, jumped on anything hard he saw right away. A lot of leadoff hitters, prototypical leadoff hitters, will take pitches, go deep in the count, and try to work their way on. Well, Brady didn't do that. 50 home runs, obviously, he didn't try to just get on. He ran all the way around the bases.
1-1 from Pettit to the right side. Knobloch to Swain. A 1-2-3 inning for Andy Pettit. Kenny Albert, Jeff Torborg back at Yankee Stadium, bottom 3. Scott Brocious, Joe Girardi, and Dale Swaim for the Yankees here in the third against Scott Erickson, who will add a leadoff single to Chuck Knobloch in the first inning, and has retired all of the Yankees since then. Brocious batting .324, and he takes strike 1. Brocious coming over during the offseason from Oakland. Hit a home run last night, his second of the season.
Brocious had an awful year last year with Oakland, and they got him this year, and hoping that was just an aberration last year. The year before, he showed power. He's an excellent defensive third baseman. Done a heck of a job here so far.
Acquired in the Kenny Rogers deal. 2 balls, 1 strike. Strike call, 2-2.
You look at Erickson, he's got that, looks like his glove is almost shoe polished black. Big glove, and he really gets his hand way into it. Now here's the hit zone for Scott Brocious. He likes the ball through the middle of the plate, about belt high.
And he swings and misses. Strikeout number 3 for Scott Erickson. And it's time now for another Fox Sportsnet game break from the vet in Philadelphia, where Mike Lieberthal hits a 2-run homer off Todd Stottlemyre, his 4th of the year. And the Phillies lead the Cardinals 3-2 in the top of the 5th inning. And there is Todd Stottlemyre's father, Mel, the Yankees pitching coach.
And don't think he isn't looking up at that board, too. He knows where his son is pitching. And versus his mind is in this game, and part of his heart is down here in Philadelphia. Boy, what a good pitcher Mel Stottlemyre was. Several-time All-Star with the Yankees.
As Joe Girardi takes strike 2. Girardi batting .219 on the season.
Well, Erickson's not only showing just a good hard sinker ball, which he's known for, but he's showed a great slider.
Bounce to the second baseman, Alomar. 2 away in the 3rd. Erickson working quickly. He's been involved in the 2 fastest Orioles games so far this season. Erickson pitched a 2-hour 7-minute complete game and a 2-hour 9-minute complete game earlier this year. And for the 3rd straight year, he leads the American League in ground ball to fly ball ratio. 75% of the balls hit in play against Erickson around the ground.
Now that's because of that real hard sinker. If you have a ball that keeps sinking in the strike zone, the hitters will pound it into the ground. The problem is if a sinker baller gets the ball up is when he gets banged around.
Dale Swaim 0 for 10 on the season, playing in his 9th game for the injured Tino Martinez.
Here's his grip. You can see up in his glove, up in this area here. He's right high over his head, but he really hides the ball well.
Ground ball to the shortstop corner. Second consecutive 1-2-3 inning for Erickson. 3 innings complete from Yankee Stadium. No score. Scott Erickson retired the Yankees in order again in the 3rd inning. Tonight's copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted without written consent. Jeffrey Hammonds leads off the top of the 4th inning for the Baltimore Orioles. Only 2 hits combined through 3, following 9-5 and 9-6 games each of the last 2 nights. And ironically, when you look at the hits allowed chart in the American League so far this season, Scott Erickson at the top. Andy Pettit is 3rd.
Yeah, you're talking about 2 guys that surprise you with those kind of numbers because they're guys that have really been pretty good pitchers over their careers. And Andy Pettit, of course, is the guy that stepped forward for the Yankees a couple of years ago, came out of nowhere. Actually, they were using him in the bullpen a little bit and made the starting rotation, and now is the ace of this staff.
He won 21 games 2 years ago when the Yankees won the World Series, went 18-7 last year. His 39 wins over the past 2 seasons, the most in the American League, tied with John Smoltz for the Major League lead. And he is 5-4 so far this season.
Well, he really is a perfectionist. He really fights himself and pushes himself, and sometimes that can work to the detriment of a pitcher because he gets too careful.
2 balls, 2 strikes with Roberto Alomar on deck.
Kenny, I don't know what's going on here, but the wind is starting to swirl here. It does swirl in this ballpark, where you can look on the roof and see the flags blowing one way, and down in the field it was blowing the other way because of the way it catches in the stands here. But all of a sudden the wind is really blown up here now. The swirling, blowing papers all over the place.
The 2-2 for Pettit, strike 3 call. First strikeout for Andy Pettit.
Now that's a pitch right there that really makes him very effective to a right-handed hitter. It's a cut fastball or a slider, a true slider. It means it runs in a little bit on the right-hander. See Jeffrey Hammonds kind of step in toward the plate. and the ball chases him inside. He can't do anything about it. Watch the ball break in toward him. That's a cutter.
And Roberto Alomar takes strike one. Alomar grounded out to the shortstop, Jeter. His first time up. Grounded foul down the third base line, 0-2.
When Pettit is on, he can make it look easy because he gets into a nice rhythm. He's got a real nice delivery, and he keeps his pitches down that he wants down. Now, there are times when you'll throw up in the strike zone, especially when you're heading the count like right now. If he wants to run a cutter in up at the letters at Robbie Alomar's hands, he might try it here. Most of the time, he wants to keep the ball down.
The 0-2 fouled off. So Alomar stays alive with one out in the top of the fourth inning. No score from Yankee Stadium.
Without oversimplifying it, every hitter that ever lived, you can pitch him in, up and in, and low and away. And if you're able to do that, keep your breaking ball down, you got a chance to get every hitter who ever lived out.
Pettit just misses 1-2.
Now that was that 91-mile-an-hour fastball that he sunk away. And here's Robbie Alomar's hit zone from the right side. Normally right-handed hitting, especially a switch hitter hitting right-handed, will like the ball up more than this. He likes it in the middle of the plate. Whenever you see a switch hitter, you say, well, from the left side he likes the ball down, and from the right side he'll like it up. In this case, Robbie Alomar doesn't like it real high, and that could be because he had a bad left shoulder last year. So bad that he had to hit left-handed all year, or the latter part of the year at least. Now, what I say by that, if you have a bad shoulder, and that looked like with that wind blowing, something got in his eye. But if you've had a bad shoulder, you cannot get on top of the high pitch. And that might be why he, in his hit zone, was blue. He's having trouble with the ball up and in.
The 2-2 from Pettit. Bounce to the third baseman, Barocious. And Pettit has retired 11 of the first 12 Orioles to come to the plate.
You know, I wonder about that scuffle they had the other night. The Orioles came in here struggling, looking to really turn things around against the Yankees. They were leading in the game when they had that fight. Now, most of the time, fights pull teams together. But from the way things happened in that fight, the Orioles players and management came out against their own pitcher, which they had to do because it was a disgrace what Benitez did, drill Tino Martinez in the back.
Rafael Palmeiro takes strike one.
So it did not pull their team together. You know, they had to defend their player out there on the field that particular day, but they don't have to agree with the fact that he drilled the next hitter after Bernie Williams hit a home run and really could have hurt him badly. Drilled him right in the middle of the back.
If anything, it pulled the Yankees closer together.
Yes, and they really didn't need much help the way they've been playing. You know, when things aren't going well for a ball club, people start pointing fingers. Everybody starts to overanalyze the club. The heat goes on the manager, and when it's the Oriole team, for an example, with the highest payroll and the oldest team, they're really going to pick it apart. But there's a lot of character in this Orioles team. They're just digging the hole so deep, you wonder if they can ever get out of it.
Off-speed pitch. Palmeiro fouls it back, so the count remains 0-2. During their 7-game losing streak, Orioles batting only .234. You see the rest of the numbers. Their opponents are batting .318 during that stretch.
Well, you know, Kenny, last year when they led from wire to wire, they only were 9th in hitting in the American League. Excuse me, they didn't really do it with a lot of hitting. Their ERA, though, was 2nd in the league.
And Palmeiro hits this one to deep right field. O'Neill watching it. It's gone. Home run number 9 for Rafael Palmeiro. And the Orioles have taken a 1-0 lead.
Well, Palmeiro, of course, we know what he can do. We know the kind of home run power he's had. Hit 38 last year, 39 the 2 successive years before that. And normally you think about a left-handed pitcher facing a left-handed hitter, you want to try to throw your breaking ball down and away. Well, take a look at where this pitch is. You see it's a mistake pitch right in the middle of the plate. And good power Major League hitters don't miss mistakes in the middle of the plate. And you can see Andy Pettit knows that ball was just not where he wanted it.
6th home run allowed this season by Pettit as Joe Carter singles up the middle. Rafael Palmeiro homering for the second time in 5 innings. He went deep in the 9th last night, one of 3 Oriole home runs in the 9th inning against Yankee reliever Darren Holmes. Palmeiro hitting his 9th of the year to give the Orioles the lead, and now Joe Carter is on first base. Cal Ripken at the plate.
Well, Andy Pettit is just, that was another mistake pitch. He just got a, you know, after a home run, very often you see a pitcher walk a hitter. In this case, it looked like Andy Pettit didn't quite get it where he wants. You got to back off, take a deep breath, and figure what you want to do to get the next guy out and get out of this inning.
Strike 1 called, 2 outs, top of the 4th. Orioles with the 1-0 lead. Carter, the runner on first.
I think Andy Pettit's going to try to keep the ball inside because Ripken, the first time up, hit a bullet back through the middle on a ball away. Joe Carter just hit a bullet back through the middle on another ball away. I think you might see Andy try to stay inside. Yep.
Bounce to third, Brocious to second to force out Carter. And that does it for the Orioles in the 4th, but not before they take the lead. The home run by Palmeiro. Well, the Orioles will sail west following tonight's game, at least figuratively.
Yeah, a long way west. They go all the way out to Oakland.
And they play tomorrow night.
Wow. Going that way is not so bad. It's coming back if you have to play the next night. It makes it tough. Of course, the Yankees head up the road to Boston. That's a great rivalry.
And then the Yankees head out west to Chicago before the Red Sox visit Yankee Stadium next week. A home and home with the Red Sox, with the White Sox in between as Chuck Knobloch takes a strike. Knobloch singled to lead off the bottom of the 1st, the only base hit against Erickson, but he was retired on a double play.
So you see right there what happened. Chuck Knobloch aims or takes the head of his back toward the catcher, lays it back, and he hit Joe Girardi's glove, so Ted Hendry, the umpire, stopped play immediately. Knobloch has an interesting way of aiming his bat back. There are some guys who will do this. Other guys hold it straight back up. Now, I inadvertently called Lenny Webster by the wrong name, but Knobloch aims the head of the bat back toward the catcher. And you don't see that very often. Cal Ripken last year did that for a while. It gave him the feeling, he said, that get the head back so that he would cock it to get it in position to hit. Well, Knobloch has done this for a while.
Not a bad hit zone.
I'll say not. Only 2 cold spots in the thing.
Not this time. As Erickson strikes out Knobloch. 4th strikeout of the game for Erickson. Yes, this Sunday on NFL Europe, the Rams' Kurt Warner and Jacksonville's Malcolm Thomas lead the top-ranked Amsterdam offense against Oiler quarterback Jim Ritchie and former Notre Dame and Washington Redskins star Reggie Brooks. Barcelona visits Amsterdam this Sunday at 6 on Fox Sportsnet. Check local listings. 1 out in the 4th. Derek Jeter fouls off the first pitch from Erickson. Jeter grounded into a 4-6-3 double play. His first time up, looking to extend his hitting streak as the winds continue to swirl here at Yankee Stadium. Derek Jeter checking his eye. Papers blowing all over the infield and the outfield. One and one. Derek Jeter 3rd in the American League, 341, behind Pudge Rodriguez and Todd Walker. Jeter also tied for the Yankee lead in home runs with 7, and he's stolen 10 bases.
How about that Todd Walker? He's the guy that got a chance to play at second base because Chuck Knobloch got traded to the Yankees. You just never know in this game. Todd Walker, of course, is an outstanding college player, 3-time All-American at LSU. Derek Jeter, it's an interesting competition that Derek Jeter has with Alex Rodriguez. They're real good friends. Now, you're talking about 2 guys almost the same size, play the same position, and they are very competitive with one another. Of course, Alex Rodriguez is just tearing the cover off the ball, having a battle with Ken Griffey to see who leads the American League in home runs.
And Jeter and Rodriguez stay with each other when the Yankees play in Seattle and Seattle plays here in New York.
And When you think about it, you know, it's kind of cyclical. You'll see guys come along in the same position, are outstanding players. Garcia Parra fits in that group, Gutzelanek. All of a sudden you see a lot of great or very good young shortstop. You're also seeing a lot of good right fielders, for example, with Jose Guillen with the Pirates. Vladimir Guerrero up with the Expos. It's strange how they come along. You know, it's not just one ball club's need. It's just the way cyclically in the game there are some outstanding young players in the same position.
One away in the fourth. 2-2 the count on Jeter with Paul O'Neill on deck. And Erickson strikes out Jeter. Second consecutive strikeout, fifth of the game for Erickson. And time for another Fox Sports Bet game break. The Devil Rays and the Blue Jays as Jose Canseco hits his 15th home run of the year in the third inning. And then in the seventh, hits Canseco again on former Yankee Jim Messier, his 16th of the season. Blue Jays over the Devil Rays by the score of 6-1. So a pair for Jose Canseco, rejuvenated this year in Toronto. Paul O'Neill struck out his first time up and falls behind 0-2.
Well, you see a lot of games this year where guys with 2 home runs in a particular game, and of course McGuire hit 3 the other night, probably counted for 6. He hit them so far. But last night Damian Easley hit 2 for Detroit. Tonight Canseco smacks out 2. You're seeing a lot of multiple home run games this year.
The 0-2 from Erickson, and O'Neill hits this one into right center. Anderson calls for it, makes the catch. Third consecutive 1-2-3 inning as O'Neill slams the helmet in frustration. 4 innings complete. 1-0 Orioles. What an evening so far for Scott Erickson, who's allowed only 1 Yankee hit over the first 4. And Erickson will now watch from the dugout as B.J. Surhoff leads off the 5th inning for the Orioles against Andy Pettitte, who made a mistake in the 4th inning, allowing a 2-out solo home run off the bat of Rafael Palmeiro. And again, a first pitch strike for Andy Pettitte.
That's so important. If you can get ahead for any pitcher, but especially one who's struggling just a little bit, get ahead of every hitter that you can. You've got a chance. Then you can go to other pitches and mess around a little bit. But if you're constantly pitching from behind, those hitters sit up there and just stand on the pitch, especially a fastball. Pettitte at 49 pitches now.
He threw 131 in his last outing, a loss to Minnesota on Friday, 4 shy of his career high of 135.
Now they watch his pitch count. He had some tender elbow problems in the past, and of course he had a tender back last year. I asked Mel Stottlemyre, the Yankee pitching coach, also before the game if anything was bothering him physically. He said no, it's not a thing physically that he's having a problem with at this point. Say is a tremendous competitor and very much the perfectionist, as I mentioned before.
And 6-1 lifetime against Baltimore, and he falls behind 3 balls, 1 strike.
I like the way B.J. Surhoff plays. You know, time flies. B.J. worked out here at Yankee Stadium as a high school kid when I was coaching with the Yankees.
Full count.
And he was the best looking kid I think I've ever seen in a major league tryout or workout. You know, remember all that in those days in the early 80s, we had Reggie Jackson and Dave Winfield and a lot of big names out in this field. And this kid came out and hit balls in the right field seats, threw rockets across the infield. He was an infielder at the time before he went to the University of North Carolina.
Strike 3 called. So Surhoff punched out. He does not agree with the call. Second strikeout for Pettitte. 1 away in the 5th. Next week on Baseball Thursday, Mo Vaughn and the Red Sox visit Yankee Stadium. Some of you will see the Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Francisco Giants. Check local listings for the game in your area. Surhoff punched out. Here's Lenny Webster. will fly to center, his first time up.
You know, if you can pitch the way Andy Pettitte just did, he moved the ball in and out on B.J. Surhoff, got him to chase a bad ball in and then went down and away from him. He can be plenty successful.
Strike called, 1-1.
Now you can hear the Oriole dugout screaming that the ball is low. That's the only thing you can see from the dugout. You can't tell whether it's in or out, but you can tell height. So if they think it's too high or too low, they'll let the umpire know that they're helping him. We're trying to help him.
It's worth trying. 1-2.
Ooh, that's that cutter. You see a left-hander throw the ball in on a right-hander like that. See that little movement right at the end? That is a nasty pitch.
The 1-2 from Pettitte. Punch to shallow right, and the catch is made over the shoulder by the second baseman Knobloch.
Oh, baby. You don't see a better play than this by any infielder running with his back to the plate. This is not a high pop-up. This is a great play. You're running hard. You're jiggling. Look at it. He puts his hand up and catches that ball as he's running the other way. This is an outstanding play.
Look what I found, says Chuck. Well, he might not be doing with the bat so far this season, but certainly proving his worth in the field. 2 outs for Mike Bordick, who also turned in a stellar play in the field earlier tonight with Bernie Williams at the plate and the second with the backhand play, throws it across.
Now, these two teams can play very, very good defense, and with Knobloch coming over here at second base to go along with Jeter in the middle, bringing Brocious to third. Now that Yankee infield, Tino Martinez is an excellent first baseman. The Yankee infield rivals this Oriole infield.
And we talk about what Bordick has been able to do with the Orioles in the field over the last 2 years. He and Brocious, the Yankees' third baseman, there's Knobloch, but Bordick and Brocious comprise the left side of the infield for the Oakland A's.
Yes.
For a couple of seasons.
It was interesting that before Mike Bordick decided to sign as a free agent with the Orioles, he called Rifkin first to see what he thought about that move. And of course Rifkin said, yes, I don't mind moving to third base if it's in spring training where I have time to work on it. He didn't like the idea the year before that, making the move during the year. That's tough to do after all those years playing shortstop.
When Manny Alexander was recalled mid-season by the Orioles. Ball 4, first walk of the game on either side as Bordick heads down to first.
The center fielder, Brady Anderson.
Back in the 4th inning, the Palmeiro home run came with 2 outs, and now Pettitte retires the first 2 Orioles in the 5th and walks Bordick. And now the top of the order with Brady Anderson.
Well, let's see what he does. He started him off with curveballs each of the first 2 at-bats. And he better be careful. Brady is starting to swing the bat better. He's getting healthy again. He had the shoulder and rib problem. And he is very strong. And when he gets in a groove, he can mash a ball. So Andy Pettitte has got to be very careful.
Anderson 0 for 2, and there's a curve for strike 1.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Now, if you're Brady Anderson, do you sit there and guess and look for the breaking ball, or you still look for the fastball? The good hitters have their own game plan of what they want to do. They might say, I'm going to look fastball until 2 strikes and then defend the area. But the Yankees' book on Brady is not to start him off with a fastball.
Bordick, the runner on first, the 0-1. Outside, 1-1.
Brady Anderson has had such a slow start this year. And you realize at this point he's only got 13 hits. And we're well into the season, but he has been really hurt. Played hurt each of the last 3 years. Wouldn't even leave the lineup 2 years ago with appendicitis.
And 4 of his 13 hits have been home runs. And Brady was on the DL earlier this year, but last year during one of his injury-plagued stretches, he said his gauge in his mind as to whether or not he should sit out is would Cal play?
Well, tough to judge by Cal, but the fact of the matter is the injury he had this year really affected his swing. It was where his ribs and clavicle meet, and it was really a difficult time to try to swing the bat with an injury like that.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And kind of what you've seen Andy Pettitte and Joe Girardi do on Brady Anderson, starting with a curveball, then miss with 1 low and away, then throw him a high cutter. Now it's 1 and 2. A lot of things you can do here if you're Pettitte and Girardi. You can run the ball in on the hands, or you can throw a breaking ball low and away to see if he'll chase it.
Pettitte misses 2 and 2.
I think that was a fastball. That was 90-mile-an-hour fastball that they just threw off the outside part of the plate. And if you have a hitter who's having a problem, and here's the pitch again. Look, it almost looks like it runs a little bit like that cutter he throws. Maybe that's a 90-mile-an-hour cutter. But if you're a hitter who's pulling off the ball a little bit, that is a tough pitch to hit.
Line drive, base hit into left field. So Bordick moves down to second. And the Orioles with 2 base runners.
Well, this was a good at-bat by Brady Anderson, but it's a mistake pitch. If you get the ball up in the strike zone. Now, we talked about Andy Pettitte getting behind hitters, but also when I talked to Mel Stottlemyre, and you see Mel sitting there next to Willie Randolph, he's making mistakes out over the plate occasionally when he's ahead. See how the ball's up? The ball up to a left-hander. A left-handed hitter facing a left-handed pitcher, especially when a left-hander's ahead of him, becomes a high ball hitter. If that ball's down and away, then that might be a ground ball to the left side of the infield.
So 2 men on, 2 out. Jeffrey Hammond's 0 for 2. Called out on strikes his last time up. And a strike called. Andy Pettitte has retired the first 2 Orioles in each inning so far. All 4 of their base hits have come with 2 outs.
Well, that's pretty good pitching if you can stay ahead. Even if, say, you give up a couple hits, then you only have to get the 1 out. But if it's the other way around, if you've got the no outs and you've given up those hits, you got a lot of work to do, and the offense can do a lot of different things if they don't have 2 outs.
High and tight, 1 and 1.
Well, this is interesting. Now, Jeffrey Hammonds originally when he first came up had a closed stance, and you can see his hit zone. He likes the ball up and in normally. They're pitching him at the letters right now because he closed his stance up a little bit. They're running everything in at him. That's how they struck him out before inside, but they're trying to keep the ball in on him. He handles the ball very well out over the plate. He was an All-American at Stanford. As we mentioned, he's from Scotch Plains, New Jersey. And he went to Stanford and became an All-American. He has been hurt a lot during his career. I really believe that this kid, if he stays healthy, could be an all-star. But Andy Pettitte and Joe Girardi have really been pounding him hard in. Now, Girardi went out to make sure they were on the same page on what they wanted to how to pitch Jeffrey Hammond. You don't want to get halfway in the middle of your delivery and not be sure where both of you agreed to throw the pitch.
Off-speed pitch, and Hammond bounces it foul into the Orioles dugout, 1 and 2.
Now watch Joe Girardi catch. He will wait till the very last second before he gets into the position where he wants the pitch thrown. That's so nobody in the Oriole dugout or even Jeffrey Hammonds, if he's peeking down, can see where he's going for location. He'll wait right till the last second.
High 2-2.
See how he moved at the last second? Now there's also an adjustment. There's also an adjustment made by Jeffrey Hammonds. He's opened his stance up, but Joe Girardi at the last minute slid inside. But Jeffrey Hammonds has opened his stance like he's looking for the ball in right now. Let's see where the Yankees decide to go.
Hammond steps out of the box. Bordick, the runner, on second. Anderson down at first. Orioles leading 1-0, 2 outs in the 5th. Pettitte has thrown 24 pitches this inning. He retired the first 2 Orioles. Runners going, the 2-2 outside. Girardi fires to third, safe. A double steal, Bordick and Anderson.
Well, it's been said that And Maury Wills, a great Dodger base stealer, always said it was easy to steal third base, especially on a left-handed pitcher, because they have difficulty seeing you. But here's Girardi. He gets up in a hurry, goes behind the hitter, throws a good throw, but Bordick had a great jump. Now here you see Bordick coming in. He's got a good jump and beats the throw, even though the throw was a good one.
Bordick's second steal of the season. Anderson sixth. Ball 4. So Hammonds heads down to first, and the bases are full of Orioles.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, it's a game between the pitcher and the hitter with the catcher involved, and they were really trying to work Jeffrey Hammonds. They were trying to strike him out, and they had gotten him out earlier on the inside part of the plate, and they tried to run one in there. That's not so bad with an open base at first base. If you're going to miss farther in. Don't miss over the plate.
Alomar with the bases loaded. Pettit quickly off the mound. Fires. He got him. So Pettit retired the first two, loaded the bases, and escapes. Baseball Thursday on Fox Sports Net is brought to you by Canon. So advanced, it's simple. And by 10321, just dial it and save up to 50%. Kenny Albert, Jeff Torborg back in the Bronx. Finale of a 3-game series. Yankees won the first two, 9-5 on Tuesday, 9-6 on Wednesday. There's Tito Martinez sitting out his second consecutive game after he was hit in the upper back by a pitch from Armando Benitez on Tuesday night. Tito in the Yankees' original lineup about 3 hours prior to game time, but a late change, so he watches. His teammates trail the Orioles 1-0, a solo home run off the bat of Rafael Palmeiro in the 4th inning. And Bernie Williams leading off the Yankees' 5th. Takes ball 1. Williams grounded out to the shortstop Bordick, his first time up. Erickson has retired the last 12 Orioles following a leadoff single in the first by Knobloch. Strike called, 1-1.
Well, we were talking between innings, Kenny, that Erickson, who pitched a no-hitter in 1994 against Milwaukee, has no-hitter type stuff tonight. Even though he's given up a hit, his sinker has been down and active, and he's had a nasty slider against right-handers. And when he's thrown an off-speed pitch, he's kept it down, and he's been so effective.
And Williams fouls it off down the left field line, a long foul.
It's amazing to watch a pitcher like this. The minute he elevates the ball a little bit, the ball goes in the air, and even though that went foul, that was not his good sinker. When he has his good sinker down in the strike zone, he gets ground balls. And that ball was just a little bit up. And the same was true of Andy Pettit. We were talking about the ball that Brady Anderson hit the left field before. That's, you elevate it, so does the hitter.
2 fly ball outs so far. Everything else is strikeout or ground out. 5 strikeouts for Erickson. 2-2.
He has really got nasty stuff. You can see that breaking ball. That was a breaking ball he threw way in on the left-handed hitters. In the old days, people didn't pitch left-handed hitters low and in. They try to go away, and Bernie Williams' hit zone from the left side of the plate likes the ball up over the plate, surprisingly. Lenny Webster was hoping that was a strike.
Williams a .344 lifetime average against Erickson.
Well, this guy stepped it up as a player in the last couple of years. He's probably even a better hitter right-handed than he is left-handed, but boy, he has done some job for the Yankees.
And that is strikeout number 6. As Bernie Williams heads back to the Yankee dugout. And Erickson has retired 12 consecutive Yankees.
Well, surprisingly enough, this pitch is right in the middle of the plate, but it's an off-speed pitch. It's 83 miles an hour instead of 90-something. See, it's a breaking ball, but it's right in the middle of the plate. Because it's enough off-speed, it fools Bernie Williams, and he swings right through it or over it. Yeah, he's just over the top of it, and it's the change of speeds that got him. That was not real good location.
Here's Tim Raines, who flies to center. His first time up, and Raines takes strike 1.
normally Erickson or any good sinker baller does not strike that many people out. He's got 6 strikeouts, as you mentioned, Kenny. But that shows how sharp his ball is breaking tonight.
His season high is 7. Outside, 1-1.
And that camera shot we're showing you from center field, you can see the ball diving. You can see what hitters have to contend with.
The 1-1 to Range. As Ripken and Bordick converge, the catch is made by Ripken. 2 away in the 5th. Well, Sunday on Fox Sports Net, it's Formula One racing. The season shifts into high gear as Michael Schumacher looks to repeat at Monte Carlo and help Ferrari close the gap on Mika Hakkinen and the McLarens. The Monaco Grand Prix, Sunday at 2:30 on Fox Sports Net. Check local listings. 2 away in the 5th. Chad Curtis struck out his first time up. Falls behind. 0-1. Scott Erickson making his second start since he agreed to a new 5-year, $32 million contract last Wednesday, which will take him through the year 2003.
You wonder, that's a lot of years for a pitcher, but this guy is a big horse, big, strong guy, gives you innings, never hurt, and he has an unbelievable workout regimen.
And the Orioles felt, why not give it to a guy that we have, we know what he can do, as opposed to spending more on the free agent market.
Absolutely. And a guy you know is healthy and strong and resilient.
And the Orioles had already locked up Ripken, Messina, and Anderson to long-term contracts. Erickson is the latest, and they still will have 12 pending free agents following this season. As we check out some of the numbers on Erickson, 3 complete games, tied for the major league lead in that category with Kurt Schilling.
That 200-plus innings in 6 out of 7 years is an indicator that the guy has a strong arm, must have a nice delivery. In order to throw those many innings without hurting something, you got to have a nice, smooth delivery and be strong. He has all of that. Boy, he has a nasty sinker. He and Kevin Brown have 2 of the hardest sinkers you'll see.
And that's the first walk issued by Erickson. He had retired 13 consecutive Yankees.
Well, it'd be interesting in this situation right now to see if the Yankees try to run. Now, that's Mike Flanagan, the pitching coach, and of course they haven't had too much to cheer about in that Baltimore side of the field for a while. But the Yankees are an aggressive team. Joe Torre does not mind running, and he's got a club that can run. Chad Curtis has stolen 6 bases in 7 attempts. As we mentioned earlier, Scott Erickson is the type of pitcher that you can run on, and his catcher, Lenny Webster, had surgery on his elbow over the winter, so that's not a great combination. Even though the Yankees are down a run, they might be aggressive here.
Only the Blue Jays in the American League have stolen more bases than the Yankees. 2 outs, Curtis the runner on first. Brocious 0 for 1, struck out his first time up back in the 3rd inning. 0-1.
Well, if we get a shot of Chad Curtis at first base taking a lead, you'll see when he gets out that he gets his right foot, his foot closest towards second base, open. Whenever you do that, that means you get a good crossover. Watch his right foot, or the one closest to second base, it's open. That means you can take your left foot and turn right over, and you're on the way to second base quicker. It's the guys that end up with their feet parallel, their right foot not open, that make them veer their way all the way to second base. Curtis is trying to get a read here. You often look as a manager in the dugout for happy feet. So he's digging his feet in. There he goes.
There goes Curtis. Here's the throw from Webster, and he's safe with his 7th stolen base of the season. Stolen base number 50 for the Yankees.
Lenny Webster didn't have much of a chance on this ball, but you can see his feet get going. Look at that. That is a nice start, and he takes a look in to see where the pitch is. But he makes that easily. Wow, he almost turned his ankle bouncing over the base.
Back to the box. Erickson to Palmeiro. And that retires the Yankees in the 5th. The 2-out walk, and Curtis is stranded. Welcome back to Baseball Thursday from Yankee Stadium. Kenny Albert with Jeff Torborg. We move to the top of the 6th inning. Orioles with a 1-0 lead over the Yankees. And the man stepping to the plate for Baltimore, responsible for the game's only run, Rafael Palmeiro, with a 2-out solo shot his last time up in the 4th inning. He had been 5 of his last 28. Palmeiro now with 2 home runs in the series. Hit 1 last night in the 9th inning. Palmeiro 1 for 2 tonight. And he has his 2nd consecutive base hit, a leadoff single here in the 6th. So the Orioles have the leadoff man on for the first time tonight.
That was a pretty good pitch. That was a breaking ball away from him. He just rode it right back through the middle. Palmeiro, of course, has had a heck of a career. Will be a free agent at the end of this season. There's a lot of talk about his leaving the Orioles and going out back to Texas where he played before. But here's the breaking ball. Not a bad pitch. Maybe just a little too high in the strike zone. But you wonder how a hitter is, unless he's sitting there looking for a good breaking ball, how he gets on that first pitch.
So with Palmeiro on first, here's Joe Carter, 1 for 2. Singled in his last plate appearance. And he takes ball 1.
We were talking about Palmeiro. Palmeiro last year, his average slipped. He only hit 254. In other years, 94 he had 319, 95, 310, 289, and 96. But with a lot of power numbers.
Fouled hard down the third base line, 1-1.
When you think of what Palmeiro has done from the standpoint of run production, 1995, 39 home runs, 104 RBIs. 1996, 39 home runs again with 142 RBIs. And last year, 38 home runs and 110 RBIs. See, this guy has a nice looking stroke. And then talk about RBIs. This guy, Joe Carter, is one of the best run producers since the mid-'80s in the game.
Now back 1-2.
We'll ever forget that home run to win the World Series for Toronto. Jumping around the bases off of Mitch Williams and the Phillies.
1993.
1993 to finish a World Series. Winning a World Series with a home run, what a feeling that must be.
And Mitch Williams returned to the vet in Philadelphia earlier this month and filled in as the public address announcer.
Did they boo him?
Tough town when the PA announcer gets booed.
Oh, boy. I had a bad game one time on White's birthday, and my wife's birthday was announced on the board, and she got booed.
A 1-2 to Carter. And that is strikeout number 3 for Andy Pettitte. 1 away in the 6th.
This is a good pitch down low and in. Andy Pettitte, we talked about, has got to keep the ball down with his breaking stuff if he's going to be effective. The only time they seem to have hit him tonight is when he's got the ball up over the plate a little bit.
Carter now 1 for 3. 1 out in the 6th. Palmeiro with the leadoff single, the runner on first. Now Ripken 1 for 2. Playing in consecutive game number 2,524.
That's beyond my comprehension. I was fortunate enough to be broadcasting a game when he broke the record, Lou Gehrig's record. But to continue what he's doing is incredible. And if you see his hit zone, he's basically a high ball hitter. Typical right-handed power hitter. Has trouble with the ball low and away. But you can get him out in also.
Bounce foul to the left side, 0-2.
And if you're a pitcher who's standing so close to the plate by the time you deliver the ball, as we saw last Thursday when that ball went back through the middle off of Sandy Alomar Jr.'s bat and hit Mike Mussina in the face, and yesterday there was a game, Trey Moore, the left-hander of the Expos, somehow caught a ball at his head, and yesterday Tapani got hit by a ball by Bobby Bonilla off his arm. Well, one of the ways to keep the ball from going back through the middle is to pitch the hitters inside. It's the ball out over the plate that they line back through the middle.
And we mentioned Ripken hit a line drive off Pettitte last year.
Yes.
Here at Yankee Stadium in September, which knocked Pettit out after just 1 inning. And their second base umpire, Drew Coble, coming in to chat with the home plate umpire, Ted Hendry.
They must be seeing somebody's flashing something. There's a light on somewhere or something they're concerned about. Drew Coble's a crew chief, and he's talking to Joe Torre about somebody in the stands is flashing something, and the infielders are having trouble seeing.
It's been quite a week for Drew Coble. He was behind the plate last Thursday when Messina got hit with the line drive against Cleveland. And then Coble was also the home plate umpire here at Yankee Stadium on Tuesday night during the bench clearing brawl.
Coble's a very good umpire. It's a good staff here. Jim Young at first base. Larry Young, excuse me, I'm thinking of umpiring in the National League. Larry Young is a wrestling official as well when he's not umpiring Major League games.
And Rifkin fouls it back, so the count remains 0 balls, 2 strikes.
Now, this wrestling I'm talking about is professional wrestling. And he does some, I don't know whether, what would you call that? I guess when you go from professional baseball to professional wrestling, 2-sport umpire?
The Bo Jackson of umpiring?
Yes. But anyway, if I get his name right, Larry Young, very good umpire. Good, this is a good crew.
But they're not called umpires in wrestling, are they? Officials.
Referees.
Peacemakers?
I don't know what they're called, to be honest with you, but there's Dale Ford on our shot at the third base, on the third base line. If somebody's flashing a light, you'd think they'd be flashing a light at the infielders of the Orioles if it's a Yankee fan, not when the Yankees are in the field.
The 0-2 from Pettit. And he strikes out Rifkin. Second consecutive strikeout for Pettit and his 4th of the evening.
Now this is that big curveball we were talking about. He gets right on top of it and it dives. Watch how this goes down. Boy, that is a nasty, nasty breaking ball. As you see, Rip swing right over the top of this pitch.
Rifkin now 1 for 3 tonight as Pettit fires over the first. Palmeiro gets back. B.J. Surhoff with 2 away in the 6th. 0 for 2.
B.J. Surhoff's talking to himself. That's such a good pickoff move. I think B.J. thought Pettit was coming home with the throw to first base.
Pettit has already picked off 2 base runners this year as Surhoff singles to right. Palmeiro holds up at second. So again, the Orioles with a couple of runners on base with 2 outs. They loaded the bases with 2 outs in the 5th inning.
Well, we were talking also about you got a left-handed hitter up, you got a runner at first base. There's a great big hole on the right side because the first baseman's holding the runner on. And we also talked about B.J. Surhoff. He has been as consistent a player for the Orioles as they've had all year. And he's a guy who is very tough against left-handed pitching because he doesn't commit early. So against Andy Pettit, he didn't give and took that ball through the hole on the right side.
2 men on, 2 outs. Lenny Webster 0 for 2. Orioles not very successful with men on base last night. They were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Back in the 5th inning tonight, Alomar bounced out with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Palmeiro down at second, Surhoff the runner on first. Orioles leading 1-0 on Palmeiro's 9th home run of the season in the 4th inning. And a called strike, 0-2.
Well, they've gone to the breaking ball. That's what you call a backdoor curveball. When people say, what do you mean by backdoor? It means it's a curveball that you dump over the outside part of the plate. An example, left-hander to a right-hander will just spin it over the outside part of the plate, and that was a nasty curveball by Andy Pettit. Basically the same pitch, downer curveball that he threw to Rifkin for the strikeout. Now they got a couple pitches to play with here. Girardi and Pettit do.
The 0-2. And Pettit just misses inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's interesting how they're working now. That was a curveball low and in. They had thrown a curveball low and away. Now they went low and in. Now they also run what we call a cutter, which is a fastball. He turns a little bit in at the letters, up in the zone a little bit, inside.
The 1-2 from Pettit. High and tight, 2-2.
That was the cutter. You can see Joe Girardi setting it up. He gets antsy. Now there'll be somebody in the dugout for the Orioles or both sides of the plate watching the catcher. So the catcher has to be very careful how he moves his feet. If he starts showing too early which way he's going, he can be giving pitches away. So Joe Girardi, as we mentioned earlier, is waiting to the last minute. There's a set of signs.
Pettit, who was ahead 0-2, now falls behind 3-2 and is 1 pitch away from loading the bases for the 2nd consecutive inning.
Well, here's Joe sliding way in. He wants to make sure this is way in. This is another cutter. So now their sequence has been they threw 2 curveballs, 1 outside, 1 low and in, and then 2 cutters inside. Now it's 3-2. Let's see where they go.
Runners going, and Webster bounces it to the third baseman. Gross across to Swaim, and that does it for the Orioles in the 6th. They strand 2 and still lead the Yankees 1-0. 1-0 lead for the Orioles as we move to the bottom half of the 6th inning from Yankee Stadium, and American Century Mutual Funds presents the play of the century. Some sports writers and critics call it the record with an asterisk. Yankee outfielder Roger Maris chases the legacy of Babe Ruth up until the final game of the 1961 season. With the game scoreless, Maris takes Tracy Stowler deep and into the record books. The only man to hit 61 home runs in the regular season. Roger Maris of the Yankees back in 1961. Babe Ruth, of course, hit his 60 home runs in 1927. Maris's plaque in Monument Park in left center field here at Yankee Stadium.
Boy, what an accomplishment that was. Roger Maris's hair started falling out as he was chasing the record. Can you imagine chasing the legend in the same pinstripes in the house that Ruth built? It had to be awful tough.
Joe Girardi, a 1-1 count, grounded out his only time up back in the 3rd inning. It was expected that Jorge Posada would take over as the #1 catcher for the Yankees by next season, but that schedule has moved up a bit. A rare start tonight for Girardi. Posada received a lot of credit following the perfect game pitched by David Wells on Sunday afternoon. Wells shook off Posada only twice.
Well, I think the catcher should get a lot of credit for the perfect game.
I figured you would. As one who has caught multiple no-hitters.
Well, I was very fortunate to catch the great Sandy Koufax. It wouldn't have mattered what signal I put down. They all worked. But for a youngster, and I was talking to David Wells today coming into the ballpark, what a thrill it was for him. Can you imagine what a thrill it was for young Posada here at Yankee Stadium?
Strike called, 3-2.
David Wells is a great story, too. He's just a real free spirit. Joe Torre might describe him otherwise. You know, this guy has been a trial for the managers that he played for. But he's a good competitor, boy. He's a tough, tough pitcher.
And Girardi with the Yankees' 2nd base hit of the game. Both have deflected off an infielder's glove. This time, Alomar got a piece of it. Knobloch and the Yankees' 1st hit, leading off the 1st, and it deflected off the glove of the shortstop, Borden. Well, we talked about Maris and his 61 home runs. This season, Mark McGwire of the Cardinals has already reached 20. He hit 3 against the Phillies on Monday night.
And one was farther than the other. This was unbelievable. He just kept tattooing in the upper deck. I mean, it's just amazing what this guy can do.
McGwire had the next night off Gary Gaetti took his place as the Cardinals' first baseman, and Gaetti hit a pair of home runs. He said, maybe I've been playing the wrong position all these years. So the Yankees with the leadoff man on. Here's Swaim looking for his first hit of the season. He's 0 for 11, starting in place of Tino Martinez tonight. Luis Sojo was the Yankees' first baseman last night. McGuire with 20. And this, of course, prior to today. We saw earlier Jose Canseco with a pair in the American League. Canseco now with 16 home runs. Those were the National League leaders. McGuire on top with 20. Nearly 1/3 of the way there.
That's amazing. And we just looked at just a strategy right there. The Orioles thought there might have been a hit and run on. Now, Joe Girardi is a guy who can steal bases. He's a catcher who a couple years ago stole 13 bases, I believe, for the Yankees. But I think Ray Miller was thinking, well, the Yankees are trying to force the issue a little bit here. They might try something like a hit and run. Because, as you mentioned, Swaim does not have a hit. And he has been a bench player. He's been a good player. Now, last year, of course, he had a good year. Playing for Pittsburgh, he had 261. He had 12 home runs. He's got some pop in his back. But it's tough playing ever so seldom. 10 at-bats in a season is not easy for anyone when you get them once a week.
Oh, a nice play, but Bullock could not handle the wild toss from Alomar. Everybody's safe.
Now, this would have been a sensational play. Robbie Alomar missed the ball going to his left that Girardi hit, and now with this ball, he ranges way over behind second base, backhands the ball, and it around his back, but it kind of catches in his hand, and he throws it too high. And Girardi hustling to second. He should have been sliding on that play because he almost came off the base. See how he almost came off the base, and they could have called him out afterwards. But here's the play. Would have been a sensational play, but the feed was a little high.
So an error on the toss charged to Alomar, his 4th of the season. And the Yankees with 2 men on, nobody out. Top of the order, Knobloch punts it down the third base line. And Ripken throws it away.
Two things happened in this play. It was a perfect bunt. This is like a base hit bunt, and Knobloch is so good at it. Ripken feels the ball, and because Knobloch can run so well, the throw and Knobloch and the second baseman come together at the same time at first base. And it's one of those strange plays. Here comes this perfect bunt. Here's Ripken throwing the ball, trying to hit Alomar on the run. But the runner and the ball and Alomar were getting to first base at the same time. I've seen some of the worst injuries in baseball on that play.
Only the second error of the season committed by Ripken. 2 Oriole errors here in the 6th. The Yankees have tied it. Still nobody out. Runners on second and third. Swaim down at third base. Knobloch, the runner on second. Jeter bounces it foul to the left side.
But Kenny, how important is defense? How important is defense? The first ball that Joe Girardi hit barely got past Robbie Alomar at second base. Then Alomar makes an error at second base, keeps the inning going with no outs, 2 runners on. Then a perfect bunt. Cal Ripken's throw and the runner arrive at the same time. There's another error. And look where you are. Now, what has Scott Erickson done wrong? Nothing.
Ball has barely left the infield. Here in the 6th inning. The leadoff single by Girardi off the glove of the second baseman Alomar and rolled into right, but that has been it. As Jeter stays alive, Orioles coming in have committed only 26 errors on the season, 4th fewest in the American League, but they commit 2 here in the 6th inning.
Well, it's interesting to see the defensive lineup now, or setup, that Ray Miller has his infield in. He's got the third baseman and first baseman basically in. The second baseman's halfway, and the shortstop back a little bit. And you wonder what that does. Normally you think either everybody plays up or you play back in the middle and you give up the run, but Ray Miller can't do that. His ball club is not scoring much. He's going to try to cut the run off, and that's awful tough to bring an infield up in three parts of it with none out and 2 runners on. A ball gets through and 2 runs scored. A lot of managers will change their strategy, especially when you have 2 strikes on the hitter. You might pull the infield up a little bit. But Derek Jeter is such a hot hitter. He can put the ball in play by insiding out the ball.
Strike 3 call. Strikeout number 7 for Erickson. That ties his season high.
Well, that was a nasty fastball right on the hands. And Scott Erickson's decided he's going to do it himself. He better not let anybody else hit the ball in the infield. Now, the infield is still set up the same way. On the corners are basically up. In the middle are halfway. I don't know if they're trying to fool Willie Randolph with that setup, saying I better not send a runner with them playing halfway.
Here's Paul O'Neill 0 for 2 so far tonight. Yankees with 2 men on. Swain, the runner, on third base. Knobloch down at second. 1 run in on 1 hit and 2 Oriole errors here in the 6th inning. The first on a wild toss by Alomar, and then a throwing error committed by Ripken. And O'Neill fouls it off into the left field stands, 1-1.
Well, we just had a great shot of O'Neill's face. You talk about concentration and an idea what you want to do. He was almost talking to himself. You could see his mouth moving. He was looking for a certain pitch, and I think he got it. He was looking for a sinker out over the plate, and he was right on it and shot it down the left field line. Now, the last time up, they pitched him very hard in. They kept trying to get him down and in. He chased a bad ball his first time up, striking out. Now they're going back away.
Set swing, and third base umpire Dale Ford says strike 2.
Paul is mad at himself here, and he's angry that he did not hold up on this swing, that he went after a bad ball. But the umpires in this check swing are almost always right on the money, and it looked like he was angry with the umpire. He's more angry with himself than he is the umpire on that.
Batting .370 with runners in scoring position. That time Erickson misses 2-2.
Ooh, boy, that's a tough pitch to lay off. But when you're a hitter and you got runners in scoring position, they got 2 strikes on you, you're up there trying to protect that plate. Remember, the plate's 17 inches wide, but you better make sure that you can cover about 18 inches just in case the ball is just off the plate.
The 2-2 on Erickson strikes out O'Neill. Second consecutive K for Erickson as he looks to work out of a jam. Now 2 outs and 2 men on for Bernie Williams.
Scott Erickson is pitching one heck of a game. This is a breaking ball that he gets down in the strike zone. A little off speed, 82 miles an hour as opposed to the 90s. That is a heck of a pitch. And Paul O'Neill cannot hold up. But it's not over yet. This is one of the things I always warned our pitchers about when I was managing or coaching. You got the 2 toughest outs with a runner on less than 2 outs at third base, but don't let up. If you're Erickson now, you can't let up. You got a real good hitter at the plate in Bernie Williams.
Strike 1 called. Williams 0 for 2, struck out his last time up. Erickson with 8 strikeouts. His career best is 10. And the Yankees 0 for 4 tonight with runners in scoring position. 2 men on. Swain down at third base. Knobloch, the runner, on second. That is where they were with nobody out. Erickson has struck out 2 in a row. Williams to the shortstop and Borden. And that will do it for the Yankees in the 6th. They tie the score, but Erickson works out of a jam. Orioles commit 2 errors, including 1 by Ripken. David Wells, who spent the 1996 season with the Orioles, this past Sunday afternoon became only the second Yankee to pitch a perfect game here at Yankee Stadium. The first, of course, Don Larson in the 1956 World Series.
Oh, that's exciting. I've been part of a perfect game. Sandy Koufax's in 1965. That is an overwhelming feeling when that game is over.
Wells turned 35 years of age yesterday, and he will pitch again on Saturday in Boston. Wells has retired 37 consecutive batters, 10 in his previous start prior to the perfect game. And the Major League record, 41 consecutive batters retired by Jim Barr of the Giants back in 1972. Wells perfect on Sunday against the Twins. Struck out 11. And Bordick hits this one in the air to left. Jack Curtis is under it. One away, and the Orioles 7th.
No, it's amazing when you think about it. Of course, Andy Pettitte has pitched a very good ball game himself. But Scott Erickson has been nearly perfect. And he's a sinker ball type pitcher, and yet with all the strikeouts he's had, his outstanding defensive infield has let him down a little bit, and it's a tie game. But that's when teams are struggling, that's what happens. Nothing seems to work, and if you expect something to happen, sure enough it will, because you yourself will make it happen.
Curveball misses for ball one. Brady Anderson 1 for 3, singled his last time up. Erickson has allowed 1 unearned run on 2 hits through 6. 1-1.
It's interesting to see Scott Erickson sitting there. His head is down. It looks like he's really concentrating. And before we thought maybe he had hurt himself because he had a towel wrapped around his hand, but I guess he just likes to keep his hand warm. A pitcher likes that feeling of the warmth in his hand because that's a touch thing when you go out to pitch. How the ball sinks is how it feels coming off your fingers.
And Anderson bunts it down the first base line and is tapped out by Swain. Put a little too much on it. 1 away. Check that 2 away now in the 7th. Well, Jeff, this Saturday, FX Baseball Saturday, you and I head west to Seattle. It'll be the Mariners and the Devil Rays this Saturday on FX Baseball Saturday night, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. And ironically, as we sit here tonight and watch the Orioles, a pair of second-year pitchers who grew up in Baltimore, both Oriole fans as youngsters. Ken Cloud will be on the mound for the Mariners, and Tony Saunders for the Devil Rays.
The Devil Rays have done a tremendous job for an expansion team so far this year. In fact, the Orioles can attest to that. The Orioles were swept at home by the Devil Rays.
Saunders pitched in the game on Sunday. Swept in a 4-game series by the Devil Rays, and they've lost the first 2 here in New York. 7 consecutive losses. They were leading the Indians 4-3 1 week ago tonight when Mike Messina was hit by the line drive. And they have not won a game since then. As Hammonds grounds out to the shortstop, Jeter. 7th inning stretch time from Yankee Stadium. Tied at 1. As we head to the bottom of the 7th, let's take a look at what's coming your way tonight on Fox Sports News following the game. For that, we take you to the Fox Network Center. Manager Ray Miller and the Orioles suffering through a tough stretch, and 2 Baltimore errors in the bottom of the 6th led to the Yankees' run.
And that's one of their strengths. And of course, you've got a sinker ball pitcher needing the help on the ball that he gets hit into the ground, or even in that situation bunted, and he didn't get any help. That's why this game is tied.
And Jim Raines leads it off for the Yankees in the bottom of the 7th. Raines 0 for 2 tonight. And there's Ripken, who committed the throwing error. 28 errors on the season for the Orioles, 4th fewest in the American League. So that has not been one of the problem spots up until tonight. Remember, it was Raines who hit the home run immediately following the brawl on Tuesday night. Bernie Williams gave the Yankees a 6-5 lead. And then Raines extended it against former Yankee Bobby Munoz. 2-1. Bottom of the 7th inning. Beautiful evening at Yankee Stadium, tied at 1. Orioles scored their run in the 4th on a solo homer by Rafael Palmeiro. Scott Erickson has allowed only 2 Yankee hits. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
One of the reasons the Yankees are so resilient are, of course, their personality of their club and their manager and their coaching staff. But also, what's very important is they have a very strong bench. And with Darryl Strawberry and Tim Raines, they were able to overcome the loss of Chili Davis, who they signed to be their DH, and they don't even skip a beat.
Strawberry, of course, not available tonight, serving the 2nd of his 3-game suspension as Erickson strikes out Raines, and Scott Erickson with 9 strikeouts, 1 shy of tying his career best.
We said early in this game that he had almost no-hitter stuff, and here's with 2 strikes. Look at this breaking ball go straight down. That is a nasty pitch. Scott Erickson has always been acknowledged to have just a biting sinker ball and a real nasty slider, but he's added to that downer breaking ball, and he's kept the ball down.
Here's Chad Curtis, 0 for 1, walked and stole second his last time up. Erickson has struck out 10 only once in his career, May of '94, ironically, against the Orioles, when he was still with the Minnesota Twins. 9 strikeouts tonight, only 1 walk. 2 base hits allowed, and 2 Yankees reached on errors.
Kenny, there was a pitch you're not going to see much from Scott Erickson. That was a high-riding fastball. He might have gone across the seams to run one up there, or it got away from him. Normally, you're going to see his ball sinking down in the zone, not up in the strike zone.
1-1 to Curtis, who lifts it into right. On the run is Hammonds, and he makes the catch. 2 away.
Now, Scott Erickson's a big guy, but see how balanced he is over the rubber. He tucks his leg in, and now before he heads to the plate, he gathers over his back leg. And as you see, every pitcher pronates with their hand, turns it over. Well, he gets the ball with the seams and finishes up. That's why, with the kind of torque he gets on the ball, he gets it to sink.
And that was only the 3rd fly ball out induced by Erickson tonight.
And that was a hang and breaking ball, and so was this one. But this is a hanger. See? No, that's the good one. Excuse me. There's a high rider, and there's the hanger right in the middle of the plate. And because the sinker is so good, it slowed up Curtis's bat, so he could not pull that hanging curveball, and he hit it to right center field. So in that sequence, you saw a downer curveball, a high-riding fastball, and then a hanging curveball. But because his fastball is so hard, it makes his breaking stuff effective.
Boy, Erickson giving the Orioles exactly what they need tonight with Mike Messina on the disabled list. The first time Messina was on the DL, Orioles went 5-10, and they are 0-7 since he was hit by the line drive last Thursday.
It's amazing, isn't it? When you have a top gun who's at the top of your pitching rotation, and he's out of there, it hurts everybody's role.
Grounded foul to the left side.
Now add to that what happened to the Orioles when you compare him to last year. Randy Myers, their closer, was not re-signed. So that changed all the roles in their bullpen as well. So it's just like a starter who is the guy who's your stopper. Your stopper in the bullpen can change the roles too. And so this pitching staff that had been rated number 2 in the league last year is now 10th.
The 1-2 bounced in front of the plate. Erickson off the mound. And he throws out Brocious. 1-2-3 inning for Scott Erickson. Tied at 1 after 7. Fox Sportsnet Baseball Thursday coming to you from the Big Apple, and we are just north, about 120 blocks north of Times Square. Scott Erickson enjoying his evening. Orioles and the Yankees tied at 1 as we head to the 8th.
Boy, has he done a heck of a job. And as he comes off the field after each inning, he looks almost like he goes through a yoga routine. He takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and relaxes, covers his right hand. But boy, very, very intent.
And for the Orioles here in the 8th, Alomar, Palmeiro, and Carter. Roberto Alomar leads it off. He is 0 for 3 tonight. 3 ground ball outs. Andy Pettitte has allowed only 1 run as well. The 4th inning homer by Palmeiro. 1 run on 6 hits for the Orioles. 1 run on 2 hits for the Yankees. Yankees head on the road for 6 following tonight's game. 3 in Boston, 3 in Chicago. While the Orioles continue their 8-game road trip. 3 in Oakland and then 2 in Seattle. 3 balls, no strikes. The count on Alomar.
All of a sudden, Andy Pettitte doesn't look very sharp. 3 balls in a row. 2 of the last 3 pitches have been up in the strike zone. Didn't look like they had much on them.
Strike called, 3-1.
And I think with that, Mel Stottlemyre jumped on the phone and the bullpen starting to move around out there.
Alomar singles into left as it bounces in front of Chad Curtis. So a leadoff single in the 8th. You saw Mike Stanton get up in the Yankees bullpen. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue on Fox this Sunday afternoon. Game 1 of the Western Conference Final between the Detroit Red Wings, the defending Stanley Cup champions, and the Dallas Stars. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals of the NHL this Sunday on Fox. The Eastern Conference Finals get underway on Saturday night with the Washington Capitals hosting the Buffalo Sabres. There's Roberto Alomar with the Orioles' 7th hit of the game. And here's Palmeiro. A homer and a single. His last 2 times up. Breaking out of a 5-for-28 slump.
Well, this is a situation in the past you might concern yourself with Robbie Alomar running. But you have a combination of things in this equation that don't look like you might want him to run. Number 1, you got a left-handed pitcher in Pettitte with a great pickoff move. A catcher who throws well in Girardi. There's that good move. That's that move where the move of the left-handed pitcher, his right leg goes halfway between first base and home plate. You're supposed to step toward first, and it can be a very close borderline step that makes a left-hander like Pettitte have such a great move. The other part of the equation, you got a left-handed hitter up with a hole at first base. You might not want to take that away for him.
Strike called, 0-1. Back in the 4th inning with 2 men out. Palmeiro took Pettitte deep to right field. And that gave the Orioles a 1-0 lead. We are now tied at 1 in the 8th. The 0-1 to Palmeiro. Strike called, 0-2.
You know, we were talking about Andy Pettitte and Joe Girardi were pitching a lot of right-handers in. Well, now, because Palmeiro has hit a couple balls out over the plate, his home run was on a hanging curveball. Now they're pounding him inside. Now you see his hit zone where that breaking ball was right in that area in the middle of the plate, that red zone, breaking right down in that. Now they're thinking about pounding him in.
The 0-2 from Pettitte. It breaks outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, actually what they did, they set him up by working the ball inside. Then they tried to get him to chase a curveball way away. Now, indelibly imprinted on a pitcher's mind is where that ball was that Palmeiro hit for a home run before. Andy Pettitte will see that, you know, in his nightmares for a couple nights. So he won't throw that there if he can help it again.
Nelson and Stanton in the Yankee bullpen. Tight, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Joe Girardi wanted that, but because he jumped up to get in position to see where the runner was, Robbie Alomar at first base, I think that pitch was a borderline high pitch anyway, but when a catcher jumps like that, sometimes the umpire loses sight of the ball. And Joe, being the veteran, he might have jumped knowing it was borderline and trying to get it for his pitcher.
Pettitte again over to first. Souvenir, Joe? I'll buy it.
Okay.
2-2 pitch. Again, high and inside. For a full count on Palmeiro. With Alomar, the runner on first base, and nobody out. Top of the 8th in a 1-1 game with Joe Carter waiting on deck.
Now here's where you got to make a decision as the manager whether you want to try to run in this situation. 3-2 count. Pitcher left-hander with a good move. We'll see what Ray Miller wants Robbie Alomar to do.
Alomar bluff, and Palmeiro fouls it off down the first base line.
Well, the last thing you want to have happen here, where you're trying, you think you got a rally going, Sammy Perlazo at third base giving the signs, is get picked off in a situation like this. And the pitch count's getting a little high for Andy Pettitte. 110 at this point. Now, they're probably Joe Torre and Mel Stottlemyre going one hitter at a time here with him.
Palmeiro bounced it to the right side. Swain dove but could not make the play. Consecutive base hits for Alomar and Palmeiro. Orioles with first and second, and nobody out. And it's time for another Fox Sports Net game break from Kansas City. Juan Dunston hits his first home run of the year off Jose Rosado. A 6-0 lead for the Cleveland Indians over the Royals in the top of the 5th inning. And here at Yankee Stadium, top of the 8th, Orioles won and the Yankees won. Kenny Albert along with Jeff Torborg. Back-to-back base hits for Baltimore. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Roberto Alomar down at second. Rafael Palmeiro on at first base. Joe Carter 1 for 3 tonight. And he fouls off the first pitch from Andy Pettitte. 0-1.
Now, if you were in a different part of the order, down in the order more, you would see a bunt here ordered by Ray Miller to get runners over to second and third. But not in this situation. When you've got a power hitter like Joe Carter hitting 5th in your order, you don't ask him to bunt. I'm not so sure Joe's bunted in the last 10 years in the major leagues, so you don't ask somebody to do something he's not been done before. But I've seen Ripken bunt before, so Ray Miller's going for they're going to try to score a couple more runs than just what they might be thinking about from a bunt situation. Of course, when you manage a lot of times, you go for one, you end up getting a bundle. But again, as a manager, you don't ask a hitter to do something that he hasn't done.
Carter only 2 runs batted in his last 17 games, both coming via solo home runs. There's Alomar on second. Pettitte wanted that one. Now 2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, he's just missing on balls on the inside part of the plate. They thought Andy Pettitte and Joe Girardi before thought they had Rafael Palmeiro struck out on a ball that was inside, but was not quite there. I think they were looking at it with their hearts. I think it was a good call by Ted Hendry. And that pitch there to Joe Carter was inside also.
The 2-1 from Pettitte. Knobloch backpedaling. Coming on is O'Neill, and Knobloch makes the catch. So 1 away here in the 8th as Carter pops out. As we take a look at the hit sequence to Joe Carter.
Well, there's 2 or 3 in a row inside, and that ball just fooled him. That ball was down in the strike zone over the plate a little bit, and Joe was committed a little early and popped it up. And we mentioned before also that Andy Pettitte and Girardi had switched their approach to pitching to Cal Ripken. They were pounding him inside after he hit a ball, a screamer through the middle of the first at bat.
Ripken 1 for 3. Takes strike 1. He singled his first time up. Orioles with 2 men on and 1 out in the 8th. Tied at 1. Finale of a 3-game series. Orioles looking to break a 7-game losing streak. Their last 8-game losing streak back in August of '93. The 0-1 to Ripken. Grounded foul, 0-2.
Well, right where they were the last at bat when they struck Cal out, they struck him out on a curveball. They got to this situation and they threw a downer curveball that Cal swung over the top of. You know, I sit here and watch Cal Ripken hitting in this situation. You wonder how many times has he faced the Yankees in Yankee Stadium over his career in this type of situation. And how many times has he produced?
Will he this time? 0-2. 1 out. Pettit to the plate. And again, Ripken fouls it off to the left side.
Well, that's Ray Miller giving signs to Sam Perlaza. There won't be any running on in this situation. But you have to continue to give all these signs. Well, look at this. I asked for it, and I got it. Look what he's done at Yankee Stadium. 278, 11 home runs, 44 RBIs. Not bad. Boy, he's been up there enough, hasn't he? 105 games.
Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You see Ray Miller and Mike Flanagan. Of course, Flanagan pitched for Ray when Ray was a pitching coach for the Orioles the first time around. Mike was a Cy Young Award winner. There aren't too many smiles or a lot of tight jaws on that bench. They're not happy. 7 losses in a row will do that.
1-2 to Ripken, and he stays alive. He's fouled off 4 in a row.
And they've all been inside. It's interesting how Joe Girardi has really shifted his game plan. Early in the game, he was pitching out over the plate. Now, that's interesting why you do that. We talked earlier about the fact that Andy Pettit had to get ahead of hitters. He hadn't been doing that lately. The place to get ahead of hitters is low and away. Now, here is signs. And there's a sequence of signs predetermined because there's a runner at second.
Off-speed pitch, and Pettit strikes out Ripken.
Kenny, that's the same pitch he struck him out on in the 6th inning. That's that curveball. When he gets ahead after he's been pounding him hard in, he's fouled it off. He throws this downer curveball. It's the identical pitch to the previous at bat. Look at this. Boy, is that a nice breaking ball.
Ripken only 6 of 26 lifetime against Pettit. He struck out his last 2 at-bats here tonight. So now 2 away runners on first and second. Here's B.J. Surhoff. Singled his last time up.
Now, we were talking about B.J. before. You look at this stance. He's spread out. He doesn't have this big swing. He's not one of these guys that really gets back on that back leg and swings big. Now, that was a terrible-looking swing he just took. You'll see his hit zone. You can get him out up and in. You can make him chase the ball way down and away, but he's hot over the plate. It's because he doesn't commit too often. He can look bad on one swing and hit you very well on the next pitch.
Foul down the first base line, 0-2. So Pettit will out back-to-back singles. Alomar and Palmeiro has retired Carter and Ripken. And now an 0-2 count on Surhoff.
Well, as a catcher, when you get to this count, now you've got a couple pitches to play with. In other words, you can go way away with a breaking ball and make sure your pitcher throws it 6 to 8 inches off the plate, or you can run a ball back inside, whatever you'd like to do here. And that's what Girardi did. They came back inside, and that's what he's been doing in the second part of this game. He's made an adjustment, and that's Andy Pettit I'm speaking about pitching hard in. Now, after showing the ball in, then they like to go back out away with an off-speed breaking ball.
Strike 3, he got it. Back-to-back singles, and then Pettit closes out the 8th with back-to-back strikeouts. They remain tied at 1. Middle of the 8th from Yankee Stadium. Orioles won and the Yankees won as we move to the bottom of the 8th. Well, Jeff and I will return to Yankee Stadium 1 week from tonight for the Yankees and the Red Sox, a classic rivalry. Some of you will see the Arizona Diamondbacks take on Barry Bonds and the San Francisco Giants. That's next Thursday, Baseball Thursday on Fox Sports Net. New York and Boston next Thursday, 1 and 2 in the American League East. Bottom of the 8th, Yankees and Orioles deadlocked at 1. Joe Girardi, who got things started in the 6th when he singled off the glove of Alomar, came around to score the Yankees' only run. And a nice stab by Ripken at third, and he throws him out.
This was a very nice defensive play by Cal Ripken. Remember, third base is so different than the shortstop that he used to play, where he had a lot of room. Now he's playing up on the grass because he's protected against the bunt. Now see how he reacts? Third base is so different. Third base is almost a step and a dive and react. It's a quick reaction. Whole different position than shortstop, and he has made that adjustment.
Here's Dale Swaim, 0 for 2, reached on an error. Ripken struck out his last 2 times up, including in the top of the 8th. How does a player separate, as a former player, Jeff, the frustrations at the plate and then go out and make a play like Ripken did on the field?
Well, it's over. There's nothing you can do about it. You know that you can help your club just as much out in the field. And the true pro goes out there and he just focuses on what he's supposed to do next.
1-1 to Swaim. Now 1 and 2. Swaim 0 for 12 on the season. Starting in place of the injured Tino Martinez tonight.
You know, Cal Ripken was such a good shortstop, and everybody used to say he was always in the right spot at shortstop. Now he switches to third, and the same is true there. He's just got a great instinct for the game. Of course, his dad was a lifelong baseball man, managed the Orioles, third base coach for many years. Brother Billy still playing, injured right now with the Tiger organization, but
the glove of Bordick. Big turnaround first. So Dale Swaim reaches base once again.
Excuse me, Kenny, this is a very strange play. Now it's a left-handed hitter in Swaim hitting the ball inside out. It looked like the ball sliced on Bordick. He broke and it looked like the ball hooked behind him a little bit. A kind of a surprising play, but that's what happens if the swing is different. If you come inside the ball. Now watch this. Here's the pitch, and you see Swaim slices it, and the ball goes backwards. It kind of back slices away from Bordick the other way.
Here's Chuck Knobloch, who takes ball 1. First hit of the season for Dale Swaim.
Yeah.
He had been 0 for 12. And how about this? All 3 Yankee base hits tonight off the glove of an Oriole infielder. All 3 Yankee hits.
Yeah, that really shows how effective Scott Erickson has been. He has just been tremendous. What a game he's pitched.
Knobloch leans away, and the crowd reacts.
Well, that's good for the Yankees. He's certainly not going to hit anybody in this situation if he can help it, but it gets the blood going. When a home crowd starts going, it really gets people wheeling and dealing. You have to pitch Knobloch inside to get him out, and that ball just keeps running right at him. But Scott Erickson in the past has kind of come apart at times if he's had bad defense behind him or had some problems behind him. And a lot of sinker ballers do, because you make the best pitch you can, and the next thing you know, even though guys hit the ball on the ground, your team has not fielded the ball well.
Tino Martinez, who was hit by the pitch on Tuesday night. Strike called, 2-1.
Well, Tino Martinez really got crushed. He got hit right between the numbers in the back. I saw him before the game tonight with his shirt off. He's got some wealth. But here's this is a sinker ball that comes back on the plate from Erickson. He's had as good a sinker ball tonight as you could possibly ever have.
1 out. Swaim the runner on first. Scott Erickson pitching into the 8th. 110 pitches. He has already thrown 3 complete games this season. Orioles with 4. Erickson has 3. Messina the other. Swaim is going. And it's fouled off by Knobloch. 2-2.
Kenny, we talked before about what balance the Yankee lineup has, the Yankee team has. Joe Torre can do that with just about anybody in the lineup. They can hit and run because they'll protect the runner. They can run because they have team speed. They have guys who can put the ball in play. Knobloch is outstanding. Don Zimmer talking. Don Zimmer is the bench coach for Joe Torre. Don, a manager, a lot of different places, San Diego, Boston, Texas, the Cubs. Outstanding baseball man.
Knobloch with a base hit into left field. And the Yankees with 2 men on and only 1 out. The first clean base hit for the Yankees tonight. The other 3 deflected off Oriole gloves. Yankees batting .300 on the season. Best in the majors.
Now this is like the old days of the Yankees of the 70s when you used to come in the Yankee Stadium and they would put on rallies like this. And all you felt in the other dugout was, here they come, here they come. And this Yankee team, you know, this is somewhat what happened in the 6th inning when Derek Jeter really settled, I should say Scott Erickson really settled down and struck out Jeter and O'Neill. And he's got his work cut out for him again. But as I mentioned just a minute ago, this Yankee lineup can put the ball in play. They don't go up there with big swings and strike out all the time. They'll make adjustments.
So here's Jeter. Grounded into a double play and struck out twice. His 15-game hitting streak is in danger. Yankees at home 15-3. Not much worse on the road, 15-6. 1 ball, no strikes. Swaim the runner on second. Knobloch on at first. Good save by Lenny Webster. Arthur Rhodes up in the Oriole bullpen. The Orioles pen has struggled mightily in recent weeks. 1 away. 2-0 count on Jeter. 3 balls, no strikes.
Well, this is what this young shortstop can do. After having struck out a couple times, he then comes up to the plate. He doesn't get all anxious because there are runners on. He's selective. He's going to be the next all-star around these digs. Now, there's not a whole lot of places that he's cold on.
Only the second walk allowed by Erickson. The bases are loaded.
You know, we're talking about this series was supposed to be such a big series, and then the Orioles had this bad swing. How about next week with the Red Sox coming in here? We have them here Thursday night. They're a club right behind the Yankees. They're playing, if it hadn't been for the Yankees, as good a ball as you'll see in the American League. But here you are back in this situation, and Scott Erickson had to pitch his way out of something like this before, and he got himself out of it. Ray Miller taking the walk to the mound right now to settle his big right-hander down, but boy, I'll tell you what, they've had to call on this big guy a whole lot tonight to do it by himself. Ray Miller's probably out there talking to everybody. Say, Scott, listen, all you have to do is keep throwing that good sinker, get the ball hit on the ground. Your defense will turn a double play for you. Erickson right now, you look at body language, and there's the bullpen. Alan Mills is the right-hander. Arthur Rose the left-hander closest to us. But you take a little look at Scott Erickson right now. As Ray Miller was talking to him, his head was down a little bit. You know, he's pitched his heart out, and here he is in deep trouble.
So Paul O'Neill, who signed a 1-year contract extension earlier today, comes to the plate. He is 4 for 6 this season with the bases loaded with 9 runs batted in. Ball 1.
Well, as we saw the Oriole defense, they're set in the middle for the double play. What you do when you shorten up for the double play is come in a little bit and over towards second base so you can turn it. So you see Alomar at second and Bordick at short. They play up a little bit and closer to second so they can turn a double play if they should get a ground ball.
Ground ball for the second baseman Alomar. The toss to second. Run in time. O'Neill safe at first, and the Yankees take a 2-1 lead.
Orioles hit a little too slow. If they ever make this play, it'd be unbelievable. Paul O'Neill is busting it down that first baseline, but he chops this ball. It's not hit very hard. Nice play by Robbie Alomar, but Bordy can't get as much on the throw as he would like to, and you can see Paul O'Neill hustling, and you can see how happy Dale Swaim is scoring. You know, as a manager, Ray Miller would rather have the ball hit hard at somebody, not a chopper. But the feed pulled Bordick a little bit off to the shortstop side. He couldn't get much on the ball.
Here's Bernie Williams with runners on the corners, 2 outs, and the Yankees have got on top. Ironically, should Erickson retire Williams, but the Orioles then go down in the 9th. It will be the second complete game loss of the season for Scott Erickson.
Well, he has just pitched beautifully. And you're asking him to get the ground ball. He got the ground ball. In fact, he fooled Paul O'Neill enough that he didn't really hit the ball hard. I mean, you couldn't ask any more of a pitcher than what Scott Erickson has given you tonight.
But O'Neill beat the throw at first. And Dale Swaim came across to score the Yankees' second run. A new hero every night for the Yankees, and tonight Swaim starts the 8th inning rally with a 1-out single and scores the go-ahead run in only his 3rd start of the season.
Well, they're very resilient. They believe they can win now, and when you get in a roll like this, you can't do anything wrong. Remember the ball you're talking about, the Swaim hit, sliced off of Bordick's glove.
The 1-1 to Williams, base hit right field. Another run scores. 3-1 Yankees. RBI number 23 for Bernie Williams.
Well, Kenny, it's easy to say because we know the kind of record the Yankees had coming in 30-9, Ray Miller going out the mound, but this Yankee team is really loaded, and they're doing everything right.
Tough luck evening for Scott Erickson, who was outstanding tonight. He struck out 9, a season high. The Yankees' first run followed 2 Oriole errors, and that is all for Scott Erickson. Scott Erickson exits after 7 2/3. He allowed only 5 Yankee hits. And the Yankees have taken a 3-1 lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning, looking to sweep the Orioles. Coming up after tonight's game on Fox Sports News, a pair of home runs for Jose Canseco, his 15th and 16th of the season. Former teammates Chris Webber and Juwan Howard in the news. And the NBA Conference Finals. That's all coming up following tonight's game on Fox Sports News. Arthur Rhodes, the 28-year-old left-hander, in relief from Scott Erickson.
Rhodes is one of the few guys that's done much out of the bullpen. The bullpen here for the Orioles has been struggling. I mean, they have just been awful lately. And Rhodes at this point has a 2-2 record. His earned run average is .381. This is his 17th appearance. Of course, the last couple of years he was just unbelievable with it. At least the records that he's had. He's been 19-4 over the prior 2 years. But the Oriole bullpen has really gone to pot. Erickson threw 121 pitches in the time that he was in there. It just did a fantastic job. But the Yankees just keep coming.
Orioles bullpen in their last 13 games, 7.5 earned run average as Tim Raines takes ball 1. Of course, the Yankees lead 3-1, so it is not a safe situation, but the bullpen has blown 5 consecutive saves. 7 on the season. They blew only 10 saves all of last year. 2 outs in the 8th, 2 runs in for the Yankees. And Raines pops it up. And this will be out of the reach of Rafael Palmeiro. 1-1.
That was a heck of an effort by Palmeiro. He got way in there, just missed that. Fighting the fans for the ball. Of course, the fans are up there all looking for an autograph, for a ball they get autographed or a souvenir. And the amazing thing is when you think about these Orioles and the Yankees, they have had such great rivalries. I remember I was coaching with the Yankees in 1980. We won 103 games. They won 101, I believe. And 2 years ago, when the Yankees were so effective, the Yankees blew the Orioles away.
And defeated Baltimore in the ALCS in '96.
Yeah.
Last year, the Orioles won 5 of 6 here at Yankee Stadium. And the Orioles won the division.
Yes. Boy, when you get in a funk, everything's going wrong. I mean, they've lost 7 straight, as you mentioned earlier. They're 10 and 23 in their last 33 games. That's hard to believe with the kind of pitching staff they have. Usually with a good pitching staff, you don't have big losing streaks. And you can see Arthur Rhodes, hard thrower, missing upstairs to the veteran Tim Raines.
Last year, Orioles won 8 of 12 against the Yankees, including 5 of 6, as we mentioned, here at Yankee Stadium. They've lost the last 2 nights, 9-5, 9-6, and they trailed 3-1 here tonight. And a 3-1 count. Ball 4. So Rhodes comes in and walks Raines. And again, the bases are full of Yankees.
This is what I meant about this Yankee team. They are so darn selective at the plate. You know, they're really #1 in on-base percentage in the American League. Not just batting average, on-base percentage. #2 in slugging percentage. It means they're selective, that they don't go chasing the pitcher's pitch, especially when the game's on the line.
Chad Curtis has come to the plate with the bases loaded 5 times this year. As he winds up about halfway down the first base line following that swing.
Well, Chad Curtis, when he was the center fielder for the Angels, he did this. He swung from his rear end. He would swing from his rear end, almost fall down. He was looking for a fastball here, and he got something off speed and almost broke his neck here.
Curtis, 1 career grand slam this year, 0 for 2 with 2 walks and a sacrifice fly with the bases full. 2 outs.
Excuse me, Kenny, I'm sorry. Some guys get very excited when the bases are loaded and they're hitting.
Not that time, but the strike is called. No balls, 2 strikes.
I remember Don Mattingly in his early years. You know, here's a great hitter, won the batting title, was an MVP in the American League. When he got the bases loaded, man, he was going to swing at anything that was thrown up there. Thou shalt not pass, you know, anything that got close.
The 0-2 from Rhodes. Misses outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Looking ahead to the Orioles' 9th, Webster, Bordick, and Anderson. With the Orioles trailing at 3-1. Yankees with 2 runs here in the bottom of the 8th. And Curtis lifted in the air to left. Surhoff falls off Anderson. So Curtis flies out with the bases loaded. Last chance for the Orioles. They trail by 2 as we move to the 9th. Yankees leading the Orioles 3-1 as we head to the 9th. Andy Pettit allowed only 1 run on 8 hits through 8. Now it's Mariano Rivera's turn. Rivera with 8 saves and 10 opportunities this year for the Yankees. And Ray Miller really going at it just in front of the Orioles dugout. Miller joined with third base umpire Dale Ford.
I don't know what this is all about in this situation. What can this be that got Ray so incensed here? Talking to the crew chief now, that's Drew Coble. But I don't know what got Ray so hot.
Crowd's enjoying it. There goes the water cooler.
frustration or trying to fire his own team up, but I don't know what it could be, or what the concern could be at that particular point.
Here's Eddie Murray in this middle.
Something happened. I don't know whether he was so mad at Dale Ford that maybe he saw him gesture or something. Something upset Ray to the point that he would come out and let it all fly at that point. But you got young Rivera in there who can really throw. This guy is a power pitching short reliever who really can throw. He's got a high riding fastball. He's in the mid-90s. He throws a hard slider with it. Occasional split finger. He's a very good fielder. He's a cat off the mound. He can be run on, but in this situation, you wouldn't worry about that. But what you'll see is a very sneaky, slow delivery, and his fastball explodes up in the strike zone.
Lenny Webster will lead it off for the Orioles here in the ninth. Webster is 0 for 3 tonight. Crowd starts to chant sweep. The Yankees have won the first 2. Rivera, 12 appearances, 8 saves. And you see the ERA, 0.64.
And you see 0 walks for a power pitcher coming in short relief. That's saying something.
0-2.
You know what's so amazing about this guy? If you watch his delivery, he's not a big guy. He's lean, but he's got a very loose whip-like arm. And with his delivery so smooth, the ball gets on the hitters before they realize it.
Webster stays alive, fouls it back. Leading off the Orioles ninth.
You know, normally when you see a big power pitcher, you see a whirling dervish, but look how smooth he is. Brings a leg up under him, and then the ball just kind of fires out of his hand and explodes at the plate.
The 0-2 from Rivera, and again Webster fouls it back.
You know, when you think about it, when you have a pitch like that, which is right almost down the middle of the plate, and have it fouled back, it tells you what kind of stuff the pitcher has.
Third straight foul. Webster remains alive. The Yankees, of course, clinched this series with the victory last night. They lost their season opening series, and that is one of the reasons why the Yankees have gone 30-9, 26-1 when leading after 8 innings. They lost their season opening series to the Angels and not lost a series since then. They won 13 and tied 3 others. Ground ball to the left side. Jeter, one away.
Well, that was the only breaking ball he threw in that sequence of pitches. Everything was hard, and then he threw a slider. And Lenny Webster pulled over it, and a nice play. That was not an easy play by Derek Jeter. He came up and had to make that play on the run, and then, of course, he threw the ball across the infield as accurately as you can on the dead run. But Girardi and Rivera are not messing around. They're going hard. Boom, right over the middle of the plate. I love to see that.
Mike Bordick 0 for 2 with a walk. Strike one. The executive producers of Fox Sports Net are Arthur Smith and Bill Borson. Our coordinating producer for Baseball Thursday is Larry Myers. One away, the 0-1 from Rivera, 0-2. Tonight's game produced by Tom Hewitt, directed by Jeff Mitchell, and our head of field operations is Andrea Jenkins. Tremendous job by our entire crew here tonight at Yankee Stadium. 0-2 on Bordick.
I was just thinking about the scouting report on Rivera. You talk about his fastball rising through the zone. Probably the law of physics, it doesn't, because he throws overhand. Anybody that throws overhand, you can't make the ball go up. You have to throw underneath it. But he throws so darn hard with such easy motion that it looks like it maintains that level and like it pops through the zone. A la Sandy Koufax. We were talking about Sandy Koufax earlier when we were talking about perfect games. Very easy delivery, and the ball exploded in the strike zone. And Bordick fighting just to make contact. You get in a situation like this, Kenny, and you're the hitter. You're up there just defending the zone, trying to put the ball in play.
Rivera has thrown 11 pitches. He has not thrown a ball. Strike 3. He's gone 0-2 on both Webster and Bordick. They both fouled off a couple. 2 away here in the 9th. Our Desenex play of the game, bottom of the 8th. Paul O'Neill beats it out. Dale Swaim comes across to score the go-ahead run. Yankees would add another. They lead 3-1. Orioles down to their final out in the person of Brady Anderson.
Well, if you're a Yankee fan, this guy's fun to watch. It's Mariano Rivera coming in and throwing high heat the way he does.
Back to Rivera. It's over. A line drive into the glove of Mariano Rivera, who saves his 9th. Andy Pettit, the winner. He is now 6-4. Scott Erickson, the loss. The hard luck loss. Now 4-5. Yankees win their 5th in a row. They are now 31-9, 16-3 at home. Orioles 20-26, 8 consecutive losses, swept for the 2nd consecutive series. 4 against Tampa Bay, and now a 3-game sweep by the Yankees. For Jeff Torborg, this is Kenny Albert saying so long from Yankee Stadium. Coming up on FX Baseball Saturday night. Giants and the Cardinals. Some of you will see the Devil Rays and the Mariners. Next Thursday night, Baseball Thursday on the Fox Sports Net right here at Yankee Stadium. Yankees and the Red Sox, or the Diamondbacks and the Giants. Coming up next, Fox Sports News prime time. The final once again, the Yankees 3, the Orioles 1. You've been watching baseball.
The key to the city from Mayor Giuliani during the day. This would be an eventful day, but most of it was Baltimore early. Harold against David Cohn.
Well, Hoyles hits a bullet here. Now, Surhoff thought the ball was going to fall. He gets doubled off on the play.
Bottom of the 2nd, game tied at 1. Jeter with an active bat. Check out Jeffrey Hammonds. What a play against the wall.
Well, he does a great job of knowing where he's at. Not afraid to hit the wall. Watch him use the leg to brace it. He looked up, he saw him look at the fence, find out where he's at, and goes ahead and goes after the ball. A tremendous catch.
Little different reaction in right field. No Jeffrey Mayer and no Tony Tarasco. So things looking good for Baltimore, but David Cohn was looking up in the zone. Above the belt of Baines, he belts it to center. Hammonds and Roberto Alomar make it 4-1 Orioles. By the 4th, it's a 5-1 Bulls, Peter. Scott Brocious and the Yanks trying to stage a comeback.
Well, they did. They started, here's Joe Girardi with a base hit, but Brady Anderson with a terrific play. It's interesting. It looks from that as if he was safe. The Hoyles made the tag high. Wrong. Willie Randolph knew it.
We're in the 8th, 2 out, 2 on. Bernie Williams, Armando Benitez gives up the Gopher ball. Williams knew it as soon as Wood made contact with Cowhide, and it ends up in the 3rd tier. Yanks up 7-5. Next batter, Benitez right between the 2 and the 4, and Tino Martinez back, and he immediately got tossed by Drew Coble. Check out what happened after that. Armando says, what? Come and get me. You got something to say? Did they ever? And they said some of it in Australian. Graham Lloyd going right after him. Benitez open-handedly trying to hold off Scott Brocious and the rest of the Yanks. Now he gets blindsided with the left from Darryl Strawberry. Ends up in the dugout, and he gets pole-cocked by Alan Mills as Benitez is backing off up the steps. George Steinbrenner looking on. We'll talk to him a little bit later. Strawberry did get punched in the mouth by Mills, but here's the big punch in the face. Next pitch. Bobby Munoz on in relief after Benitez got ejected, and Tim Raines rocks a shot into the right field seats. So a game that was all Orioles early on turns into a slaughter by the Yanks. Edgar Martinez rocks a grand slam off the Oriole rookie. Next batter, Benitez hits Tino. He was wearing 23 as a Seattle Mariner that time. He knew it was a purpose pitch. They almost had a serious brawl because these two teams 2 years earlier had really taken after each other. Now look, Tino Martinez has the long memory. He remembers that this is 2 times now.
Bottom of the 1st, 1-0 O's. Man aboard for Derek Jeter, facing former teammate Jimmy Key. Jeter off the left center field wall. Chuck Knobloch speeds on home. Jeter speeds into 3rd with a triple. We are tied at 1. Still in the bottom of the 1st. It's now 2-1 New York. Runners on the corners for Chad Curtis. Oh, and he gets hit in the foot. Uh-oh. Everybody remain calm.
Okay, all right.
Loads the bases for Jorge Posada, who slices one down the right field line. It's in there for a double. Bernie Williams, Tim Raines come on down. Yankees take a 4-1 lead. Top of the second, Hideki Irabu on the mound with 2 outs. Hits Mike Bordick. Everybody remains calm. Mel Stottlemyre chewing gum. George Steinbrenner with his new sparring partner, Rudolph Giuliani. Bottom of the 4th, still 4-1. More Derek Jeter. This one off the right center field fence. Chuck Knobloch scores on this one as well. Jeter now with a triple, a single, and a double. 5-1 Yanks. Top of the 6th. Irabu's only opponent that gave him trouble, his belt. Smiles, everyone. Top of the 7th. Graham Lloyd is not yet suspended. He's going to serve it once the straw is done. And he comes in and he gets Rafael Palmeiro to pop up and Carter to fly out to right to get out on the 2-on, 1-out jam in the 7th. To the bottom of the 7th. Still 9-2. Jeter, a home run short of the cycle. The bases loaded. It would be a grand way to get the cycle, but he grounds it to the 5-4-3. Double play, no cycle for Jeter. Top of the 8th, Jeff Nelson still isn't suspended, so why not have him pitch? Another edition of American League Justice. Gets Brady Anderson to fly out. Nelson gets out of that jam. Yanks give up 4 in the 9th, but they flick away the O's by the final of 9-6. In all, a tame night. Even though 3 batters were hit, they proceeded to first without incident. Said Joe Torre, I think everybody thought turn the page. Yesterday doesn't count. The Yanks tagged former mate Jimmy Key for 9 earned runs.
Short-handed in this one. Rafi Palmeiro. Quadrangular deep to right. Number 9 for him. Not in this game. That would be a record 1-0. Top of the 5th, same score and Pettit. He'll have some defense behind him. Lenny Webster. Bit of a looper. Chuck Knobloch going after it. Blind catch making the play. Good D from second. Bottom of 6, Joe Girardi's on first. Dale Swaim, your batter, no out. Swaim, the grounder. Bobby Alomar tries to get fancy. He gets an error instead. E4 on that. Runner safe. Next batter's Chuck Knobloch. He'd made the big play on defense this time. Throwing down the bunt. Cal Ripken charging. Play bad. Game tied at 1. Runners on second and third. Nobody out. The next batter's Derek Jeter. Scott Erickson taking over. Mows him down. There's 1 out. Next batter, Paul O'Neill. He's swinging and missing. Next batter, Bernie Williams. Little routine grounder. Erickson gets out of the jam real well. 8th inning, still tied. Bases loaded for Paul O'Neill. Just got a new deal. O'Neill looking to do big things. Steady does that thing. Just a little fielder's choice, but Dale Swaim's coming across to score. Gives the Yanks a 2-1 lead. The Yanks would get an empty net goal and win it by a count of 3-1. Oil manager a bit frustrated. Ray Miller gets tossed late. 3-1's your final.